Chapter 1. Yu Huang Possessed. Yu Huang Possessed. This time you must give me a good thing. In the world of Demon Slayer's Blade, in a house in a gloomy town, a young man with a delicate face and a resolute expression silently recited to a blue box in front of him, and then slowly reached out to open the treasure chest, and when he saw the contents of the treasure chest, his face was happy. The young man's name is Haneda Raiwichi. Of course this is not his real name, his original name is Tian Yu, a young man from a flower planter, originally just a late-night review, dozing off on the desk for a while. Where did he think that he woke up this time, and appeared in such a dangerous place? What is this place? It's the Demon Slayer Blade anime world. It's a world where ghosts are rampant. All kinds of ghosts emerge in endlessly, not to mention the ghost ancestor ghost dance. Suji is not miserable, not to mention the 12 ghost moons under his hands. Just say that those ordinary ghosts are not something that he can deal with as an ordinary teenager. On the human side, there is a powerful ghost killing team, not to mention the pillar level ones. As far as those ghost hunters from the first level to the AOE level are not what he can deal with now. After all, he is just an ordinary person now. Fortunately, as a traverser, he also has a golden finger. His golden finger is a treasure chest system. According to the system, he can rely on killing ghosts to burst out of treasure chests, which are divided into 5 levels, which are wood treasure chests, bronze treasure chests, silver treasure chests, gold treasure chests, and the highest level of supreme treasure chests. According to the system, different levels of treasure chests can open a variety of different items from the heavenly world. These items may be a treasure, a skill, a practice, or even some characters. Everything you need. And the name Haneda Raiwichi is also the identity of the system after he came to this world, an orphan whose parents died, and it is registered with the government. And because he is just an ordinary person now, the system also gave him a newcomer gift package, and gave him 3 blue treasure chests at once. The blue treasure chest does not belong to the 5 treasure chest levels, and there is no level limit for the 3 treasure chests of the newcomer gift pack, and the level of the items opened is also a random level, which is only the treatment of the newcomer gift package. And the first treasure chest, he had opened it before, and he got a very powerful breathing method, the flame burning sun breathing method, which can be regarded as giving him the capital to become stronger. Originally, Haneda Raiwichi was not going to open the treasure chest continuously. He was going to wait until the next day, after washing his hands and bathing before opening it, but on this night, the town where he was already killed by ghosts. Yes, listening to the low and strange laughter that came from time to time outside the door, Haneda Raiwichi took a deep breath and picked up the long knife in the treasure chest. Ding! Congratulations to the host, get the unlocked slashing knife. Slashing the moon. The slashing knife has a damage effect on the soul, but the ability of the unsolved slashing knife is slightly lower. It can only be effective against ordinary ghosts. It is invalid against the ghosts of the 12 ghost months and above. It is effective against the ghosts of the ghost moon level after the first solution, and it is effective for all ghosts after the swastika is solved. As soon as he picked up the slashing moon, Haneda Raiwichi heard a prompt sound of the system in his mind. Slashing the moon. Ha ha ha. Not bad, yes. Slashing sword, a weapon that specializes in slashing ghosts and spirits, with slash moon in hand, even if it is not unlocked, I can be regarded as a powerful weapon. Haneda Ryu said with joy. He has already used a flame-burning sun-breathing method prescribed earlier, but the cultivation of the breathing method takes time, making him invincible at the beginning. It is impossible, and his physical strength is not enough, unless he can open any elixir from the treasure chest. This possibility is there. Whew! Help! At this time, the sound on the street outside the door became more intense, accompanied by the shouts of ghosts, and the cries for help of some people in the town. Haneda Raiwichi ignored this, and just turned his head solemnly to look at the doorway, hoping that the ghost would not rush into his home at this time. There's one last treasure chest. Haneda Raiwichi looked back at the last blue box in front of him. He must give me a high-level good thing. Thinking of this, he immediately reached out and touched it for a while, and then decisively opened the box. This is Chapter 2. Haneda Ryu's eyes moved, and he looked into the box, and there was a book in the box, with a few words written on it, Seeing and Hearing Domineering. Seeing and Hearing the Domineering Color. Haneda Ryu's eyes lit up. Could this be one of the 3 colors of domineering in the pirate world? Great! He picked up the book with a happy face. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Get a copy of the skill Seeing and Hearing Domineering. After learning, you can sense the various movements of enemies within a certain range around you, increase the predicted range and number according to your mental power, and consume mental power when you use it. May I ask the host, do you want to learn? The voice of the system is like a machine, without the slightest emotion. Listening to the voice of the system, Haneda Ryu paused. He seriously doubted that he would come to this world. It was the reason for this system, he had asked before, but unfortunately this treasure chest system ignored him at all, as if it was just a program, basically rarely took the initiative to talk to him, and occasionally spoke only to answer the relevant functions of the treasure chest system. Learn. Seeing and Hearing the Domineering. This is a powerful domineering in the world of pirates, and the attack power may be far from being compared with the Armed color and the Overlord color, but it can sense the enemy's movements, which is definitely a good skill, and it is worthy of being a skill that is opened by a random treasure chest, and if you want to open a skill of this level in the future, it is estimated that you will need at least a silver treasure chest. As Haneda's voice fell, the book in his hand turned into a streamer and sank into his forehead, and then, a stream of information flowed in his mind, and Haneda Ryuichi's face showed a hint of abruptness, and he already understood the use of the domineering power and related abilities. Taking a deep breath, Haneda Ryuichi slowly stood up, holding the sword tightly in his hand, and the air he inhaled into his lungs was like a water pump, spreading through his internal organs to the entire body, making his physical strength begin to gradually become stronger. Although he has only just practiced the breathing method for only a few hours, unlike ordinary members of the ghost-killing team, the breathing method he learned does not need to be slowly comprehended at all, and the system directly integrates the breathing method into his mind. Only his body needs to keep exercising in the future to become more familiar with the use of the breathing method and become more powerful. Breathing method, plus slashing the moon. Haneda Ryu looked at the slashing knife in his hand with a grim face and thought, coupled with the advantage of seeing and hearing the domineering ability to predict the enemy's movements, even if my physical strength is still very low, I can barely deal with this evil ghost outside. System, bring up my attribute panel. Haneda Ryuichi said quickly, and then, a copy of his personal attribute panel quickly appeared in front of his eyes, including the treasure chest. These things can only be seen by him, others can't see it. Only after the things in the treasure chest are obtained by him, others can see what he obtained, and the empty treasure chest is recovered by the system and disappears. Host, Ryuichi Haneda Race, Human Age, 16 Class, Swordsman Constitution, 13 Strength, 12 Dexterity, 13 Spirit. 18 Skills, Flame Burning Sun Breathing Method, LV1. This breathing method has a total of 9 levels. After cultivation, it can greatly increase the attack power, as well as additional damage to ghosts. Practicing under the scorching sun can accelerate the progress of cultivation. You can attach weapons to attack. You can also attach fists and other body parts to attack. Domineering, LV1. Domineering permeates the body, perceiving all the surrounding scenes, and predicting the enemy's movements. Slashing the Moon Slasher, an ununlocked slashing knife from the world of death. The slashing knife has a bonus to the damage to the soul, but the ability of the unsolved slashing knife is slightly lower, and it can only be effective against ordinary ghosts, and it is invalid against ghosts of the 12 ghost months and above, and it is effective against ghosts at the level of the ghost moon after the first solution, and it is effective against ghosts after the swastika is solved. Seeing his attribute panel, Haneda Ryuichi immediately smiled with satisfaction. You must know that when he first came to this world, his 4-dimensional attributes were only single digits, not even 10 points. And now that he had only cultivated the flame-burning sun-breathing method for less than a few hours, coupled with the cultivation of the skill of seeing and hearing domineering, his four-dimensional attribute had already broken through the single digits, and the highest spiritual attribute was even about to reach 20 points. With the current attributes, plus the breathing method and domineering, as well as the slashing knife in hand, I finally have the capital to fight the evil spirit. Haneda Ryu waved his hand to remove the attribute panel, and then stared at the evil ghost opposite, seeing and hearing the domineering color permeating out, enveloping all the scenery around him in perception. All the movements within a radius of more than 10 meters could not escape his perception, plus the additional damage of the slashing knife and the breathing method to the ghost thing. He didn't believe that he couldn't get a low-level ghost thing in the dead area. Bang! A loud bang came from the doorway, and as soon as Haneda Ryu turned his head, he saw a hideous-looking demon looking at him with a hideous smile. Chapter 3. Ha ha ha, what did I see? A little guy with fine skin and tender flesh. The demon landed on all four paws, his neck twisted and extended, his head was covered with green tendons, and his eyes were full of bloodshot and greedy after seeing the food, staring at Haneda Raiwichi, his fanged mouth drooling, and his crimson tongue kept wriggling, as if he couldn't wait to eat Haneda Raiwichi. It's coming very quickly. Although Haneda Raiwichi was a little afraid in his heart, after all, a few hours ago he was an ordinary person who had just come to this world, and at this moment he suddenly saw such a hideous evil ghost wanting to kill himself, and even wanted to eat himself. He was still a little afraid. However, he now has the breathing method and the domineering spirit of seeing and hearing in his body, and he also has the moon in his hand, and the fear in his heart is suppressed by him, and his face is no longer hesitant, but calmed down, and looks at the evil ghost opposite with a resolute face. The people of the town have been killed a lot by you, right? Ha ha ha, there are no ghost killers in this town, this is simply my paradise. When the evil ghost heard this, he immediately laughed, and then looked at Haneda Raiwichi with a smile. Little guy, I just ate a few people, and I am not full yet. Come to think of it, your flesh and blood will taste even more. Hee hee, I'm welcome. Brush. When the demon's voice fell, he didn't hesitate at all, and directly attacked Haneda Raiwichi. The demon's tongue turned into a black shadow like a poisonous snake, and it was almost impossible to see the tongue that was attacking quickly under the cover of the night. Bang! Hey! The evil ghost was stunned, looking at the other side with some surprise. He felt that the attack just now failed to kill the other party. How could this be? Whew! Haneda Raiwichi stabilized his body, exhaled, squeezed the slashing moon in his hand, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and looked up at the demon opposite. Is this your attack? It's not good. Damn boy, how could you possibly dodge my attack? The demon was furious, and then his eyes moved, looking at the slashing moon in Haneda Ryu's hand, and said strangely, what kind of knife is this? I can feel that this knife does not have that disgusting sun breath. This is not a Japanese wheel knife. Hehe, not a Japanese wheel knife means that you are not a ghost killer. Boy, you want to deal with me with a knife? Are you dreaming? This kind of knife can't kill me. The demon slapped his limbs on the ground, jumped high, and pounced on Haneda Raiwichi with great ferocity, trying to quickly eliminate Haneda Raiwichi. Haneda Raiwichi pursed his lips and looked at the evil ghost rushing in the sky opposite with a determined expression, and there was not the slightest fear in his heart. The moment the ghost creature's tongue attacked just now, he could clearly feel the opponent's attack trajectory, and under the cover of the domineering color, the attack of this ghost creature was like an ant under a magnifying glass to him, and it was delicate. Haneda Raiwichi exerted force on his feet, and his figure flashed, avoiding the strong body of the ghost that slammed into him. Take me a knife. Haneda Raiwichi didn't wait for the ghost to come back to his senses, and slashed the moon out of the sheath in his hand, and slashed out with a ferocious knife. Whew! A roar of pain rang out far away. And the frightened people hiding in their homes in the town could hear it clearly. What is this? Someone said curiously, why does this look like that ghost is screaming? Yes, I heard that, too, chimed in. Could it be? Could it be someone from the Ghost Slayer here? One of them had a look in his eyes. Wow, then we're saved. The other man suddenly became excited, as if the Demon Slayer swordsman of the Demon Slayer team was his idol. Let's go out and see how the swordsmen deal with the demons, someone immediately proposed. This. Or don't want it. There are also people who are timid, they don't dare to go out at all, ghosts are too terrible, they can eat people, so they can't be afraid. You cowards, said a stout young man, angrily, if you don't go to me, who else will come with me? I. And me. Suddenly, several people answered, and followed the boy out of the hiding place, heading towards the place where the ghost thing roared, and they were going to pay homage to the ghost killer team who could kill the ghost thing. And at Haneda Raiwichi's house, the evil ghost with miserable scars all over his body roared and looked at Haneda Raiwichi. Damn, it's obviously not a Nichiren knife in your hand, how can you do so much damage to me? Chapter 4. What in my hand? Haneda Raiwichi smiled indifferently, although this is not the Nickeloon knife, its real power is much stronger than the Nickeloon knife, and after the moon cutting is solved, the Nichiren knife in this world is really far inferior to the moon chopping knife. Haneda Raikai looked at the evil ghost who was faintly afraid on the other side, and he must know that this evil ghost had fear. Also, the additional damage to the soul of the slashing knife is not just talking, a knife to cut down, the pain of flesh and skin is still a trivial matter, for these ghosts are even less of a problem, they have a powerful self-healing ability, not to mention injury, even if it is a stump and a broken arm, the whole body is split into countless pieces, as long as the neck is not cut off by the sun wheel knife, then they can recover through their own self-healing ability. These ghosts, except for a few effective methods, can't be killed at all. The so-called effective methods, the first choice is of course the sun's rays, which is their absolute nemesis, and then there is the Railoon knife with part of the sun's power. The Railoon knife is forged using Yugong, and Yugong is a kind of ore that absorbs the sun's rays and has a strong solar power, which can cause great damage to ghosts. The last one is a plant, Wisteria flower, which is a plant that can cause great damage to ghosts. This plant itself is disgusted by ghosts, and the medicine it refines and produces is a terrifying drug that can poison ghosts. In addition to these three methods, there is also a legendary method that can cause great damage to ghosts. Hundreds of years ago, there was a great human swordsman, he practiced a terrifying breathing method, called sun breathing method. This breathing method itself can make the cultivator have almost the power of the sun's radiance, and can cause terrifying additional damage to ghosts, but this breathing method has been lost for a long time. According to legend, the founder of this breathing method once relied on the exercises to defeat the ghost Maisuji no Miserable, and even chased and killed this ghost ancestor for a long time. Several breathing methods in the world now, such as the breathing method of fire, the breathing method of water, the breathing method of wind, etc., all come from the original breathing method of the sun. To get back to the point, although the slashing moon in Haneda Ryu's hand does not contain the power of the sun, his breathing method is similar to the effect of the sun's breathing method, and has a similar effect, which can have a strong additional damage to ghosts, plus the additional damage of the slashing moon to the soul, which causes the evil ghosts in front of him to fear Haneda Raiwichi. No way, you're obviously not a ghost hunter, and what you have in your hand is just an ordinary long knife, how can you do me so much harm? The demon roared, looking at Haneda Raiwichi with a slight flicker in his eyes. Hey! Haneda Raiwichi has no fear in his heart at all, this evil ghost is just a fierce inward, looking at his eyes flickering, obviously knowing the power of the moon slash in his hand, and feeling the damage of the scorching breathing method attached to the moon slashing on him, this guy is planning to run away. Seeing and hearing the domineering cover, Haneda Ryu's eyes moved, and his body had already chased after him. At the same time, the demon had already flicked his limbs. And his body rushed outside, and his voice sounded, "Boy, you wait for me to eat a few more foods, and when I become stronger, I will come to trouble you again, and when the time comes, I will devour you. Want to run? Haneda Raiwichi said coldly, I'm afraid you don't have a chance. Brush. Laugh it. A flash of swords. Ah! The evil ghost screamed, and looked at one of his arms in horror. Under the pain, one of his arms had been cut off, and at the broken arm, there was a burning pain that spread to his brain. Not only that, but he also felt a soul-tearing pain, which was simply painful. No, it can't be. Why can't my arm regain? The demon was writhing in pain, his expression was terrified, and he felt that the flesh in the broken arm could not be regenerated no matter how much he wriggled. As a ghost, he has a terrifying regeneration ability, but at this moment, he has lost the most powerful regeneration ability of a ghost. How can this not make him frightened? No, don't kill me. Just when he was still horrified that his arm could not be regenerated, a figure behind him had already chased and killed, and the evil ghost was suddenly frightened, and hurriedly begged for mercy. Don't kill me, as long as you don't kill me, I will promise you anything. It's late. Haneda Raiwichi said coldly, since the time when you were eating people, no one has been able to save you. Sneer. The sword flashed, and the sound of the demon begging for mercy stopped abruptly. A crack broke in its neck, and its head rolled to the ground, and its body twitched uncontrollably, but there was no way to regenerate. Please. Please, spare. Spare me. The head of the demon that had rolled off was not yet dead, but it was no longer alive, and muttered vigorously. Bang! Haneda Raiwichi slammed the demon's head with a kick. Give me peace of mind to die. Haneda Raiwichi stayed up all night in the dark streets, looking at the first evil ghost he had killed with his own hands. His heart was extremely comfortable, and he did not have the fear of seeing this evil ghost for the first time before, but his heart was full of pride. Ding! At his feet, a dinging sound came, and a wooden treasure chest burst out, making Haneda Ryu's face move, and he looked at the treasure chest with joy in the corner of his eyes. Out of the treasure chest, not bad. At the same time, at the corner of the street not far away, several bold young men looked at the figure of Haneda Raiwichi in amazement, stunned for a while, and muttered, Is this the Raiwichi Haneda, that coward orphan? No, it can't be. Yes, how could it be him? Hey! He killed a demon? Oh my god! Looking at the decisive appearance of his killing just now, is he still the coward in our impression? Everyone looked at each other, and they were all shocked and inexplicable. Chapter 5. Haneda Raiwichi turned his head slightly, glanced at the corner of the street. He saw and heard the domineering look on his body, and the movements around him were all in his perception, even if those people were dozens of meters away from him. But what extent did they have strength? In addition, these people did not deliberately hide, and from time to time they infiltrated and shrunk their brains to look at this side, and naturally he noticed the movement. However, Haneda Raiwichi ignored them and focused on the present. In front of him, the evil ghost that attacked the town had already been slashed by him, and under the superposition of the double damage of the moon slashing and the flame sun breathing method, even the extremely tenacious ghost had to fall. The ghost thing died, but what was revealed was a wooden box, which made Haneda Ryu look happy. Wooden chests, the lowest level treasure chests, I don't know what can be exploded. As soon as Haneda Ryu squatted down, he reached out and opened the wooden treasure chest, which contained more than one item. Hey, how many items can be found in a treasure chest? Haneda Raiwichi was curious, and then looked at the items in the box and shook his head for a while, obviously seeing that the things inside were all relatively ordinary things. Yes, after all, it was a wooden box, and it was impossible to burst out high-level items and skills such as the slashing knife and the domineering of seeing and hearing like the random blue treasure chest before. Ding! Congratulations to the host, get a bottle of stamina potion. Ding! Congratulations to the host, 1000 yen. Ding! Congratulations to the host, get a bottle of psychotropic potion. When the three things were in hand, Haneda Raiwichi pocketed them, with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Physical strength medicine and spiritual medicine, not bad, can replenish physical strength and spirit at a critical moment, but there is still money in this treasure chest. Can this evil ghost still spend money to buy things? That's buying life. The empty wooden box disappeared, apparently recycled by the system, and then Haneda Ryu was gone, and the demon had turned into ashes and disappeared, and he turned his head to look at the dilapidated home that had become because of his battle with the demon, sighed, and shook his head. It seemed that this home could not stay. Also, he is not an ordinary person now. The flame-burning sun-breathing method is in his body. As long as he uses logistics and cultivation, just from the perspective of breathing method cultivation, his future achievements will not be lower than those first-class ghost hunters, not to mention that he still has the moon chopping in his hand, plus he is domineering when he sees and hears. Even if he is promoted to the pillar level, it is not empty talk. Moreover, coupled with his biggest golden finger, treasure chest system, every time he kills a demon in the future, he can burst a treasure chest. The stronger the strength of the evil ghost, the higher the level of the treasure chest that bursts, and the better things can be opened, just like the moon slashing and seeing and hearing the domineering. What kind of treasure can be opened by the highest level treasure chest, the supreme treasure chest? He is very much looking forward to it in his heart. Well, anyway, this home has nothing to be nostalgic for me. Haneda Ryu glanced at the home arranged for him by the system, and said indifferently, "This identity is an orphan whose parents have died. I can naturally come and go freely, and this time I killed the evil ghosts, which can be regarded as breaking the entanglement with this town." Thinking about this, Haneda Raiwichi walked into the house and began to pack his clothes and prepare to leave. As soon as Haneda Ryu entered the room, the young people outside who saw the whole process of his ghost killing started talking one by one. It's terrible." One of the short-haired young men twitched his lips and his eyes were even more frightened. "Is this still the Haneda Raiwichi we know?" "That's a ghost," another short and fat young man said with difficulty. "I have heard of this evil ghost before, and has been wandering outside our town for several months, and every few days he will come to the town in the middle of the night to kill and devour people, and the mayor of the town has nothing to do with him, and they have even sent him to invite ghost hunters to kill ghosts a few times, but this guy hides when he arrives. Hey, he didn't dodge this time, he was actually killed by Haneda Raiwichi." The last tall and thin young man seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. "It's really good, our town will not be threatened by ghosts in the future. Guys, let's go back quickly, and we'll go and report to the mayor and the others at once, and tell you the good news," someone excitedly suggested. "Yes, let's go." "Go ahead, I'm going to find Haneda Raiwichi," the tall and thin young man said suddenly. "Hey!" The short and fat young man was stunned for a moment, looked at the tall and thin young man, and looked at his eyes at Haneda Raiwichi's residence, and his heart moved. "Fujii, do you want to?" The tall and thin young man nodded heavily, and then strode towards Haneda Raiwichi's residence. "Hey!" Haneda Raiwichi had just packed up his things, and then he was ready to rest for the night, and he would leave in a hurry tomorrow morning. After all, he had been fighting with the ghosts for so long just now, and he had just learned the breathing method for the first time, and his body was still a little tired. And at this time, there was a sound of footsteps outside the door, and Haneda Ryu saw and heard the domineering move, and immediately showed a look of surprise, knowing who was coming. Chapter 6. Fujii Human. Haneda Raiwichi raised his eyebrows, turned around, and looked at the young man in front of him. "Haneda." Fujii looked at the young man in front of him, and sighed in his heart. No one was looking at this orphan boy before. "How do you know that now? The other party has suddenly become like this. Has he passed the ghost killing team trial?" Ghost hunter, that was the biggest dream in his heart. He also wanted to become a ghost hunter before, but unfortunately, there was no way at all, and there was no way for his master to teach him the breathing method, let alone participate in the trial. "What's the matter with you?" asked Haneda Raiwichi. "Haneda, Are you a ghost hunter? Fujii asked nervously, although he still wanted to ask after seeing Haneda Raiwichi kill the ghost. No. Haneda shook his head, guessing Fujii's intentions. Isn't it? Fujii Yuman was a little suspicious, thinking that the other party was lying to himself, and said with some disbelief, Impossible, it's not a ghost hunter, how did you kill that evil ghost? Do I need to tell you this? Said Haneda indifferently. Fujii Yuman was a little embarrassed, and then said sincerely, Haneda, I think, what I want to say is, if you are a ghost hunter, can you take me as an apprentice and teach me to cultivate? I also want to participate in the Fuji Raid Mountain Trial, I also want to become a ghost killer. The Trial of the Vine Attack Mountain. Haneda Ryu's eyes flickered. He also wants to participate in the Vine Raid Mountain Trial. He is now on the path of a ghost hunter. With the breathing method, he has a way to cultivate, and the golden finger on his body needs to kill ghosts and explode treasure chests, and he must be in contact with ghosts, and the biggest thing to do with ghosts in this world is the ghost killer team, so he will definitely go to participate in the Vine Raid Mountain Trials in the future. Not enough before that, he still has some time to cultivate. However, he is different from ordinary trialists in that he has a huge advantage that others do not have, breathing and seeing and hearing domineering, coupled with the moon slashing in hand. He can go directly to the Vine Attack Mountain, practice all the way, kill ghosts all the way, and wait until he reaches the Vine Attack Mountain. His strength will definitely improve more than 1 grade after practicing and killing ghosts all the way, which is enough to complete the Vine Attack Mountain Trial. And now, Fujii is asking himself to take him as an apprentice. What are you kidding? Where do you have this spare time? Immediately, Haneda Raiwichi refused. I'm not a ghost killer, and I can't take you as an apprentice. You can go back. Haneda, just accept me, for the sake of our previous relationship. Fujii immediately became anxious, and hurriedly said, I will definitely cultivate well. I've said it all, I'm not a ghost slayer, and I'm not qualified to recommend you to participate in the trial, so you better go back. Haneda shook his head and said, I still have to rest, and I'll leave the town tomorrow. Leave town? Fujii said in surprise, where are you going? I don't need to tell you where I'm going, do I? Haneda Raiwichi ignored the other party, packed up his things, and prepared to rest. Haneda, can't you help me once? My biggest dream is to become a ghost hunter. As long as I can become a ghost hunter, I can do whatever you want. Fujii said anxiously. Impossible. Haneda Raiwichi is not a nanny, let alone a virgin who relents when she sees other people's requests, and resolutely refuses when she sees this. Haneda. Fujii gritted his teeth and slammed his knees and said, if you don't accept me as an apprentice, I can't afford to kneel for a long time. For the sake of our fellow villagers and growing up together, please accept me as an apprentice, please. Fujii knelt deep on the ground, looking particularly sincere. Haneda Raiwichi stopped his movements and looked at Fujii, who was kneeling on the ground expressionlessly, with an inexplicable anger in his heart. Is this persecuting me? Think that if you do this, you will be sincere and you will be able to change your mind? Haneda Ryu said calmly with a grim face, since you want to kneel, then kneel. I didn't say much, I didn't even linger, I picked up my things and walked out of the door directly. Originally, he was still thinking about resting for one night before leaving, but now it seems that it can't be done, seeing that the person who killed his ghosts, not only Fujii Yuman alone, but the others are not here. They should go back to report the news, and the people who get the news will definitely come over, or keep themselves, as the guardian of the town in the future, keep themselves here, help them protect the town, and prevent the ghosts from attacking again. These people seem to be sincere, but in fact they are only for themselves, and they will not think about others, and Haneda Raiwichi is very unaccustomed to it, and immediately decides to leave immediately. Haneda. Ignoring Fujii Yuman's call behind him, Haneda Raiwichi left quickly. Received a notice from Philu, this big move, chestnuts are going to rectify the old book, it's really uncomfortable, more than 1,000 chapters of 2 books to self-check, today it's more here, this book will not be broken, it won't be broken. If it's okay 2 days later, the chestnut will make up, this time Philu's action is too big, please forgive the chestnut, the chapter owed will definitely be made up. Pray that nothing will happen, the chestnut will count on the manuscript fee to live, thank you for your support. The new book has no things that have crossed the line, it should not be an accident. Please also rest assured that you can collect and vote. Chapter 7. In this world, there will always be people who feel that it is right and justified for others to help him. For Fujiayuman to force himself by kneeling for a long time, Hanedaraiwichi was really unacceptable, so, no matter how Fujiayuman shouted behind him, Hanedaraiwichi left straight away. Behind him, Fujiai looked at the back of Raiwichi Haneda as he left, and there was a hint of resentment in his eyes. Humph, Haneda, if you don't accept me, your biggest loss. Fujiai stood up and snorted at Haneda's back, and said in an unwilling tone, when I become a ghost hunter in the future, I will definitely make you regret it. At this time, Fujiayuman almost shouted out that he was 30 years east and 30 years west of Hexi, don't bully the young man to be poor. Hanedaraiwichi didn't stop at all, and he didn't know Fujiai's thoughts, even if he knew, he wouldn't think much about it, at most he laughed it off, this kind of person is not worth helping, he still has his own things to do, where is there that idle time? At night, the quiet forest path outside the town is surrounded by crops and has a dirt road in between, but it hasn't rained in recent days, and the road is fairly solid. Hanedaraiwichi had a sword pinned to his waist and a package in his right hand that contained several items of clothing and miscellaneous items, such as identification documents, and nothing else. No, there's also a bottle of stamina potion and a bottle of psychic potion, well, plus some money. Isn't this physical strength potion and spirit potion equivalent to a red potion and a blue potion? Hanedaraiwichi pinched the red medicine bottle in his hand and looked at it carefully, and then put it in his arms. Cuckoo. After passing the forest path, as soon as I entered a dense forest, there was a sound of birds in the forest. Hanedaraiwichi couldn't help but tighten his waist and slash the moon, although he killed a demon, but he also felt that the dense forest in the middle of the night was a little dark and scary, but he was not really afraid, even the ghost had been killed. Are you still afraid of any forest beasts? In such a dense forest, there should be some fierce beasts at most, and there won't be any ghosts, right? Hanedaraiwichi said secretly, the evil ghost before is already the only evil ghost around this town, and this dense forest has also been investigated by ghost killers before, and I don't know if it's the place where the evil ghost was hiding just now. Hanedaraiwichi shook his head, held his waist with his left hand, and calmly walked through the dense forest all the way, but he did not encounter any fierce beast attacks. The next day, after another long day's journey, I finally came to a small village in the evening. The sun is setting in the west, and the sky is getting late. Hanedaraiwichi is ready to enter the village to settle down. Although he is an orphan, his parents have also left some money, but not much, only a few hundred yen. At this time the yen is still relatively strong, far less inflationary than in later generations, plus the 1,000 yen obtained by killing ghosts and opening treasure chests, there is no problem with eating and drinking every day. Hey! Hanedaraiwichi was just about to enter the village, but he suddenly turned his head and looked at the entrance of the village. This is... Hanedaryu's eyes flickered, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. I actually met the characters of the plot. Looking at the appearance of these two people, they are Kingtu and Genhu, so to speak. The timeline of my journey through this world is a little advanced. The protagonist has not officially become a ghost hunter, and this green rabbit and Genhu have not yet been buried in the belly of the ghost. Yes, the two people that Hanedaraiwichi saw at the entrance of the village turned out to be Kingtu and Mako, who were killed by the hand ghost in the original plot, so he estimated that it should be about 2 years before the plot officially opened. Now I, although my strength is not bad, I can also kill ordinary evil ghosts alone, but it is still far from enough to deal with the 12 ghost moon level. Hanedaraiwichi still understands his current strength in his heart. After all, he has just obtained the breathing method and the slashing sword, and the slashing moon has not yet begun to solve it, plus he is domineering when he sees and hears, and there is no problem with self-preservation, and he is still unable to meet powerful ghosts, so he must hurry up and find a place to practice well. And now, he has a good chance. Scales left recently as the teacher of the protagonist in the plot. His own strength is definitely not inferior to that of ordinary column-level ghost hunters. As a cultivator, the disciples he taught are also strong, well, although most of them were killed by hand ghosts in the Vine Attack Mountain trial, but the strength of the people at their peak is not weak. The hand ghost was caught by him at the beginning, put it in the Vine Attack Mountain as a trial boss. And the proud disciple Fujian and righteous courage of the Scales left, is one of the water pillars of the 9 pillars, and his strength can be ranked among the top few among the 9 pillars, which shows that this cultivator is not such a simple character, and he is very good at teaching disciples. Hanedaraiwichi smiled at the corner of his mouth, and now he happened to meet King Tu and Genhu, or the two of them who were in danger, just to help each other. After having contact, they could go together. Maybe they could go to the narrow foggy mountains to practice for a while. Bang! There was a roar in front of him, which made Hanedaraiwichi come back to his senses, and when he looked up, the figure of the rabbit flew out upside down, and Genhu insisted in front of him. Damn, this ghost seems to be a bit strong. Rabbit's face was a little ugly. Genhu, you should be careful. Understood, the girl with the fox mask replied and wanted to retreat, but the ghost who was attacking her in front of her did not intend to let her go. And when she saw this, she laughed and was about to tear off with one claw and tear the real mushroom to pieces. Genhu exclaimed, a pang of despair in his eyes. No. Seeing this scene, the rabbit immediately planned to go to the rescue, but unfortunately it was too late. At this moment, a sword light flashed. The first chapter, there will be an update later. The chapter owed yesterday will also be written. Thank you for your support. Chapter 8. Whew! A cutting sound was heard, followed by a ghost crying wolf. The damage of the slashing knife and the flame-burning sun-breathing method to the ghosts is still considerable, although it is not as good as killing the ghosts in seconds like the sun-wheel knife cutting off the neck, but it is also a damage that cannot be ignored. This who is it? Rabbit looked at the person who suddenly appeared in the back, and saved the real mushroom from under the claws of the ghost, and immediately breathed a sigh of relief, and then stared at the back of Hanedaraiwichi. This person's strength is not weak, but he also wonders who this person is. Looking at his outfit, it doesn't look like a ghost killer. Thank you. On the other side, Mako looked at Hanedaraiwichi, who was standing with a knife next to her. Although she couldn't see the expression with a fox mask on her face, she could also see that she was relieved from her movements, and while looking at Hanedaraiwichi gratefully, she also cautiously looked at the wailing ghost in front of her. This person is ordinary, and he doesn't have a neon knife in his hand, so he can cause so much damage to ghosts. Who is he? No thanks. Haneda-ryu glanced at Makoto and smiled slightly. I'll talk about other things later. I'll kill this ghost first. Kill. Kill. We don't have a Nichiren sword, we can't kill ghosts. Hehe, that's not necessarily. Hanedaraiwichi smiled indifferently, and then looked at the ghost on the other side, who had recovered slightly, with an indifferent composure in his eyes. Damn. The ghost on the other side is a ghost standing like a normal person, but its head is bare, its head is full of green tendons, its eyes are blood red, and its fangs are not as sharp as the evil ghost that Hanedaraiwichi killed at home, but on the fingers of his hands, he has sharp long claws, and there is blood on the claws, but it should not be from the real mushroom and the rabbit. Haneda-ryu's eyes moved, and he saw a few villagers lying in a pool of blood on the ground at the entrance of the village, and knew in his heart that this must be a ghost thing who came out to commit a crime in the dark, and it happened to be discovered by the rabbit and the real mushroom. However, the two of them are not official ghost hunters, and they are not equipped with the neon knife, even if their own strength is not weaker than this ghost, but with the strong recovery power of the ghost, they actually dragged the two to such a dangerous situation. Although according to the plot, even if they weren't there, Rabbit and Genhu wouldn't have died here, and in the original plot, they died in Fuji Mountain, not here. However, with his intervention, the tragic outcome of the rabbit and the real mushroom can be changed. Boy, who are you? The ghost in front of him looked at Hanedaraiwichi coldly, his eyes flashed with a fierce light, but he didn't make a rash move, but his eyes kept looking at Hanedaraiwichi, obviously looking for the best time to make a move. Hanedaraiwichi's slash just now, slashed in his abdomen, and now there is a faint stinging sensation, not only the sharp pain in the body, but there is also a strange flame power at the wound that is preventing the recovery and healing speed of the body, and what makes him feel a burst of life crisis is that the knife came down, and he actually felt the pain that exploded in his mind and penetrated deep into the bone marrow. It was a soul-tearing pain. Unforgettable. Who am I? Hanedaraiwichi smiled slightly, but did not answer, but threw aside the scabbard and package in his left hand, and then his eyes flashed coldly, and his whole body rushed to the ghost in front of him, and he whispered, "I am the one who killed you. Damn, you can't kill me without the Hinawa sword." The ghost creature smiled lowly, and there was a trace of fear of the long knife in Hanedaraiwichi's hand in his eyes, although he was not a supernatural ghost, and he didn't know how to use blood ghosts. The power of his whole body was concentrated on the claws, and the speed of his body was supreme. Hanedaraiwichi's physical fitness is not high, and his strength lies in the supremacy of the slashing knife and the breathing method, and this ghost probably guessed it after looking at it just now. So, at the moment when Hanedaraiwichi rushed over, he grinned, stepped under his feet, and his body surrounded Hanedaraiwichi, and went around behind him, and tore off with a claw that was extremely fast, and he was about to tear Hanedaraiwichi's back with one claw. "Be careful! Oh no, get out of the way!" Seeing this, the rabbit and the real mushroom immediately exclaimed and warned loudly. "Ha ha ha, let me die, anyone who dares to stop my meal will die." Oni laughed, his voice as ugly as a night owl, and there was a smug smile on the corner of his mouth, as if he had seen Hanedaraiwichi's death. However, he didn't know that Hanedaraiwichi was not only powerful in his slashing knife, nor only was he powerful in breathing, but he also had a very powerful skill in hand-to-hand combat, domineering in sight and hearing. "You seem to be happy too soon." Hanedaraiwichi whispered indifferently. The slashing moon in his right hand was originally slashed down from top to bottom, but at this moment, he followed the force, took the slashing moon upside down in his right hand, and stabbed out quickly and quickly along the ribs of his right arm. "Laugh it." Oh. The ghost was stunned for a moment, and then he felt a pain in his heart, and when he looked down, a long knife pierced his heart, and the severe pain struck again. This heart-piercing pain made his whole body stand unsteadily in pain, and the torn claws trembled and stopped. Hanedaraiwichi turned around, drew the knife violently, and then slashed out again with a sharp sword. The ghost thing is being hurt by the soul injury of the flame-burning sun-breathing method and the slashing knife at this moment, and it is difficult to control the pain, and it is trembling all over. Where is the ability to avoid this knife? And so, after a pop, the ghost thing was cut in half by the moon, and the whole body turned into two petals and fell to the ground, but it had the strong vitality of the ghost thing, and it was not dead, but wailed on the ground. "Give me death!" Hanedaraiwichi was unforgiving, and hurriedly slashed out a few more knives, splitting the ghost into more than a dozen corpses, and the flame-burning sun-breathing method was also used to the extreme, and finally killed this ghost from the soul level. Ding! A wooden treasure chest bursts out of the place where the ghost died. It's amazing. The rabbit walked over slowly at this moment, looked at Hanedaraiwichi in surprise, and was shocked. You don't have a Japanese wheel knife?" "Yes, how did you kill the ghost?" Yes, how the hell did you kill the ghost?" Makoto also walked over and looked at Haneda Raiwichi with a curious expression. Although there was a fox mask to cover it, Haneda Raiwichi could still imagine that she must have an innocent look of curiosity on her face now. When Haneda saw this, he smiled and spoke. Chapter 9. Because of my breathing. Haneda Raiwichi stretched out his left hand, and a high temperature rose above his palm, and then, a thin flame rose, although the flame was very weak, but with a strong scorching breath. Breathing of fire. The rabbit was shocked. You actually practice the flame breathing method. Zhenhu was also surprised. As a disciple of the Scales Zhou, they knew a lot of information. The flame breathing method, one of the top breathing methods, one of the 9 pillars in the current ghost killing team. There is a person who occupies the position of the flame pillar, and his cultivation is the flame breathing method, and the damage caused by this breathing method to the ghosts is higher than all the other breathing methods, so they can't help but be surprised. Could it be that he is the legendary Yanzu? Mako bit his lower lip and looked Haneda Raiwichi up and down with big eyes. Haneda Raiwichi naturally couldn't be Yanzu, but he didn't know what Makoto was thinking, but he looked at the two of them, and asked pretending not to know, I'm Haneda Raiwichi, a loose cultivation swordsman, and my family used to be a ghost hunter. What about you? My name is Bunny. I'm a real mushroom. The two of them introduced themselves separately. We are under the cultivation of scales, and we follow the master to practice in the narrow fog mountain, said the rabbit and looked at Haneda Raiwichi. Mr. Haneda, since you have such strength, why are you not a ghost killer? The two of them are more curious about this. With the strength of Haneda Raiwichi, who can kill ghosts alone, not to mention much, at least he can become a AOE level ghost hunter. The most important thing is that the other party still has the flame breathing method. Yes, you have the flame breathing method, it's amazing. Mako looked at Haneda Raiwichi with some admiration. The breathing method of flame. Ryu Haneda paused, knowing that the two of them were thinking about the difference, and explained, the breathing method I practice is not the breathing method of flame, but the burning sun breathing method, and its effect is similar to the breathing method of flame. Is that so? The rabbit and the real mushroom glanced at each other, and their doubts were relieved. Moreover, you should be able to see that my physical fitness is very poor, because I am a person who cultivates alone, and I have not systematically learned how to fight, and I can still kill an ordinary ghost thing, but if there are many ghost things, it is difficult to kill. Haneda Raiwichi said. Practicing alone. Hearing this, the eyes of the rabbit and the real mushroom suddenly lit up. The two glanced at each other, and said, Ahem, Mr. Haneda, you should have heard of the tutor, right? Of course, the reputation of the scale cultivator is still very loud. Haneda Ryu smiled with a smile in his eyes, and his heart was bright, knowing what the two wanted to say, but it was exactly what he wanted. If Mr. Haneda doesn't dislike it, I can introduce the tutor on your behalf, and I believe the tutor will be happy to see your talent, said with a smile, and officially extended an invitation to Haneda. This can be regarded as repaying you for saving our lives. It's not too far from the narrow Kirishan Mountains, and it will be there in a few days, so if Mr. Haneda, if he wants, can he come with us? This. All right. Haneda Raiwichi pretended to groan, thought for a moment, and then nodded in response. Great. Mako smiled and clapped his hands. Haneda, your strength is so strong. As long as you learn combat skills, take the time to practice the breathing method, and improve your physical fitness, you will definitely be a powerful ghost hunter. I'm sorry for your good words, said Haneda Raiwichi with a smile. Well, then we'll go back later. Rabbit nodded and said, this time we came out, the teacher informed us that there are ghosts in this village, and we came to drive away the ghosts, but I didn't expect to meet Mr. Haneda. It's a great joy. Okay, I'll wait. As he spoke, Haneda Raiwichi turned around and walked to the place where the ghost died, crouched down and looked at the wooden treasure chest in front of him, and reached out to open it. The chest opened, and in it lay a bottle of potions, as well as a short dagger. Ding! Congratulations to the host, get a bottle of healing potions, which can heal most injuries, but not diseases. Ding! Congratulations to the host, get a shadow dagger, this dagger can be used in the dark and can increase the user's agility by 5 and strength by 3. Hey, let's not talk about the healing potion, although it's a good thing, but this shadow dagger is actually a weapon that can increase attributes. Hanedaraiwichi's eyes lit up, he picked up the potion and dagger, and put them in his arms. The two people behind him didn't find it, they just felt that Hanedaraiwichi was squatting there and didn't know what he was doing, and there was some curiosity in his eyes, but he didn't say anything. Let's go. Haneda-ryu stepped forward and picked up the moon sheath and package he had dropped earlier. Well, the corpses of the villagers here are cleaned up by the people in the village, let's go. Rabbit nodded, and then left with Hanedaraiwichi with Mako, a group of 3, laughing along the way, towards the narrow foggy mountain. Please give me some support, I am grateful. Philo 18th Anniversary Brand Upgrade to give back to readers, charge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. To rush immediately, event period, August 10th to August 20th. Chapter 10. Finding a safe and quiet place to practice well, and then going to the Fuji Raid Mountain to test and become the insight of the ghost killing team has always been his thought in the past 2 days. Although you can find a way to go to Fuji Raid Mountain to obtain the qualification for the trial alone, it will definitely be a lot of trouble, but from the scale of the left near time, there is a recommendation from the other party, but it is easier to solve this problem, and you can also practice here, which is better than cultivating alone. Therefore, when Hanedaraiwichi saw Rabbit and Mako, his heart, which had been aimlessly traveling around and cultivating, immediately changed. 2 days later, Haneda followed Raiwichi to the foot of a high mountain. It's here, it's finally back. Look, this is the place where we cultivate, Narrow Fog Mountain, the scenery on the mountain is beautiful. Really, I'm going to have a good tour. Hanedaraiwichi smiled. I'm sure you're going to love it. Zhenhu had already unveiled his mask at this moment, revealing a cute little face, and said delicately, when the time comes, I will be your tour guide and take you to see all the interesting places on the mountain. I'm going to. Seeing that Mako was so good to Hanedaraiwichi, he suddenly pouted a little and clamored to play together. Haneda-ruka couldn't help laughing, after all, he was just a child, really counted, Hanedaraiwichi is now 16 years old, and the current age of Rabbit and Zhenhu is at most 13 or 14 years old, and it is still a child's heart, and it is reasonable to be playful. Okay, let's play together then. Haneda said, now, let's go up the mountain, shall we? Okay, I'll lead the way. Rabbit scrambled to the front, we have to be careful, there are a lot of traps arranged on this mountain, all of which are arranged by the master for us to practice, and you will also use Haneda in the future. On the mountainside, in front of a simple house, an old man with a red Tengu mask was standing in front of the door, looking at the 3 figures walking not far away, his expression moved, his eyes were on the unfamiliar figure, but there was no other movement. Master! Zhenhu's eyes lit up, and he obviously saw the old man standing not far away, and hurriedly ran over. Master, we're back, shouted the rabbit as well. Hanedaraiwichi looked at the old but standing tall figure, his face was calm, he thought very simply, if he accepted himself, he would stay here, if he didn't accept it, he would leave and cultivate alone. He has a golden finger in his body, the future is unlimited, and the quota authority for the trial of the Vine Attack Mountain can also find a way to get it in the future, so there is no need to rush it. He couldn't have begged the other party to accept him anyway, so what was the difference between him and Fuji Yuman? Master, let me introduce you. Mayu took the hand of the scales and looked at Hanedaraiwichi and said, this is Hanedaraiwichi, we met when we were exorcising ghosts, he is also a swordsman, with the family heirloom breathing method, but because there is no systematic practice method, there is no famous teacher to teach. So I brought him here, Master, can you take him as a disciple? Mako blinked his cute eyes and looked at the Scales left near, looking pleading. Hello, Mr. Scales. Haneda Raiwichi smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Hello. Scales nodded in response. And then didn't speak, as if thinking. The rabbit also felt good about Haneda Raiwichi, and at this moment he also said good things. Yes, Master, Haneda's strength is not weak. Originally this time to exorcise the ghost, we almost died at the hands of the ghost, but fortunately Haneda arrived in time and killed the ghost. Kill. Scales, who had a calm face, suddenly moved when he heard this. His eyes looked at the long knife on Haneda Raiwichi's waist, his eyes flickered, and he said, I remember that you don't have a Hinakura knife on you, right? This little brother, the knife on your waist doesn't have the breath of a Hinawa knife. How did you kill the ghost? Master, this is going to talk about the breathing method handed down by the Haneda family, said in a delicate voice. Brother Haneda's breathing method is very powerful. It is called the flame burning sun breathing method, which has a similar ability to the flame breathing method, and can cause great damage to the ghosts, and that head was killed by him. Flame burning sun breathing method. Scales Zo suddenly looked at Haneda Raiwichi solemnly. He knew the flame breathing method, as one of the 9 pillars Yanpilla's cultivation of the breathing method. This breathing method caused much more damage to ghosts than other breathing methods. But can a powerful breathing method alone kill a ghost? Scales shook his head in his heart. It couldn't be so simple. Even if it is the flame breathing method, it only suppresses the healing ability of ghosts, and if you want to kill ghosts with this, it is difficult. The key thing is that Scales Zo's eyes are burning recently, and he can see that Haneda Raiwichi's physical fitness is very poor, and he is not even as strong as the physique of Rabbit and Mako. Such a person can actually kill ghosts, and it is definitely not just a matter of breathing. Scales left his gaze on the saber on Haneda Raiwichi's waist again. This long knife gave him a different feeling. That feeling was different from the fiery aura of the Hinawa knife, but a strange sense of sharpness. Thinking about it, the reason why he could kill ghosts was here. Little brother, let's have a cup of tea first. Scales left a calm voice, and did not immediately say whether to accept Haneda Raiwichi or not, but changed the topic and invited him into the room for tea. Philo 18th Anniversary Brand Upgrade to give back to readers, charge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. To rush immediately, event period, August 10th to August 20th. Chapter 11. In the end, Scales Takazuo still accepted Haneda Raiwichi as a disciple. It's not because of the pleading plea between the rabbit and the real mushroom, but because of Haneda Raiwichi himself. It was a test for Scales to accept disciples recently. However, the tests he arranged were really too simple for Haneda Raiwichi. As long as he was physically acceptable, he could do it. So, Haneda Raiwichi successfully apprenticed. Senior brother Haneda, hurry up and go. In the dense forest of the narrow foggy mountains, Mako shouted happily in front of him. Hey, hey! Haneda Raiwichi shook his head helplessly. According to my age, I am older than both of you. You should call me senior brother. Hee hee. The rabbit was at the side of Haneda Raiwichi, with 2 hands behind his head, and said leisurely, but we started earlier than you. According to the rules of the master, we are your senior brothers and sisters. Yes, yes. Genhu nodded in front of him and agreed. Quick, tell senior sister to listen. Don't scream. Haneda Raiwichi turned his head proudly. Don't you call. Rabbit smiled and said, that's not good. The master said before, let the 2 of us teach you the basic skills. Your physical fitness is too poor, just because the basic skills are not in place, but your combat instinct is very sharp. As long as you cultivate the basic skills well and improve your physical fitness, you will definitely be a top ghost hunter. If you don't scream, beware that we don't teach you, said with a grin. Manly man, if you don't call it, you won't call it. Haneda Ryu said stiffly. Why don't we make a bet? Haneda Ryu glanced at the beads and began to be cautious. What bet? The rabbit and the real mushroom were immediately attracted to attention. You teach me for a month, and after a month, we'll try it without a real sword. Hanedoraiwichi suggested. Hanedoraiwichi's strength is actually not as good as that of Rabbit and Mako, the strength of the two is not covered, after all, he has been cultivating with Scales Zo for several years, and even now he has the opportunity to go to Fuji Raid Mountain for trial. The time of the trial of the two of them is set for 2 months later, it is the annual trial time of Fuji Raid Mountain, the two of them are ready, and they will go to the trial when the time comes. Hanedoraiwichi plans to improve his strength in these 2 months, and go to the trial with the two, otherwise, he may have to wait another year before he can go to the trial. As for whether he will be able to defeat the two in a month's time, Haneda has not the slightest doubt. Bet on what? The two asked. If I win, you call me senior brother. Hanedoraikai smiled at the corner of his mouth. If I lose, I will naturally call you senior brother and senior sister. Good. The two glanced at each other and nodded confidently in agreement. The two didn't think they would lose. Hanedoraiwichi was able to defeat the ghost they couldn't beat, relying on the breathing method, and the two of them practiced the water breathing method, and they had a natural restraint effect on the fire attribute breathing method. Not to mention this, Hanedoraiwichi's own strength is still very low, whether it is Tsutomu or Mako, they can easily defeat Hanedoraiwichi now, they don't believe that in a month, Hanedoraiwichi can defeat them. So, in the following time, except for occasionally playing with the two of them on the mountain, every day should be in the midst of intense spiritual training. All kinds of basic skills, such as squatting and walking, running, weight-bearing climbing, breaking traps, and even practicing with the two, directly made Hanedoraiwichi nervous, and every day was very fulfilling, but he could also feel his strength every moment, and he was getting stronger every day, and the speed of progress really scared the two of them. Time flies quickly, a month has passed. That night, Hanedoraiwichi, who was resting on the tatami mat, slowly opened his eyes and glanced at the sleeping rabbits and real mushrooms on both sides of him. Ding. Host, Raiwichi Haneda race, human age, 16 class, swordsman constitution, 22 strength, 19 dexterity, 22 spirit, 21 skills, flame burning sun breathing method, LV2, this breathing method has a total of 9 levels, after cultivation, it can greatly increase the attack power, as well as additional damage to ghosts. Practicing under the scorching sun can accelerate the progress of cultivation, you can attach weapons to attack, and you can also attach fists and other body parts to attack. Domineering, LV2, domineering permeates the body, perceives all the surrounding scenes, and predicts the enemy's movements. Slashing the Moon Slasher, an ununlocked slashing knife from the world of death, the slashing knife has a bonus to the damage to the soul, but the ability of the unsolved slashing knife is slightly lower, and it can only be effective against ordinary ghosts, and it is invalid against ghosts of the 12 ghost months and above, and it is effective against ghosts at the level of the ghost moon after the first solution, and it is effective against ghosts after the swastika is solved. Shadow Dagger, when used at night, it increases the user's agility by 5 and strength by 3. A bottle of healing elixir, a bottle of psychotropic elixir, and a bottle of stamina elixir. Hanedoraiwichi looked at his 4-dimensional attributes, and suddenly smiled. Such 4-dimensional attributes are almost the same as the real mushroom and the rabbit, and it should be close to the attributes of most of the ghost killers, at least Aoi level. Hanedoraiwichi guessed that the 4-dimensional attributes of the 4th level ghost hunters should be around 50 points, and he, in addition to the strength, is still a little short. The other 3 attributes have reached 20 points. The breathing method and domineering chi have already reached the 2nd level, and the 4-dimensional attribute can reach such a high level, and there are also factors in this regard. Hanedoraiwichi's physique has increased a lot now, and while his physical fitness has improved rapidly, his breathing method has not fallen, and when he is practicing, he also constantly uses the domineering energy of seeing and hearing colors, so the level of seeing and hearing domineering has also been raised to the 2nd level by him. The only pity is, Hanedoraiwichi looked at the cutting moon, and there was a trace of regret in his eyes. The cutting moon has not yet been solved. It seems that if you want to solve it, you still need a real bloody battle. He had a hunch that once the moon cutting beginning was solved, it would definitely have a very terrifying effect on him. Even the shadow dagger capital opened in that wooden treasure chest can increase so many attributes, and how many attributes can be added after the moon cutting beginning solution? Will it directly make me reach the level of a grade A ghost hunter? Chapter 12. The next morning, in the open space in front of the house, Scales left near Suji stood aside with his hands behind his back and did not speak, but from his eyes, it could still be seen that he was very satisfied with Hanedoraiwichi. This disciple's talent really doesn't have to be said. Among all the young people he has seen, they are all top-level geniuses. A month, it's only been a month. In just 1 month, his strength has gone from being slightly stronger than ordinary people to the least Aoi level strength now. There is still a month left before the trial of the Vine Attack Mountain, and it is estimated that he can continue to get stronger this month, and when the time comes, he will participate in the trial, and he will be 9 out of 10. The 3 disciples are all good. The eldest disciple Tomioka Yoshi has already passed the trial last year, and has even reached the first class level. If the 3 little guys succeed in the trial, they can be regarded as at ease. But Scaleszo thought of the evil ghost on the Vine Attack Mountain recently, and his heart was gloomy. The disciples he had taught over the years were far more than these, and many of the disciples who had died in the trials over the years had died in the mouth of that evil ghost. I hope Haneda can surprise me. Scales muttered Sakashi. How to compare? In the middle of the field, the rabbit asked eagerly, the wooden sword in his hand pointed to the ground, and looked at Hanedoraiwichi with burning eyes. Let's go up together. Hanedoraiwichi also held a wooden sword in his hand, standing erect in the middle of the field, with black hair and a shawl, with an indifferent smile on the corner of his mouth. He looked at Rabbit and Genhu and said, as long as you can defeat me, you are senior brothers and sisters, but don't forget, if I win, you have to call me senior brother. Let's go together. Genhu bit his finger and thought for a moment, the 2 of us beat you alone, wouldn't this be a little unfair? Yes. Rabbit nodded. Besides, if we lose, it's okay to call you senior brother, but if you want to call senior brother, you still have to ask senior brother Yeong. Tomioka is brave. When he comes back, I naturally still have to try it with him. Hanedoraiwichi said confidently, now, it's our competition, let's go, don't keep your hands, I've made progress this month, you can all see it. Rabbit nodded. Hanedoraiwichi has made terrifying progress this month, they can all see it. This person is simply a monster. Every day there is progress, every day is getting stronger, the speed at which it becomes stronger is simply terrifying. The 2 glanced at each other, and vaguely felt in their hearts that if they were alone, they might not really be able to beat Haneda, so the 2 walked to the opposite side of Hanedoraiwichi together. Here we go. Up. Rabbit and Genhu glanced at each other, nodded together, and rushed out together, their bodies as swift as lightning. The 2 of them, one on the left and the other on the right, 2 wooden swords like snakes, quickly stabbed at Hanedoraiwichi's back and shoulders. Look at the move, the shape of water, stab. The shape of water, the water cuts the thorns. It's good to come. Hanedoraiwichi let out a low groan, and the wooden sword in his hand moved, and his body also moved. Under the cover of the domineering of seeing and hearing, no matter how fast he is, he can't do any damage, because all the attack movements are perceived by him. Ding ding! The wooden swords fought, and Hanedoraiwichi blocked the 2 wooden swords, and then the sword struck out. The sun is blazing, rising. Hanedoraiwichi's sword rotated, and the blade slashed out with a swirling force. Water type, water car. Makoto was shocked in his heart, feeling that Hanedoraiwichi's sword move had a terrifying spinning force, and he was about to deviate from it, and hurriedly turned the wooden sword to attack, attacking against attack, wanting to defuse this attack. On the other side, when the rabbit saw this, he immediately attacked again, wanting to relieve the siege for the real mushroom, the shape of water, flowing, water cutting and chopping. The wooden sword slashed horizontally into Haneta's waist like a fallen leaf floating on the surface of the water, and in a burst of splashing. Blazing sun, blazing, breath of fire. Haneta Ryu's face remained unchanged, and the wooden sword in his hand turned, and he attacked again, but this time it included both of them in the attack range. The blazing flame breath forcibly evaporated the water vapor in the sword moves of the two people. Not good. At this moment, the rabbit's face changed, and he was about to change his move, but it was already too late. Haneta Ryu's figure quickly moved to the left, and the wooden sword in his hand knocked the wooden sword of the rabbit away, and the tip of the sword tapped on the forehead of the rabbit, and then quickly rushed towards the real mushroom. The rabbit has already been defeated, and can only watch as Haneta Ryuichi rushes towards Mako. Seeing Haneta Ryuichi rushing towards him, Mako bit his silver teeth and held his sword in both hands, trying to block Haneta's attack. It's a pity. Bang! The wooden sword flew out, and the wooden sword in Haneta Ryuichi's hand was already on Mako's shoulder. You're defeated, said Haneta Ryuichi as he put away his sword. Senior brother. The two looked at each other and pouted. Chapter 13. Not bad, not bad. Scales stepped forward and looked at the three of them with satisfaction, especially at Haneta Ryuichi. Haneta, you are very good, you have made rapid progress during this time. It's all taught by the teacher. Haneta Ryuichi was not arrogant, nodded calmly and said, the strength of the rabbit and the real mushroom is also very strong, and there is no problem in completing the trial of the Vine Attack Mountain. Scales smiled, and had nothing else to say to Haneta Ryuichi, and turned to look at Sudoku and Mako. You two look at Haneta. Although Haneta is a mentor, he has not received systematic training before, but you have been with me for many years, but now you have been compared to others, and you still have to practice more hard in the future. Knowing the teacher, we will definitely work harder to cultivate. The two of them hurriedly replied respectfully. Scales glanced at Haneta again and asked, Haneta, did you comprehend the tricks you used in the previous battles during this time? Yes. During this period of cultivation, Haneta not only practiced the breathing method, but also had some opinions on combat moves, and had already comprehended several enemy moves. As long as he studied and comprehended for a while, he would definitely be able to form an orderly and systematic perfect move. Good. Scales Zojinji nodded in appreciation first, and then sighed, your breathing method is fire attribute, and my vein has always inherited the water attribute breathing method, and all kinds of combat moves are also extended and explored from the water attribute breathing method, which is very different from your attribute. As a teacher, I can only give you some guidance in terms of cultivation, and you still need to work your own understanding of combat moves. The disciple understands and thanks the teacher for his concern. Haneta Ryuichi was not discouraged. In fact, such a combat move, compared to the inheritance, although it is more difficult to comprehend by yourself, but once you comprehend it, it is completely your own, and the fit with yourself. Needless to say, for Haneta Ryuichi, there is no better choice than this. It's good that you understand. Scales smiled slightly. You go and practice first, I still have to tell the two of them about some mistakes in the fight just now. Haneta Ryu nodded and left, and there was a reprimand from the two of them from behind him. When you fought just now, your spirit was not completely concentrated at all. How many times have I told you before? All concentration is fully concentrated, the spirit and breath are combined, and when you are completely concentrated, you can exert your strongest strength. Haneta Ryuichi stepped aside, ignoring the two who were staring at him, and began to examine himself. He now has a more urgent problem to solve. If nothing else, it is the problem of the beginning of the moon slashing. Next month, he will take the rabbit and the real mushroom to the Vine Attack Mountain for the ghost killing team trial. If it is just a simple trial, he is completely confident that he can deal with it, but the trial will definitely encounter the hand ghost. With the current power of the slashing knife, it is impossible to kill the hand ghost, so he wants to start the slashing knife before the trial begins. In this way, he will have the confidence to solve the hand ghost. And he can also avoid the death of the rabbit and the real ghost in the hands of the hand ghost. Alone in the grove behind the house, he saw a huge round stone, which should be the stone split by the protagonist Tanjiro in the original plot, because only by splitting this stone can he be eligible to participate in the trial. Rabbit and Mayu already have the ability to split boulders, and Haneda Raiwichi, who can defeat the two, is naturally even more needless to say. Of course, the stone they split was not this one, but somewhere else. Haneda Raiwichi sat quietly on the top of the stone, sitting cross-legged on his legs. His face was calm, his expression was indifferent, and a long black knife was placed on his knees, which was the moon slash. He had some guesses and ideas about the beginning solution of the moon slashing before, and now was the time to try the first solution. Let's get started. Haneda Raiwichi slowly closed his eyes, and his spirit was completely covered in the moon, trying his best to communicate with the spirit of the moon. The internet is disconnected at home, and I am using my mobile phone to code words. I will try to write a few more chapters. Chapter 15. Haneda Raiwichi slowly opened his eyes, a hint of coldness burst out in his gaze, and then slowly converged. Looking down at his knees, a large, sharp kitchen knife was quietly lying in front of him. The first solution of the slashing moon. Haneda Raiwichi smiled at the corner of his mouth, and reached out to pick up the slashing moon in front of him. At this moment, the slashing moon has completely changed its appearance. The blade is huge and long, and the blade looks extremely sharp, which is exactly the appearance of the slashing moon in the hands of Kurosaki Ichigo in the Grim Reaper anime. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the moon cutting has been successful. Cutting the moon, the first solution. The first solution of the cutting moon can cause huge soul damage to the 12 ghost moon level ghosts. The blade is extremely sharp. After the first solution, increase 10 points of strength, 10 points of physique, 10 points of agility, 10 points of spirit. Add so many attributes. Haneda Ryu took a deep breath when he saw this. It seems that 10 attributes are not much, but this is an increase of 4 attributes, and the 4-dimensional attributes add up, a total of 40 points. Bring up my properties panel, said Haneda in a deep voice. Ding! Host, Raiwichi Haneda Race, Human Age, 16 Class, Swordsman Constitution, 32 Strength, 29 Dexterity, 32 Spirit, 31 Skills, Flame Burning Sun Breathing Method, LV2. This breathing method has a total of 9 levels. After cultivation, it can greatly increase the attack power, as well as additional damage to ghosts. Practicing under the scorching sun can accelerate the progress of cultivation. You can attach weapons to attack, and you can also attach fists and other body parts to attack. Domineering, LV2. Domineering permeates the body, perceives all the surrounding scenes, and predicts the enemy's movements. Slashing the moon with the soul sword, the first solution. The slashing moon after the first solution can cause huge soul damage to the 12 ghost moon level ghosts. The blade is extremely sharp. After the first solution, it increases 10 points of strength, 10 points of constitution, 10 points of agility, and 10 points of spirit. Shadow Dagger, when used at night, it increases the user's agility by 5 and strength by 3. A bottle of healing elixir, a bottle of psychotropic elixir, and a bottle of stamina elixir. This property. Haneda Raiwichi himself was taken aback, and, at this moment, he could clearly feel his own strength. This strength was all round, because after the beginning of the moon slashing, what increased was not a single attribute, but a comprehensive strengthening of physique, strength, agility, and spirit. Except for the strength of 29 points, the other 3 attributes all reached 30 points, which made him a terrifying improvement in all aspects. Now Haneda Raiwichi slowly got up, standing proudly on the boulder with the slashing moon, feeling the power of the drum all over his body. and his heart was full of confidence. Now even if I encounter the lower string of the 12 ghost moons, I can fight, and even kill alone. After all, I still have the damage bonus of the flame-burning sun-breathing method. Previously, Haneda Raiwichi had guessed the strength of the pillar level and the 6 strings under the 12 ghost moons, and in his thoughts, the existence of this level. At least one of its single attributes reached 50 points, and the other 3 attributes would not be lower than 30 points on average. Haneda Raiwichi's current 4-dimensional attribute may not be comparable to the existence of this level in a single attribute. But he now has the moon-slashing and fire-breathing method, coupled with the domineering spirit of seeing and hearing. He is confident to fight with it. Even if it's a rank A ghost hunter, it's definitely not my opponent now. Haneda Raiwichi, only a stronger existence can fight me. Raiwichi Haneda felt that he was a little inflated. Well, I hope that a strong enemy will appear to suppress himself. Haneda Raiwichi jumped off the boulder with the moon on his shoulder, and then took a look at the moon slashing, and his mind moved, and the moon slashing blade body instantly shrank and changed back to its original appearance. And the 40 attribute points blessed on the panel of Haneda Dragon have not decreased, and the attribute points blessed after the beginning of the solution will not be reduced because of this. After all, the moon has recognized the Lord at this moment. As long as the moon is still in his hands, the attribute points that have been blessed will not disappear. Haneda Senseiya. At this time, a crisp voice sounded. It was Zhenhu, who was calling him. I'm here. Haneda Raiwichi replied, sheathed the slashing moon, and left the place. Senior brother Haneda. Mako walked over and asked, where have you been? How long? Haneda Raiwichi didn't know how long he had been in the spirit space, and the battle with the moon-slashing spirit had indeed passed a long time, but the time in the spirit world was not synchronized with the time in the real world, so he had to ask Mako to know how long it had been in reality. It's been a long time. Zhenhu pouted, and then said happily, by the way, the master asked me to come to you, and the senior brother is back. Let you go and meet you. Senior brother, Tomioka Yoshiyong. Haneda Raiwichi raised his eyebrows, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The current Tomioka Yoshiyong, I don't know if he has inherited the position of the water column of the left of the scale. Perhaps, the opportunity to test his strength has come, and he can also test what level he is at now. Yes, it's senior brother Yiyong. Mako nodded. Let's go meet him. Continue to code words. Everyone give some flower evaluation votes, thank you. Chapter 16. Tomioka, this is Raiwichi Haneda. In front of the wooden house, there was a black-haired man wearing a ghost slayer costume, with a Japanese wheel knife pinned to his waist, with a cold expression and an expressionless face. It was none other than the water pillar Tomioka, one of the 9 pillars. Well, I don't know if he has officially served as a water column. At this moment, Raiwichi Haneda is introducing him to Raiwichi Haneda. Hello. Tomioka glanced at Haneda Raiwichi as if his face was paralyzed, didn't say much, just nodded briefly, and then said these 2 words. Hello. Haneda Ryu looked indifferent, with a slight smile, and also nodded to Tomioka Yoshiu, which can be regarded as acquaintance. Tomioka, Haneda's talent is very good. Seeing that the 2 had met recently, Scales Taki said to Tomioka Yoshiyong, the speed of cultivation is no worse than you were at the beginning, and you will work together in the Ghost Slayer team in the future. You have to take care of him more. As long as it's within my duty and doesn't violate the rules of the Ghost Slayer team, I'll take care of him, replied Tomioka. You came back this time because you took over the matter of the water column, right? After a pause, Scales asked so recently, what did the leader say? The leader has no problem, but some of the other pillars don't seem to want to see me take over the water column. Speaking of this, Tomioka couldn't help frowning slightly. He wanted to take over the teacher's water column. The resistance was not on the leader's side, but several other pillar-level existences. If you want to be recognized by them, you must have the strength to suppress them. However, He has no worries about his own strength, and he is confident that he is enough to serve as a water column. Don't hesitate, don't be indecisive, said in a deep voice, believe in yourself and accept their challenge, Tomioka. Understood, teacher. Tomioka said, I will use my strength to prove it. The position of the water column is definitely mine, and no one else can take it away. As the proud protege disciple of Scales, so, if the position of the water column removed by the teacher is taken away by others, it will be the biggest humiliation for him. No matter what, he will not let such a thing happen. Even if he fights for his own life, he must keep the position of the water column. Tomioka Yoji looked firm and stood still. Scales took a look at Tomioka Yoji with relief, and this proud disciple of his did not disappoint him. All right, let's dine inside. After dinner, Rabbit and Mako pulled Tomioka Yoshi, who was about to rest, and the two of them looked a little strange, muttering a few words to Tomioka Yoshi. Tomioka looked up at Raiwichi Haneda, looking a little curious. Haneda, did you defeat the rabbit and the Mahato? Asked Tomioka. Yes, I tried it this morning. Haneda Raiwichi said, glaring at the two of them. The rabbit stuck out his tongue at Haneda, and then looked at him proudly. His eyes were shining, and he said secretly in his heart, you can defeat us, but now that the senior brother is back, the strength of the senior brother is very strong, and he will definitely be able to defeat you, hehe, later than we started, and let us call you senior brother, Mako glanced at Haneda Raiwichi with some embarrassment. She and Raiwichi Haneda teamed up to fight against Raiwichi Haneda, but still lost. Raiwichi Haneda defeated them with his real skills, and he shouldn't have pulled Tomioka to find a field, but if Rabbit wants to do this, she can't help it. Of course, this is just an internal competition, and there is no big way to say it. I heard that Haneda, you have only been in the beginner for a month, and you can make such a huge progress, it's really rare. Tomioka Yoji also nodded. He also admitted that he was able to defeat the rabbit and the real mushroom who had been in the beginner for a few years in just 1 month. This talent and cultivation speed were indeed amazing. This is because my physique and breathing method are very compatible. In fact, in terms of cultivation and hard work, the two of them are not bad. Haneda Raiwichi said, indeed, the two of them have nothing to say in terms of cultivation, sometimes they even work harder than him. He was able to defeat the two of them in such a short time. It is the reason why he has the system in hand, the moon cut that was opened by opening the treasure chest, as well as the breathing method and domineering, are all absolute proof of his current strength. Haneda, let's have a fight. Tomioka Yoji said seriously, tomorrow I will leave, go to the headquarters of the Ghost Slayer team, participate in the pillar level assessment. I may have a rare time to come back in the future. Before I leave, I want to compete with you. No problem. How could Haneda Raiwichi refuse? He also wanted to know that after the beginning of the moon split, his attributes had risen sharply, and his strength had not reached the pillar level. All right, let's go out and find a clearing. The four of them left quietly, and they didn't want the teacher to know about this competition. Chapter 17. At night, the narrow foggy mountains are particularly quiet, with only the slight rustling of leaves in the night wind and the occasional sound of insects. In a clearing at the far end of the wooden house, Rabbit and Mahu stood aside, looking nervously at the field. In the clearing, Haneda Raiwichi and Tomioka Yoji stood opposite each other. The two were about the same height, but their expressions were a little different. Tomioka Yoshiyong's face was grim, his facial expression. At this moment, his left hand was holding the scabbard on his waist, and his right hand was gently resting on the handle of the Nichiwa knife, but it was not unsheathed. He was waiting for Haneda Raiwichi to strike first. How to say, he is also a senior brother, it is impossible to strike first. When Haneda Ryu saw this, he didn't be polite to Tomioka Yoshi. Haneda Raiwichi slowly pulled out the slashing moon on his waist. The blade flashed in the moonlight, flashing with a stunning cold light, and the tip of the knife pointed at Tomioka Yoji from afar, and whispered, "Senior brother Tomioka, I have a small bet with 2 junior brothers and sisters during the day, why don't we come to this competition again? What bet? Tomioka said calmly, is it the same bet? That's right. Haneda Raiwichi said with a smile indifferently, do you accept this bet? What if you lose? Tomioka asked. He would give up the position of the senior brother if he lost, but what about the other party? It is impossible to empty the white wolf. If I lose, I'll call you senior brother. Haneda Raiwichi shrugged his shoulders. Shameless. Rabbit couldn't help but roll his eyes, unable to complain. Senior brother Haneda, can we not be so shameless? Mako stroked his forehead on the side, unable to speak. The corners of Tomioka's mouth, opposite Haneda Raiwichi, twitched, but he didn't speak. Ahem, just kidding. Haneda Raiwichi didn't have any shame at all, and his thick skin was shocking. That's it, if I lose, I will be the little junior disciple in the door in the future, no matter whether the teacher has other disciples in the future, I will be ranked last, how about it? Hearing this, Tomioka Yoshiyuki didn't feel anything. Anyway, he was a senior brother, and he was also confident that he would be stronger than any other senior brother. But the rabbit and the real mushroom are different, and the rabbit's eyes are even brighter. Senior brother Tomioka, promise him, promise Haneda, hehe, how can he be your opponent? Win him for us, and he will become our little junior brother again. The rabbit looked at Haneda proudly, as if he had seen the scene of Haneda calling his senior brother. What a child! Haneda looked at the smug rabbit speechlessly. Rabbit, you be quiet. Zhenhu pulled the sleeve of the rabbit, don't be heard by the master. The rabbit immediately covered his mouth, his eyes rolled, glanced in the direction of the wooden house, and found that there was no movement there, so he breathed a sigh of relief. Okay. Tomioka nodded, I agreed to this bet. Then, I'm going to make a move. Haneda Raiwichi grinned, senior brother Tomioka, please. This should be the first time he has called someone else's senior brother, and it may be the last time. Let's shoot. Tomioka nodded his head, but his expression did not relax at all. He is not a person who underestimates the enemy, even in the face of the weakest ghosts. He will use all his strength to fight, not to mention a genius like Haneda Raiwichi, who can defeat the two of them after a month of cultivation, and get the teacher's sincere praise. The strength will definitely not be bad. Bang! Ding! A cold light flashed, and Haneda Raiwichi had already rushed over quickly with a knife, and with an ordinary slash, he slashed towards Tomioka Yoshiyong. Tomioka Yoshiyong Hinawa knife came out of the sheath and simply blocked Haneda Raiwichi's knife. Show your true strength. Tomioka gave a fierce push, and the blade of the Hinawa knife creaked with the slashing moon, pushing Haneda Raiwichi away. This kind of attack, for me, doesn't mean anything at all. Warm up first, don't worry. Haneda Raiwichi's expression froze, and he was ready to shoot with all his might. Bloom! Haneda Raiwichi whispered, and the slashing moon in his hand immediately changed shape, revealing the appearance of his large kitchen knife. Unlike Ichigo Kurosaka's Moncut, which he solved at the beginning, his Moncut is the original version, and after he personally defeated the Moon Slasher spirit to recognize the master, he has the same slogan as opening a spell. Although shouting such a slogan made a cheeky guy like Raiwichi Haneda feel a little blushing, cough cough, it's really too middle too. However, the moon slashing after the beginning of the solution has a terrifying power. On the other side, Tomioka Yoshiyu's pupils shrank sharply, and he looked at the slashing moon in Haneda Ryu's hand with a solemn expression. This? What kind of knife is this? On the sidelines, Rabbit and Mako looked at Haneda Raiwichi dumbfounded, or rather, stared at the slashing moon in his hand. I've never heard of any kind of knife that can change its form, and it's not a Nichiren knife. Chapter 18. This is my family's special weapon, the slashing sword. Haneda Ryu mouthed nonsense. Is the family heirloom weapon so strong? The rabbit's eyes lit up as he looked at the domineering and unparalleled moon-chopping moon. Such a huge knife looked extremely powerful. Tomioka Yoshiyong's eyes were solemn. This knife was not only a fierce aura that looked powerful and suddenly rose from the opposite body, but also the terrifying, almost soul-shaking aura on the big knife. It's definitely not easy. Tomioka's brave and solemn sword is in front of him, and he is fully prepared to use all his strength to fight Haneda. Please take it. Haneda Raiwichi raised his voice and said, Flame-burning sun, one shape, breath of fire. In this month's time, Haneda Raiwichi has summarized the advantages of his breathing method and knife technique, and successfully comprehended a few tricks of his own, and this is the first move. The breath of fire, using the flame power of the flame-burning sun breathing method, increases the fire damage in his attack. If the previous ordinary attack is only accompanied by a slight flame attack, then the breath of fire is to make his whole body permeated with the power of flames, and every move is with a strong flame breath. The shape of water, the flow of water. Tomioka Yoshiyong's heart moved, and he didn't put any big moves, just a simple move, and he narrowly blocked a move by Haneda Raiwichi. This guy, the strength is really strong. Tomioka Yoshiyong was shocked in his heart. His ordinary blow, it was also a pillar level. Although he is not officially qualified for the water column, he has tried to compete with someone in the other pillars before, regardless of victory or defeat, although each has a spare hand, but being able to win or lose with the pillar already means that he has column level strength. And now, Haneda Raiwichi can even match him without winning or losing. Next, it's time for you to take my move. Tomioka said in a deep voice, and then stepped forward, and the hand knife Hinawa flickered. Water type, horizontal water car. Whew! Whoa! In a terrifying burst of water vapor boiling, the condensed power of the water breath almost turned into a real stream of water, and it turned into a huge round water wheel along the Nikwato, rumbling, with a crushing momentum, and rushed towards Haneda Raiwichi. The flame burns the sun, the second shape, the flame rises. Boom! As if it exploded, the fierce flames on Haneda's body rose into the sky, and with the flames, it turned into a red long knife, and forcibly cut the Yakasui in half, completely defeating Tomioka's attack. This move is very powerful. This is a real flame. It's very different from the previous breath of fire. The breath of fire, which raises the temperature of the surroundings, is equivalent to bringing the battlefield from winter to summer, which will bring a huge advantage to the breathing method cultivators of the fire attribute. And the flames rise. This is a place of fire that completely turns his body around. Haneda Raiwichi was like a flame elf, standing proudly in the flames with a big sword. His eyes seemed to be flashing with sparks, the corners of his mouth were split, and he looked at Tomioka Yoshiyong and said, "Let's make a move to decide the winner, right? There is such a big disturbance here, I think the teacher should already know about it, and if it continues to make trouble, the teacher may have to reprimand." Okay. Then one move will determine the victory. Tomioka Yoshi also nodded, and at the same time, his eyes were solemn to the extreme. He didn't dare to underestimate the little junior brother on the other side who had just started for a month. He was ready to take out the strongest trick he had just comprehended and defeat Haneda. Then, take it. Haneda Raiwichi said in a deep voice. At the same time, similar to Tomioka Yoshio, he was also ready to take out the third move he had comprehended, and he believed that the third move with extremely powerful attack power would definitely be able to defeat Tomioka Yoshio. Flame Burning Sun, 3 types, Dragon Flame. Haneda Raiwichi took a deep breath, and then, the intense flames rising around him were like birds returning to their nests, and they all converged on the moon. Whew! A dragon-like voice sounded. Haneda Raiwichi dragged the broadsword and rushed towards Tomioka Yoshio. The big sword slashed the moon, the attached dragon-shaped flames rolled and roared, following the knife momentum, fiercely pounced on Tomioka Yoshio. This! What a strong move! Tomioka Yoshiyong's face changed suddenly, and he hurriedly met the attack, and shouted in a deep voice, "Water breath, Type 11, stop the water. Ding! A jingle bell. It was as if the whole world had calmed down. Tomioka stood there calmly, as if he was not afraid of any attack. Senior brother Haneda is so strong, muttered to himself. Both Rabbit and Genhu were stunned. I thought that when I competed with the two of myself in the morning, Haneda Raiwichi had already taken out all his strength, but now when I look at his competition with senior brother Tomioka, I know that Haneda is simply leaving his hand in the morning. Of course, it can't be said that in the morning, Haneda hadn't yet recognized the moon as the master, although he did keep some hands, but it was definitely not as powerful as it is now. Senior brother Tomioka is also very strong. The rabbit looked at the battle between the two. Both of them are so powerful. Genhu, it seems that we have to work harder to cultivate. Mako nodded heavily. Over there, Long Yan's attack had officially come within the range of stopping the water. Bang! There was a violent roar, and smoke and dust were everywhere around. At the same time, because of the collision of flames and water vapor, countless water vapors rose, which reduced the visibility of the surroundings a lot. The two of them, Rabbit and Genhu, couldn't see the situation inside at all, and they didn't dare to rush in, so they could only wait anxiously. Ding ding ding, bang bang. After the roar, the smoke and dust not only did not fall, but more because the two were fighting fiercely. Boom! There was another loud bang, and finally, everything was calm. Obviously, the two have already decided the winner. Who wins? Who wins? Rabbit waited anxiously, and when he saw the two people slowly walking out of the smoke, he immediately walked over quickly. Haneda. Tomioka Yoshiu's face was calm, and he glanced at Haneda beside him. After I take over the water column this time, I will find a chance to continue to fight with you. Welcome at any time. Haneda Raiwichi smiled indifferently, not afraid of Tomioka's challenge. Could it be? Is it Haneda? Rabbit's eyes widened, and so did Mako, looking at Haneda Raiwichi's eyes, full of shock and admiration. Haneda was able to win Tomioka Yoshi. Oh my god! This is terrifying. Chapter 19. Senior brother Haneda, you really defeated senior brother Tomioka. Mako was still a little incredulous, and she couldn't hide her thoughts, so she immediately ran to Haneda's side, pulled him and asked. Seeing Mako's big eyes blinking, looking at himself like a curious baby, Haneda nodded lightly, narrowly win half a move. It is not an exaggeration to say that it was a narrow victory. This half move narrowly won completely by relying on the domineering foresight of seeing and hearing. Otherwise, even if Haneda does not lose, he will draw with Tomioka Yoshi at most. However, he has a domineering spirit, and he actually defeated Tomioka Yoshi with half a move. Haneda smiled at the corner of his mouth. Winning half a move is also a victory. If you can defeat Tomioka's righteous and brave half a move, then you can be sure that you do have column level combat power now. This gave him a clear understanding of his own strength, and when he encountered the next 6 strings of the 12 ghost moons in the future, he definitely had a chance to win, and even the possibility of killing the other party. Even if he encounters the 6th string, he is not without the strength to fight. At least it is absolutely no problem to save his life. The most important thing is that he has only been practicing for a month. An existence that has not yet become an official Ghost Slayer already has column level strength, which is definitely a terrifying concept. Haneda. On the other side, Tomioka Yoshiu ignored the somewhat disappointed rabbit, but looked at Haneda Raiwichi with a positive color. Your strength is indeed very strong, don't miss this trial. Perhaps, the pattern of the 9 pillars of the Ghost Slayer team will change because of you. Can defeat him. In his heart, Haneda Raiwichi already has the opportunity to compete for a pillar-level swordsman. If you can defeat the Flame Pillar, Tomioka said in a deep voice, maybe you can become the new Flame Pillar. Wow! As soon as he heard this, the rabbit, who was still a little lost before, suddenly widened his eyes. The pillar-level ghost hunter of the ghost-killing team, that is the topmost existence among all the ghost hunters. They are the core level of fighting ghosts, except for the 12 ghost moons, and the final boss Anime Suji is no miserable, any ghost thing facing them is a food delivery. In the minds of all ghost hunters, they are the sky, and they are invincible existences. And now? The rabbit stared at Haneda with wide eyes, and his heart was surging. Haneda, senior brother Haneda, I call you senior brother, you must become a pillar. Ha ha ha, in that case, our division will have 2 pillars. Makoto laughed happily as well. While the two of them were surprised by Haneda's strength, they were also happy for him. Maybe. Haneda thought for a moment, shook his head and said, but I'm more likely to be an independent pillar. Independence pillar. Tomioka Yoji stared at Haneda Raiwichi with his eyes firmly on. You really plan to do that? Yes. Haneda nodded with a smile. That's more difficult than you defeating the flame pillar and taking his place. Tomioka said, if you want to stand on your own and become the 10th pillar, you have to defeat all the pillars by yourself. How do you know if you haven't tried? Haneda Raiwichi is confident, the key is not to fight those pillars now. How long has he been cultivating? He is not an official ghost killer team member now, and there will be time in the future. After becoming a member of the ghost killing team, he has the information channel of the ghost killing team, to obtain the information of the ghosts that appear in the major regions. With this information, he can quickly kill the ghosts, open the treasure chest, obtain various treasures, all kinds of powerful skills, etc. With these, if he doesn't have the confidence to defeat all the pillars, then it's really blind. You, just have faith. Looking at Haneda Raiwichi's confident appearance, Tomioka Yoji didn't say anything more. But Tomioka, that trick you just made was really unexpected. Haneda Raiwichi looked at the other party. Although I didn't learn the tricks taught by the teacher because of the problem of the breathing method attributes, I still understand a lot. The teacher only taught 10 moves, but you just used the 11th move. Is this your own comprehension? Yes, yes. Yes, yes. Rabbit and Makoto's eyes lit up, and they immediately remembered the powerful trick Tomioka Yoji had used just now, and the teacher hadn't taught them 2 such tricks. Yes. Tomioka Yoji did not hide it. This is a trick that I have comprehended myself. You too, don't think too much about it now. First learn all the tricks taught by the teacher, and after you have mastered them, then think about comprehending your own tricks. Got it, senior brother Tomioka, the two of them should be respectful. Alright, let's all go back and rest. Tomioka said, already leading the way away. Go back and have a good rest. Haneda also nodded to the two of them, and led the two of them towards the direction of the wooden house, saying as he walked, I will go to the Fuji Raid Mountain for the trial in a while, although I am leading the team, but when you encounter the enemy, you still need to fight yourself. We understand. Mako nodded, senior brother Haneda, don't worry, our strength is not bad. Yes, said with a smile, the ghosts on the Vine Attack Mountain are all captured, and their strength is not as powerful as those ghosts who have eaten a lot of people outside. That's not necessarily. Haneda Raikai glanced at the two of them, but they didn't know that the two of you died in Fuji Raid Mountain in the original plot. Of course, they themselves do not know, but this time there is Haneda Ryuji, and he will naturally have him to deal with the hand ghosts, and the rabbit and the real mushroom. Let's deal with those ordinary ghosts. Chapter 20. Back at the wooden house, there was no movement in the room of the scales, and several people breathed a sigh of relief and went back to the house to rest. Haneda Raiwichi glanced meaningfully at the room where the scales were left and near. The next day, Tomioka left and went to the headquarters of the Demon Slayer to test his water column. And the three of Haneda Raiwichi and Rabbit Makoto continue to practice in the narrow foggy mountain, and the training requirements of the three of them have been higher recently, and the three of them are really tossed miserably. Even Haneda Raiwichi feels that there is a trace of matching, and the two of them gritted their teeth and insisted. And the effect is also significant. A month later, the strength of the three of them has greatly improved. The time has officially come when Fuji Raid Mountain is about to start the trial. In front of the wooden house, the three of them packed their bags and food, and all stood in front of the scales, accepting the teacher's instructions before leaving. Along the way, you two should listen to Haneta's words. Although Haneta has only been in the beginner for 2 months, not only is he stronger than you in terms of strength, but he is also a few years older than you, and some things know more than you. Got it, teacher, the two nodded respectfully. Haneta, I'll hand over the two of them to you. Scales Takizo instructed Haneta, then paused, took out a mask from his arms, handed it to Haneta and said, each disciple of my sect has a mask. This mask is made by me myself, it has the effect of exorcising ghosts. Now, I will also give you a pair. Thank you, teacher. Haneta solemnly took the mask. It is a bobcat mask, the right size for Haneta to wear, and the style is similar to that of the rabbit and the mushroom. Teacher, we're not here, you have to take care of yourself, said Makoto with some reluctance. Yes, teacher. After we pass the trial, we will come back to see you from time to time, said the rabbit as well. Nonsense, if you can pass the trial, you will be a full-fledged ghost killer, and then you will naturally have various tasks assigned to you, and it is your duty to hunt ghosts and save sentient beings. When the two of them heard this, they immediately lowered their heads and listened honestly to the lecture of the scales. Teacher. Haneta Raiwichi said with a smile at this time, the ghost hunting mission is naturally to be done, but it is impossible to have a mission every day. Tomioka also said that after the ghost killing team completes the task, they have vacation time, and we can find time to come back to visit you when the time comes. Yes, senior brother Haneta is right. Rabbit nodded hurriedly, we can come back on vacation. Just your head. Scaly Zo nodded the rabbit's forehead recently, shook his head and said, the old man was also a ghost hunter back then, or the previous water column, can you not know these things? You come back to visit me when you are on vacation, I have no objection, but you must remember that abide by the laws of the ghost killing team, the ghost thing is strong, and the ghost killing team must be united to fight the ghost thing, you know. Got it, a few nodded. Then, you guys go. Scales nodded a little, then turned around, and stood there with his hands behind his back. Then, teacher, let's go. The three of them reluctantly left. And the rabbit and the real mushroom turned back in 3 steps. 2 ends later, at the foot of the Vine Mountain, the glade covered with wisteria trees filled the scent of wisteria flowers. There are already a lot of trial takers gathered in the square here, because today is the day when the trial officially begins. A day earlier, Haneta Raiwichi and the 3 had already arrived, most of them had arrived a day earlier, and of course, some had only arrived today. According to the rules of the trial, if the trialist does not arrive before the trial starts today, it is equivalent to giving up the trial and can only continue to participate in the trial next year. Wow, there are so many people. Rabbit looked at the nearly 100 people in front of him in surprise. The square at the foot of the hill is not too big, but it is already full of people, and the number is almost more than 100. Haneta also looked at these people and nodded secretly, no wonder the human world was still able to defend under the attack of those long-lived ghosts. These nearly 100 people, even if they die in the cruel elimination, there are still more than 10 or 20 people left, and so many people are added to the ghost killing team every year, and the new blood has been replenished over the years, so that the ghost killing team can always maintain a relative level with the strength of all ghosts. The so-called relative parity is between ordinary ghost creatures and ordinary grade A to AOE level ghost hunters. And the 12 ghost moons have 9 pillars to deal with. As for the ghost ancestor Anime Suji no Miserable, this guy's strength must be strong and terrifying, but this guy has a weakness that is not a weakness. Afraid of death. That's right. Such an evil ghost ancestor who has lived for thousands of years, his biggest weakness is that he is afraid of death. This is estimated to be a surprise to many people. Of course, this is information that many people know among the high-level leaders of the Ghost Slayer team. Since ancient times, in the history of thousands of years, in the inheritance history of the ghost killing team, he has encircled and suppressed the ghost dance Suji many times, but he has escaped. The closest thing to success was hundreds of years ago, when the founder of the Sun Breath method fought with Anime Suji, and at the cost of his own death, he severely injured Anime Suji, so this guy was even more afraid of death, and it was normal to not show up for decades. Just as Haneda was thinking about this, there was a sudden noise in front of him. Haneda looked up and saw that someone had arrived. The person who came was none other than the two maids of the leader of the ghost-killing team, two little girls with a somewhat terrifying face, one with black hair and the other with white hair, and the two of them walked over with lifeless expressions and expressionless faces. Chapter 21. Above, the two girls are explaining the trial rules of the final selection, and on the other side, something happens that Haneda Raiwichi didn't expect. Hey, look, those three imps over there, with a mask, what are they pretending to be? Puzzled by the team of three people, one of the tall and thin men with a crotch sword looked at Haneda Raiwichi with a grin, and pointed to the masks on the faces of the three and said, "Hehe, don't you know that?" Another chunky boy grinned, "That's the sign of the water column of the Ghost Slayer team used to be." Water column. The last person didn't seem to know, and he was taken aback when he heard this. "That's all in the past," the tall and thin man said disdainfully, "that person's identity as a water column has long been removed, and now he is hiding on a hill to teach his disciples. It seems that these three are his apprentices." "I see. Come on, big guy, only by defeating such a famous family in the trial can we prove our awesomeness, haha. Not bad, not bad. Later, we can find a chance to yin them, he, the tall and thin man finally sneered gloomily. On the other side, Rabbit and Genhu were listening carefully to the explanations of the two young ladies. And Haneda Raiwichi glanced indifferently at a few people who were looking at him with disdain not far away. "These guys, let's survive first, they haven't even started the trial, and they're starting to calculate others? These are all guys who don't think they can live enough, so they don't have to worry about it. Okay, everything that needs to be said has been said, only those who can survive in the end can pass the assessment. Start now, the trial begins, you all go into the mountain." Ahead, the black-haired young lady said indifferently. "Let's all go in, we're here waiting for you to come back alive." The white-haired young lady was also expressionless. "Wow," someone suddenly cheered, as if he had become a ghost slayer, and quickly rushed into the vine attack mountain. "Let's go, I'm going to be a ghost killer. Master, I won't let you down." A girl with long black hair, with a resolute face, walked into the vine attack mountain, and the wisteria flowers fell down, looking extremely beautiful. "Mom and Dad, you wait, when I become an official ghost hunter and get the Hinakura knife, I will immediately go to find that ghost and avenge you." A short-haired young man with a hideous gaze rushed into the Fuji Raid mountain with a murderous aura. Haneda Ryu looked calm, looking at all kinds of people around him, and knew that these people came to participate in the trial for various reasons, not to mention that there were many disciples from major schools like them, those ordinary trialists, most of them were victims of ghosts, and some were scattered ghost hunter swordsman families. "Don't mention these," on Haneda Raiwichi's side, before he could speak, the rabbit and the real mushroom urged him. "Senior brother Haneda, let's go too," said Rabbit in a hurry, "everyone else has gone in, and it will be too late if we don't go." "What's late?" Haneda rolled his eyes and said, "This is survival mode, as long as you can survive in the end, you can pass the level, and if you go early, you should face the ghosts earlier." "Then let's go in early, too," said Mako, "you see they're all in." "Okay, then let's go in too." Haneda Raiwichi nodded helplessly, these two guys are really ignorant and fearless. Several people strode forward and walked into the vine attack mountain. Although the two black-haired and white-haired young ladies were still expressionless, Their eyes were on the three of Haneda Raiwichi who entered last. The white-haired girl on the left whispered, "Are these three the disciples of the former water pillar?" "It seems to be," said the black-haired girl with a blank face, "the leader took care of us before." "What do they have to pay attention to?" said the white-haired girl. "It's just a simple trio list, although one of them looks like he's doing well." "I heard that one of their brothers is competing for the position of the new water column," said the black-haired girl. "Oh, that's quite unusual," the white-haired girl thought for a moment. "Let's pay attention to it a little." The black-haired girl, "After all, there are really few targets that can be told to pay attention to by the leader himself. I hope they won't disappoint the leader." "If you disappoint the chief, then it's still dead," said the white-haired girl indifferently, her eyes lifeless and without any emotion. Chapter 22. In the middle of the Vine Attack Mountain, a roaring explosion can be heard from time to time. There are battles everywhere, and most of the people who come to participate in the trials are not afraid of ghosts, and of course, some are cautious. Like this one. "Big brother, the task requirement is to survive for a week. As long as we dodge, we will complete the task." "Ha ha ha, it's so simple," said a young man with a lewd expression. "Don't underestimate the enemy." The one who was called the eldest brother by the young man was a sturdy young man. Although he was not very old, he looked more mature, and said in a deep voice, "We are not as good as those swordsmen who have a teacher, we are just loose cultivation swordsmen, with the low-level breathing method cultivation inherited from the family. The cultivation for many years may not be as good as the progress of those famous disciples for a year, so we must be more cautious and cherish this opportunity even more. Big brother is right." The obscene young man looked solemn with a rare solemn expression. "Big brother, what do you say? I will listen to you." "Okay, the three people in front of them seem to look very powerful, let's follow them, pick up the bargain behind them, you pay attention, walk lightly, don't be discovered by them." The steady and strong young man's eyes looked at the three people of Haneda who were dozens of meters away in front of him and whispered, "Understand, big brother, don't worry." The lewd boy smiled, and followed lightly. Haneda Ryu's ears moved. Obviously he had already noticed the movement behind him, and it was no joke to see and hear the domineering ability, in this environment. For him, like a fish in water is the most normal adjective. But the rabbit and the real mushroom didn't notice the movement behind them, but looked around, looking around curiously. "Why haven't you seen the ghost yet? My big knife is already hungry and thirsty." Looking at the arrogant appearance of the rabbit, the corners of Haneda's mouth twitched, but he did not speak. Genhu also had the same expression, and said helplessly, "Rabbit, it's better for you to be careful, after all, this is the final selection, and the master specially told us before leaving." "Don't worry." Rabbit wiped his nose confidently. "There is Senior Brother Haneda. Senior Brother Haneda has defeated Senior Brother Tomioka's existence. But we can't rely entirely on Senior Brother Haneda." Mako pouted. "If we want to complete the trial, it's better to rely on our own strength." "Of course I know," said the rabbit. "I mean there is Senior Brother Haneda pressing the formation, we don't have to be afraid. I really encountered a ghost, I must be the first to go up." Suddenly, Haneda Raiwichi's expression moved, and he looked up at the forest in front of him, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Don't worry, the ghost you want, isn't this here?" "Hey, are you here? Where are you?" Rabbit's eyes suddenly lit up, and he quickly turned his head around to look, his eyes wide. "Here." Haneda Long's eyes flashed with coldness, and the unsolved slashing moon on his waist quickly came out of the sheath, and a sword light flashed. The slashing moon had already returned to the sheath, and a big tree more than 10 meters away had collapsed. Bang! The big tree fell, and behind the tree, a hideous-looking ghost creature was a little dumbfounded. "How is that possible?" muttered the ghost. "I'm already hiding very secretly, and I'm about to surprise them, a surprise attack, kill one person first, and then tease the other two. How did they find me so quickly? Wow, there really is a ghost." Seeing this, the rabbit did not hesitate, and pulled out the long knife on his waist with a brush, laughed, like a thief who saw a treasure, and quickly rushed to the ghost thing in a daze opposite. "Take me a knife." "Damn, you can find me in advance, but what's the use of that?" The ghost creature sneered, not afraid of the rabbit's attack, and greeted it with great ferocity, tearing it with sharp claws, bringing a fierce wind crack. "Give me death." Carving insect skills. The rabbit was not surprised by this, seeing that the ghost thing rushed up against his own sword light. His face was full of wanton laughter, the breath of water, the horizontal water wheel. It turned out to be a cross water wheel as soon as it came up. A huge water wheel crashed towards the ghost on the opposite side. Boom! After a roar, the ghost couldn't hold on for a round, and was crushed and killed by the rabbit. "Hey, this ghost thing is nothing more than that." Seeing that this ghost thing was crushed by his own move, the rabbit immediately laughed. "I thought it was so strong. It's much worse than the ghost thing we encountered outside." "This is very normal. The ghosts outside will eat people," the master said. "The strength of ghosts is judged according to the number of cannibalism. Normally speaking, the more people who eat people, the stronger the ghosts, and here, after all, is the final selection of the test ground. The surrounding of the mountain is surrounded by wisteria trees. Ghosts can't go out at all, they can only kill each other when they are hungry, and the strength is naturally not strong. Don't underestimate the enemy, don't take it lightly." Hanedariwichi said suddenly at this time. "What?" The rabbit was still a little inexplicable. Boom! With a roar, the ghost thing that was knocked away by the rabbit jumped out again. The broken body is rapidly repairing and healing. The self-healing ability of the ghost thing is indeed desperate. It can still exist under the strangulation of the ghost-killing team for hundreds of thousands of years. These ghost things naturally have a unique feature. "Damn, I must kill you," the demon roared ferociously, and then stepped on it, and rushed fiercely. "It's not good, hide." Genhu hurriedly reminded the rabbit. "It's too late." Seeing the rabbit who was still stunned, Hanedariwichi whispered. His figure had disappeared, and in an instant he had appeared in front of the rabbit. His eyes were indifferent, and he said softly, "However, that's all. This kind of little ghost, for me, is just here to deliver treasure chests." Brush. Laugh it. The sword light flashed, everything was silent, and a treasure chest burst out. Chapter 23. The rabbit scratched his head a little. "Senior brother Haneda, you are so powerful." Hanedariwichi sighed and said, "You must know that ghosts are not so easy to kill. Only the Nichiren knife can be completely killed by cutting off the neck, and the one in your hand is not the Nichiren sword." "Yes." Mako also walked over, and said with some trepidation, "If it weren't for senior brother Haneda's action, you would have been hit by this ghost just now." "Thank you, senior brother Haneda, I remembered." The rabbit nodded heavily. Haneda-ruka took 2 steps, bent down and nodded to the ground, and the rabbit and Mayu behind him couldn't see the treasure chest, and looked at Hanedariwichi a little inexplicably. "What are you doing, senior brother Haneda?" asked Mako like a baby. "Do you have any explanation for the last time you killed ghosts in that small village?" "Alas," said Hanedariwichi sadly, "these ghosts were human before, and I am praying for them." "Wow, senior brother Haneda is so kind," said Mako, with stars in his eyes. "All right, let's go, move on." Although Hanedariwichi maintained a sad look on his face, he was actually a little speechless in his heart. Because, one of the skills he opened from the treasure chest burst out of this ghost really made him speechless. Ding! Congratulations to the host, or the invincible secret skill repeated horizontal jump. This skill dodges attacks by repeatedly jumping left and right, and after use, agility increases by 8 points, and the level of the secret skill can be increased by enhancing physical fitness. Invincible secret technique. Jumping sideways repeatedly. Simply. Hanedariwichi said firmly, "I won't use this secret technique even if I die. I can't afford to lose this person. Hanedoriaki glanced at the rabbit and the real mushroom next to him. Perhaps, such a secret technique is a good choice for them to use. Continue to move forward, but after a while, I met a ghost again, this time by the real mushroom stepped forward to meet the enemy. There were Rabbit and Hanedoriaki in the back. The real mushroom successfully defeated this ghost. In fact, with the strength of the two of them, these little ghosts are really not their opponents. After all, they are the disciples of the scale of the left of the water pillar. Just in terms of strength, they are definitely the top existence among the trial personnel. Of course, the last knife of these ghosts is made up by Hanedoriaki, and only the ghosts he kills with his own hands can burst out of the treasure chest. Besides, there is no Hinawa knife in the hands of the two, and it is still a little difficult to kill the ghosts. And the moon slashing in Hanedoriu's hand is now in the state of the beginning of the solution, and it is not too simple to kill these imps. Behind them, the two teenagers had shocked expressions at the moment. Big brother. These three people, why are they so terrifying? The lewd young man couldn't speak clearly at the moment, his upper teeth beat his lower teeth, and he made a gurgling sound. Not to blame him, he really saw two terrifying things along the way. Is this really just a trial taker who is just starting to be selected? How can I watch them kill ghosts as easily as killing chickens? Yes. Why are these guys so strong? The sturdy young man known as the eldest brother looked ahead and muttered with straight eyes. Is there really that big a gap between us and these swordsmen with a master's education? They have killed no less than 7 or 8 ghosts all the way down. If they go on like this, won't the ghosts of the entire Vine Attack Mountain be killed by them? The lewd young man felt a chill in his heart. This is a ghost thing for the trialists. Many people don't think about killing ghosts. There are many people who plan the same as us. They all think that they will survive for 7 days and complete the task. How dare they do this? Yes. The sturdy young man took a deep breath. Don't they know that if they do this, it will cause a riot of the ghosts of the entire Vine Attack Mountain, and when the time comes, the ghosts of the entire mountain will attack them. Even if they are strong, they will not be the opponent of the ghosts of the entire mountain, right? Big brother, I think it's better for us to not follow them. This is simply sending them to death. The lewd boy stammered, I don't want to die here like this, I still want to be a great ghost hunter. The sturdy young man thought for a moment, then turned around and left with the young man beside him. We can't follow them anymore, although it seems safer to follow them now, but wait a while, they will be finished. Yes, they're done. Chapter 24. It's been the 3rd day since the trial began. On this day, in front of a house at the foot of the mountain, a crow flew to the shoulders of the black-haired and white-haired young ladies, and after a quack, reported some information to the two. Oh, the ghosts are rioting, the black-haired lady was a little surprised. Is something going on? The white-haired young lady asked. There have never been a few times in this situation, and every time it appears, it is caused by a top-level ghost hunter participating in the trial. Could it be that this time, there are also ghost hunters with extremely talented and powerful strength? Quack, yes, the disciples of the water pillar, kill ghosts, many dead, the crow croaked. Disciple of the water pillar. The two young ladies glanced at each other, and they both saw the shock in each other's calm eyes. I didn't expect that they really gave us a surprise. Go back and keep an eye on, the two gave Raven an order. Quack, understood, the crow flew away. Do we need to report to the chief? Asked the brunette. Not yet, said Whitehead. But the ghost thing is rioting, this may wake up that thing, said the black hair a little hesitantly. That thing is not something that ordinary ghost hunters can deal with. If it appears, this group of testers is estimated to die a large number, and may even be wiped out completely. Aren't there those 3 people? This riot was caused by them, and that thing is naturally dealt with by them. As for the others, Whether they can survive this ghost riot depends on their luck. In the Vine Attack Mountain, the ghost riot at this moment has intensified, and it is almost about to reach its peak. Almost all the ghosts on the mountain have begun to hunt from the old nest cave, and there are many ghosts on the mountain, and there are definitely a lot of them, nearly 100, which is about the same as the number of people participating in the trial this time. However, although the ghosts here are generally weaker than the outside world, they are not something that these practitioners who do not have the rich Akra sword in their hands can fight against, and the requirement of this trial is not to kill ghosts, but to survive under the hunting of ghosts. And now, because of the ghost riot, their probability of survival is even lower, and it is much more difficult than the previous trialists. "Quick, run!" shouted one of the testers, beckoning to a few of his companions. "Go over there, quick, this ghost behind is already catching up." The other companion was also running away, his long knife chopping through the bushes that stood in his way. "Quack, run, run, I'll see where you can run." Behind a few people, a sturdy ghost with a blue face and fangs was chasing these people. Not only that, but there were 5 or 6 other ghosts behind this green-faced ghost, and they were arguing with each other on the way to chase. "I found these people first, I'll eat them later," a ghost shouted, looking at more and more other ghosts around him, and he couldn't say anything about the grievances in his heart. "Hey, hey, hey, those who see it have a share." Seeing this, the other ghosts smiled and glanced at each other, ignoring the ghost's call at all, but staring at the fleeing trialists in front of them with glowing eyes, as if they were looking at a pile of delicious food. Indeed, these trialists are really a bunch of delicious food for those of them who have been hungry all year, delicious food that can only be tasted at this time of year. Fortunately, the riot was big enough, otherwise some of them might have missed it. This is because in order to resist hunger, you have to go into a deep sleep, otherwise you need to kill each other. The point is that cannibalism can't satisfy them, whereas the meat of ghosts and people's meat is delicious. I can barely fill my stomach. And in the direction where these practitioners fled, there were 3 people walking leisurely, and they could still hang out in this vine-raiding mountain, and there was no one else except Haneda Raiwichi and the 3 of them. "Senior brother Haneda, it's been 3 days, and there are still 4 days to go, and we'll finish the trial," Rabbit said with a smile. "At that time, we will be the official ghost killer team, and we will be able to have the handsome uniforms of the official team members on the ship, as well as the Japanese wheel knife. With our own Japanese wheel knife, it will be much easier to kill ghosts." "Yes, yes. I heard that the women's uniforms of the Ghost Slayer team are also beautiful, so I'm looking forward to it." 4 days to go. Haneda nodded, then said, "But these 4 days may not be so easy." "What's wrong?" Rabbit was a little puzzled. "Although we have encountered a lot of ghosts in the past few days, the strength of those ghosts is so weak, I and Genhu can deal with it, not to mention you, senior brother Haneda." "That's because we haven't met anyone yet," Haneda said. "Awesome." Rabbit said curiously, "Are there any powerful ghosts here? Aren't they all ghosts for the trialists? They are all captured by the ghost killers, where is there anything powerful?" "There are still some powerful ghosts, but they haven't come out yet." Haneda Raiwichi's expression moved, looking up at the front, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Before that, we may need to deal with the trouble ahead." "Trouble ahead?" Rabbit's eyes lit up, and he was a little eager to try. Is there another ghost to send him to death? Rumble. Bang bang bang. There was a bang, followed by a steady stream of people being knocked into the air, falling to the ground, some spitting blood, and many more being killed or thrown to their deaths. These people, they are so seriously injured. Makoto looked at these people who fell from the ground. One by one, their bodies were broken, and the few who did not die were also seriously injured. "Quack, brothers, let's eat." With a sinister laugh, a demon jumped down from the tree in front of him and landed in front of a manipulated practitioner, and he was ready to eat with a grin. Chapter 25. So many ghosts. Rabbit and Genhu widened their eyes, looking at the large group of ghosts that suddenly appeared in front of them. They were a little surprised, and then they were a little concerned. After all, they can still deal with one ghost and two ghosts, but now it is not one or two that have appeared. The number of ghosts attracted by these people along the way has increased from 4 or 5 at the beginning to more than a dozen now, and the two of them can't cope with so many ghosts. However, turning his head and looking at Haneda Raiwichi behind him, Rabbit Mako suddenly relieved his heart. With senior brother Haneda here, I believe that even if there are many of these ghosts, there will be no problem. Senior brother Haneda, shall we go up? Asked the rabbit. Of course. Haneda nodded. You can't watch them eat people in front of us, can we? Good. The two nodded, drew their weapons, and rushed towards the ghost in front of them. More than a dozen ghosts in front of them finally caught up with this group of trialists, and just killed a large number of trialists, and a few of them were also seriously injured and fell to the ground, and they were about to enjoy a delicious meal, when they saw the rabbit and the real mushroom rushing over. The ghosts were not angry, but they all showed joy, and one of the ghosts smiled. Ha ha ha, there are 3 more deaths, brothers, you guys, I'll eat 2 bites to pad my stomach first. Shameless. Hearing this, a ghost next to him couldn't help but roll his eyes. Let's go up and fight, you eat in the back. Aren't my legs weak from hunger? The treacherous ghost grinned, and then saw that several ghosts stopped and stared at him, as if to prevent him from stealing food, and quickly changed his words. Okay, let's go together, and we will enjoy the food together. Brothers, let's go together, today is really a happy day, so many delicacies are delivered to the door, ha ha ha, rush. One by one, the ghosts rushed over like crazy, and fought with the rabbit and the real mushroom. When Haneda Ryu saw this, he didn't watch the battle from behind as before, but slowly pulled out the slashing moon and whispered calmly, Bloom, slash the moon. Brush. The appearance of the big kitchen knife of the moon slashing was displayed, and Haneda Raiwichi was full of fighting intent, with a hint of murderous intent at the corner of his mouth. Hehe, do you think we are the food delivered to the door? I also think that you are the treasure chest sent to the door. So many, more than a dozen ghosts. After the killing, there must be more than a dozen treasure chests, even if they are all wooden treasure chests. If you are lucky, you can open some good things, and maybe there will be a bronze treasure chest. Bang bang bang. There was a fierce battle between the rabbit and the real mushroom, and each of them was facing several ghosts. Even if they were strong, it was a little difficult for one person to face so many ghosts. Haneda Raiwichi slowly walked over with a large kitchen knife. There's another one here, what's the use of holding such a big knife? A ghost was watching the rabbit and the real mushroom being besieged, and out of the corner of his eye, he saw Haneda Raiwichi walking over, and immediately rushed over with a sneer, wanting to kill Haneda Raiwichi. As for the big knife in Haneda Raiwichi's hand, he didn't look at it in his eyes. After all, if it wasn't for the Nichiren knife, it seemed that no matter how powerful the weapon was, it couldn't cause fatal damage to them. Give me death. The ghost fiercely attacked Haneda Raiwichi, and as soon as he struck, he was ready to deliver a fatal blow to Yushin Raiwichi. Brush. Bang. A simple knife, Haneda Raiwichi didn't even use any tricks, and slashed through it with a simple and clear knife. With a soft snort, the ghost had been split in half from head to toe. Ah! The ghost creature cried out miserably, it hurts, how is it possible, how can it be? What kind of knife is this? It can cause me such severe pain and injury, my body, why has it not healed? Haneda Raiwichi walked in front of this ghost thing, his face was indifferent. Do you think that you can't be killed without the Hinawa sword? Humph! The current moon chopping can cause great damage even in the face of the 12 ghost moons, let alone a little ghost like you. Brush, a few more knives, completely kill this ghost. Bang! A wooden treasure chest has exploded. Haneda Raiwichi ignored it, the treasure chest doesn't need to be opened in a hurry for the time being, there are so many ghosts on the field now, wait for him to kill all these ghosts first, and then slowly open the treasure chest. Haneda Raiwichi moved forward steadily, and after encountering ghosts, he raised his knife and fell, killing these ordinary imps one by one. With his current strength, these ghosts are really not enough, and they all are killed one by one, and none of them can be beaten. In the end, except for the 6 ghosts who were besieging Rabbit and Mako, the other 11 ghosts were all killed by Haneda Raiwichi. How is that possible? What kind of monster is that? One of the ghosts who was besieging Makoto suddenly noticed this situation, and he saw that the 11 ghosts around him had all been wiped out, which made him tremble. Not only him, but the other 5 ghosts also found out, and one by one they suddenly shrank back and forth, and they couldn't use all their strength to besiege the 2. Ha ha ha, senior brother Haneda is really powerful, he can solve so many ghosts alone. Yes, senior brother Haneda is so strong. Mako sighed, we are now so difficult to face 3 ghosts alone, but he killed 11 ghosts alone, which is really amazing. Brother Haneda, come and help, shouted the rabbit. It's coming. Haneda Ryu's figure flickered, and he appeared in the battle group where the 2 were located. Flame burning sun, one shape, breath of fire. You don't need too strong a trick, the first move of the burning sun is enough to deal with these ghosts. Under the sweep of the flames, the light of the big kitchen knife flickered, accompanied by the screams of the evil ghosts, and suddenly, the whole scene quieted down, only the wooden treasure chests all over the ground. Among them, there was a bronze treasure chest that shone with cyan light. When Haneda Ryu saw this, he immediately showed a smile, good luck, I actually exploded a bronze treasure chest. Chapter 26. Looking at the treasure chest in this place, Haneda Raiwichi is happy and troubled at the same time. System, treasure chest system, are you there? Haneda called out in his heart. Do you have any questions, host? The treasure chest system, though emotionless and similar to a mechanical program, also answers some of the relevant questions raised by Raiwichi Haneda. Can I save these treasure chests and open them together? Haneda Raiwichi asked, now that the situation here, there is no time for me to open the treasure chest slowly. Yes, may I ask if the host stores all the treasure chests in front of you? The system asked, the treasure chests are stored in the system, which can be stored for 10 days, and after 10 days, if the host does not open the treasure chests, these treasure chests will be unconditionally recovered by the system. 10 days. Haneda Ryu thought for a moment, then nodded and said, okay, let's store all the treasure chests, it won't take 10 days, and when this trial is over, I will find time to open all the treasure chests. Understood, the system responded, and all the treasure chests on the ground disappeared in one fell swoop, apparently having been stored by the system. Wow, so many ghosts, they have all been solved by senior brother Haneda. After a pause, Rabbit and Mayo walked over, and the 2 of them each faced the 3 ghosts alone, but it took a lot of physical strength. How are you feeling now? Asked Haneda Raiwichi. No problem, I'm just tired, said the rabbit, just take a rest. Well, we're fine. Mako nodded. Okay, let's move on. Haneda Raiwichi said, although he killed a lot of ghosts just now, but for the entire Fuji attack mountain, it is only a small part, and there are other ghosts that he needs to deal with. After all, the ghosts of this mountain are too rare. If you want to kill ghosts in the future, you can only find them one by one through the intelligence of the ghost killing team, and kill them. Where is it comfortable now? The ghosts on the entire mountain are shining treasure chests in his eyes. The opportunity is rare. Haneda Raiwichi is ready to go all out and solve all these ghosts, especially the hidden boss hand ghost, which he must take. According to the strength estimate, how can this hand ghost give him a good treasure chest? Conservative estimates, at least silver treasure chest. The 12 ghost moons should burst out of the golden chest. And the highest level supreme treasure chest, needless to say, it is estimated that in the whole world, only anime Suji can explode. At this stage, Haneda Raiwichi will definitely not be bored and go for trouble with anime Suji, as the boss of the ghost world, the legendary old monster who has lived for more than 1,000 years, whether it is strength, wisdom, or the experience accumulated over more than 1,000 years, it makes him more cunning than anyone else, difficult to deal with. For more than 1,000 years, even a pig has become a sperm. What's more, it's still a ghost who is already strong. Goblin, that's what I'm talking about. To deal with this guy, first of all, the moon slashing in Haneda Long's hand must be solved, and then the flame-burning sun-breathing method must be upgraded to a very high level, and finally some more hole cards must be prepared, and then I will go to this old guy to see it head-on. Of course, before that, Haneda Raiwichi will definitely find an opportunity to kill a few ghost moons. Not only to cut off the wings of Oni Maisuji, but also to explode a high-level treasure chest, and he is very much looking forward to what good things can come out of the golden treasure chest burst by Ghost Moon. Senior brother Haneda. At this time, Mako suddenly spoke up, pointed to the corpses of the trialists around him and asked, "What about these corpses?" Haneda Raiwichi frowned and said, "Put it here first. I think the organizers of the final selection should also know what happened here, and they will naturally send someone to clean up the scene later. However, there are still a few seriously injured and not dead here." Makoto looked at a few of the triers who were lying there wailing with some reluctance. Haneda's brow furrowed even deeper. He didn't want to delay what he wanted to do by taking care of these wounded. Senior brother Haneda. At this time, the rabbit said, "Otherwise, you can go alone, the two of us will stay here and take care of them, and when the rescuers arrive, we will continue to move forward to find you." The two of them were kind-hearted and didn't want to just let these wounded people fend for themselves. When Haneda Ryu saw this, he didn't force it, although he himself was a little indifferent, but if he really let him just watch these people die, he would feel a little guilty in his heart. "Okay, then you guys stay here first, and I'll move on." Haneda Ryu nodded. The ghosts along the way have been cleaned up, and I don't think there will be any more powerful ghosts coming over. Even so, you still need to be careful, everything is important to yourself. In case you encounter an invincible ghost, immediately and decisively escape. Got it, senior brother Haneda. The two of them knew that Haneda Raiwichi was concerned about them, so they quickly smiled and nodded, and then began to treat those wounded people simply. Haneda Ryu remembered that he still had a bottle of healing potion in his arms, but there was only one bottle of this potion, and there was nothing he could do about the seriously injured trainees in front of him, and he also wanted to keep this bottle of potion for use in a critical moment, in case he encountered a strong enemy in the future, such as encountering several ghost moons at the same time. Maybe this bottle of potion could become his whole card for turning the tables. Haneda Raiwichi continues to move forward alone, and in a cave in front of him, a huge monster has awakened. I woke up again. I had been asleep for a whole year. I was really hungry. The hand ghost woke up, and immediately felt the hunger in his body, and then his eyes flashed crimson, and he laughed lowly. "Is it the final selection of the year again? Ha ha ha, I smell the sweet smell, little babies, I'm here." The hidden boss of the trial land was dispatched, and it suddenly brought a catastrophe to the remaining trialists on the mountain, and everywhere the hand ghost went, all the trialists were wiped out, and there was no one who could escape from the hand ghost at all. The whole mountain forest was filled with all kinds of desperate screams. Wherever the hand ghost passed, he swept all the way, and all the trialists he killed were devoured, and the power of the hand ghost was constantly recovering, and even because of the increase in the number of trialists eaten, his strength had reached its peak, and even stronger. And Haneda Raiwichi, who also swept all the way, heard a burst of screams in front of him, and on his cold face, he suddenly showed a smile. "Hand ghost, have you finally met it? Don't let me down. What about the silver treasure chest?" Chapter 27. No, no. Yes. A terrified voice came into Haneda's ears, and he looked up at the trees in front of him, only to see a huge arm flying out like a rope, grabbing an escaped trialist and going back. The trialist's fearful shouting did not last long before stopping, and he knew what had happened to him. In addition to this one trialist, there are other trialists who are running for their lives, all of them with bad faces. Some of them are more calm and purse their lips to run for their lives, and some of the trialists who have been frightened are screaming, their eyes are blank, running aimlessly, obviously they have been scared stupid. Run! Suddenly, a girl fled to Hanedoraiwichi's side, and when she saw that Hanedoraiwichi was still walking this way, she immediately reminded anxiously, there is a powerful ghost here, run! Haneda-ryu's eyes moved, and he glanced at this girl. The girl looked ordinary, holding an ordinary long knife. Although her face was frightened at the moment, she was resolute and did not panic too much. There is a group of people running for their lives behind the girl. Damn, I don't want to die here, a teenager roared. I haven't avenged my parents, I can't die here, I must escape. Teacher, I may not see you again. The other teenager had a gloomy face, and he was already desperate when he saw that there was another person behind him who was killed and devoured by the hand ghost. Such a ghost was not something they could compete with at all. He had just seen with his own eyes that several self-sustaining and powerful cultivators had joined forces and launched an attack on this ghost covered in hands, but their attacks were worse than tickling for hand ghosts, and they couldn't cut his strong body at all. It's desperate. Big brother, are you going to die? Said a lewd boy as he looked at the sturdy boy beside him while running for his life. No, we're going to escape. Although the stout boy has no bottom in his heart, he still has to say this, he himself has a strong desire to survive. It's all to blame on those guys, the lewd boy suddenly said viciously. If they hadn't killed ghosts like that, where would they have caused a riot? And if they hadn't caused a riot of ghosts, this terrifying big guy might not have appeared. Hearing the lewd boy's words, the sturdy young man also nodded heavily, and his eyes also showed resentment towards Hanedoraiwichi and the others. They were all them. If it weren't for them, he and the others would definitely not encounter such a terrifying ghost. Hey! Suddenly, the sturdy young man looked up and saw the figure of Hanedoraiwichi. His eyes suddenly moved, and he sneered in his heart, and whispered, "Brother, look over there. Hey, it's him." The lewd young man's eyes also lit up, and then said, "Big brother, do you want to?" "Yes, let's go over there, although this guy is hateful, but his strength is really good, let him stop this ghost for our palace." The sturdy young man immediately took the obscene young man behind him and turned his head and rushed towards Hanedoraiwichi. Hanedoraiwichi's side, he looked around calmly, and then slowly stopped, standing in a relatively empty place. This is the battlefield he chose. Why don't you leave?" The girl who shouted at Hanedoraiwichi before had fled to Hanedoraiwichi. She looked at Hanedoraiwichi anxiously. There is really a terrible ghost chasing after him. He has already eaten dozens of people, he is really too strong, we can't hurt him at all, if you don't run for your life. You run away first. Haneda-ryu waved his hand, directly interrupted her words, looked at the direction of the hand ghost with a very calm face, slowly pulled out the slashing moon on his waist with his right hand, looked at the slashing moon in his hand, his breathing began to become heavy, and the battle intent began to boil slowly. At the same time, Haneda-ryu's body was around, and a scorching breath began to flow. This breath is still weak at the moment, coupled with being in a state of escape. The girl didn't feel it. Looking at Hanedoraiwichi's slow appearance, the girl was a little angry, but there was nothing she could do with Hanedoraiwichi. "Since you're looking for death, don't blame me for not reminding you, I ran first." The girl gritted her teeth, but finally turned and fled. In the sound of hurried footsteps, several more trialists ran over, including the young man who wanted to avenge his parents, another disciple in a certain lineage, and finally the two brothers of the strong boy and the obscene boy. The two teenagers in front of them glanced at Hanedoraiwichi a little strangely, and when they passed by, they still opened their mouths to remind Hanedaraiwichi and asked him to run for his life quickly. Ask for flower support, evaluation votes support. Chapter 28. And the sturdy boy and the obscene boy, before they ran away from Hanedaraiwichi, they were already smiling and said to Hanedaraiwichi, "Hey, big master, there is a ghost behind us, only a little stronger than ordinary ghosts. Alas, our people are low-spirited, and we still can't beat it, so he will hand it over to you to deal with. What do you think?" "Yes, yes, big master, your strength is so strong, there must be no problem to deal with such a slightly stronger ghost, right?" The lewd boy also followed the flattery, but there was resentment and schadenfreude in his eyes. They were afraid that Haneda-ryu would run away when he saw the hand ghost. In that case, the hand ghost would still catch up with them. Hanedaraiwichi didn't speak, just looked at them calmly, and that look was like looking at a dead person. "Hey, what kind of eyes are you?" When the sturdy young man saw Hanedaraiwichi's calm eyes, he was immediately angry in his heart, and he was about to be angry, but when he saw the running figure of the lewd boy next to him, he suddenly struck, and then, in his frightened eyes, the lewd boy let out a miserable scream, and his body had been pulled back by the hand ghost. "Brother, big brother, help, save me!" The cry for help was not over, but his life was over, apparently in the stomach of the hand ghost. The sturdy boy doesn't turn his head back, just run. However, no matter how fast he runs, he can't fly as fast as the flying arms of the hand ghost. Brush! Another arm flew in and grabbed the stout boy. "Hey, hey, my little darling, what are you running for?" The figure of the hand ghost squeezed open a big tree, and forcibly squeezed the big tree, and the huge body had an invisible terrifying oppressive force, and at this moment pinched the strong boy and threw it into his mouth. "No, don't eat me, please, don't eat me, help, help!" The eyes of the sturdy young man were full of fear and despair, and seeing that begging for mercy was useless, he couldn't help but look at Hanedaraiwichi and shouted at Hanedaraiwichi. However, Hanedaraiwichi ignored him at all, and still stood there calmly. Crunch, crunch, grunt. The hand ghost threw the sturdy boy into his mouth, accompanied by the sturdy boy's screams, chewed for a while, and finally swallowed it with satisfaction, and then, he looked at Hanedaraiwichi standing in the open space with interest, and looked at him with saliva at the corner of his mouth. "There is another one, you don't even run? He, is this already ready to become my food? For your sake, I will swallow you in one bite, and I won't let you feel pain." "Oh, then I have to thank you." Hanedaraiwichi is in a good mood now, and his eyes are full of kindness when he looks at the hand ghost. "Isn't it? This is a silver treasure chest, it has to be kind." The ghost on the other side was a little confused. What did he see? A trialist who was about to be devoured by himself looked at him with a little kindness in his eyes. "This Nima is really hell there." "No, I'm a ghost." The corners of the hand ghost's mouth twitched, sorted out his complicated feelings, and said, "Little guy, I see that the face on your head is a little familiar." Hanedaraiwichi and the three of them have always come to participate in the trial with masks. Hanedaraiwichi's lynx mask does not completely cover his face, but just like the original protagonist Tanjiro, with the left side of his head above the ear. He is a little unaccustomed to covering his face, a little stuffy, uncomfortable, and I don't know how Scales Takakizo insists on wearing it every day, and he has hardly seen him take it off. Masks. Hanedaraiwichi raised his left hand, touched the mask on his head, and said indifferently, "Who captured you here? Have you forgotten?" "My captors. I remember." As soon as the hand ghost heard this, his eyes immediately turned red, and he looked at Hanedaraiwichi fiercely. "It turns out that you are also a disciple of that guy. I want to take back what I just said. I will crush the bones of your body, and then slowly tear apart your arms, legs and feet, and let you be devoured in despair and pain." "Oh." Hanedaraiwichi nodded indifferently. "That's it, then I'm looking forward to it." Expectation, said the hand ghost angrily, are you underestimating me? Yes, why should I look up to you? Haneda-Raiwichi's calm voice made the hand ghost unusually angry. He has never seen such a person, especially after seeing his strong body. He can still maintain such a calm demeanor. Either he is so strong that he ignores his own strength, or he is a fool. And what strength can those who have only now participated in the trial have? A mere trainer, who has not yet become an official member of the ghost-killing team, is so arrogant, must be suppressed, must be killed, otherwise he will not go to heaven in the future? If Haneda-Raiwichi knew what he thought, he would definitely smile, and finally someone would come to suppress him, otherwise he would definitely be inflated to the sky. Boy, since you are looking for death, then I will fulfill you. The hand ghost no longer hesitated, and was ready to make a move on Haneda-Raiwichi. It's not that I haven't killed the disciples of the scales. Over the years, I have eaten a lot of his disciples, not too many of you. I like to eat his disciples very much. Chapter 29. That's a shame. Haneda shook his head and sighed. What is a pity? Hand ghost was a little confused. He felt that he couldn't keep up with the other party's rhythm. What was the pity? Because you won't be able to eat it in the future. Haneda-Raiwichi looked up at the other party. Isn't it a pity to do this? It's a pity. The hand ghost nodded at Haneda's words, but instantly reacted again. What's the pity? Is it possible that Scales Takazuo has died recently? Are you his last disciple? If that's the case, then I'll have to laugh twice, although it's a pity that I didn't kill him with my own hands. No, the tutor is healthy, eats steamed buns, and runs and exercises in the mountains every morning. I guess he won't die if you die. Haneda-Raiwichi said seriously. Boy, you're really looking for death, you know. I'm looking for death. Haneda-Raiwichi suddenly showed a gentle smile. I'm not joking with you, because you will definitely die in my hands today. Ha 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 ha. The laughter of the hand ghost shook through the mountains and forests. Boy, just you want to kill me? Ha ha ha, you don't want to kill me, you want to laugh at me, right? Don't blame the hand ghost for being arrogant and confident, because he is sure of his own strength, and he was caught by the scale left near time, and there is a reason for that. What is the strength of the scale left near time? At the peak of that year, but the pillar level strength, the former water column, he was also a well-known figure among the 9 pillars. As soon as he made a move, the hand ghost naturally couldn't escape. And now, although he was trapped by the wisteria tree on this vine attack mountain, his strength was also reduced because of hunger, but every time he woke up, he would devour a lot of triolists, and at this moment, his strength had recovered to his peak because he had devoured many triolists, and he was even more sophisticated, and Haneda-Raiwichi wanted to kill him. No way. Absolutely impossible. I don't believe that the hand ghost is killed, and the young man in front of him can kill himself. The most important thing is that he saw the knife in the other party's hand, and it was not the Nichiren knife. It's not a Japanese wheel knife, and you still want to kill yourself? Dreaming, right? Moreover, even if it is a Nichiren knife, he doesn't believe that the other party has the ability to cut off his neck. His neck is the hardest part of his body. So, he didn't believe that Haneda-Raiwichi could kill him anyway. Boy, you've angered me, the hand ghost roared. Several hands on his body had stretched out, and his arms grew wildly longer, like a giant python, and grabbed Haneda-Raiwichi. Give me death. Bloom. Haneda-Raiwichi whispered one by one, and the slashing moon instantly became larger, turning into the form of a large kitchen knife, and then Haneda-Raiwichi raised his head suddenly. His eyes were no longer indifferent, but full of cold murderous intent. Damn it, it's you. Flame-burning sun, one shape, breath of fire. The scorching aura around Haneda-Ryu's body suddenly soared, and the large kitchen knife with a little spark on it quickly slashed towards the flying arm. Sneer. After 3 stabs, the scene fell into calm. Haneda-Raiwichi looked up indifferently at the hand ghost opposite. And the hand ghost. At this moment, his eyes widened, and he looked at Haneda in a bit of a daze, and then, as if his nerves were big and he was a little unresponsive, the hand ghost suddenly took a deep breath, and then wailed loudly in pain. "It hurts, it hurts. No, how is it possible? What is going on?" The hand ghost's wailing voice was full of disbelief. "You, what kind of knife are you? It's definitely not a Nichiren knife, but it's not a Nichiren knife, how can it do so much damage to me? How does it feel? Isn't it refreshing?" The hand ghost feels like his brain is about to explode, and there is really a terrifying pain of soul tearing. "Damn, who the hell are you?" the hand ghost roared angrily and asked. "Your breathing method still carries the power of flames. This is definitely not a simple breathing method, is it? Are you a flame pillar?" The corners of Haneda's mouth twitched. Would Yanzu do such a boring thing? This guy thinks too highly of himself. He's just a small boss in the trial ground, and he really takes himself seriously? The hand ghost wailed for a while, finally took a breath a little, and then looked at Haneda with a trace of fear in his eyes. The 3 knives just now, not only cut off his 3 hands, but also those 3 hands have not been able to heal and reborn until now. The scorching breath from the broken arm forcibly blocked the self-healing speed of his body, plus the terrifying power that hurts the soul. The hand ghost twitched the corner of his eye. He felt that his current strength was actually cut by 2% by that simple 3 swords. "This guy is so scary," said the hand ghost secretly. "Could it be that the current disciples of the scale of the left are so strong? No, there must be something strange in this. Perhaps, those 3 knives just now are already his limit. Maybe he is planning to use all his strength as soon as he strikes, trying to scare me, and then he will run for his life. Boy, don't try to deceive me, it's impossible to escape." Hand ghost was sure in his heart, feeling that he would definitely not be wrong, and immediately prepared to attack Haneda again. Raiwichi Haneda? He really has a black question mark on his face. How can he not know that he wants to escape? Where did this guy tell that he was about to run away? Drink! The hand ghost burst into a shout, and the whole huge body jumped up hard, and then pressed down towards Haneda like Mount Tai pressing the top. If this leather drum was solid, with the tonnage of the hand ghost, it is estimated that an elephant will be flattened. Even Haneda can't hard catch such an attack. Chapter 30. Of course, Haneda would not be so stupid, and at the moment when the hand ghost roared down, the person had already disappeared in place and appeared on a nearby tree. Then agile? This ghost is so big, clumsy in action, and speed is his biggest flaw. How can he compete with Haneda in speed? Boy, don't dodge, the hand ghost said angrily. It was a pity just now. If you sit down, you will definitely be able to kill this kid. It's a pity. Oh. Haneda nodded. It seems that you have healed the scar and forgotten the pain. Okay, I won't hide below. This battle has lasted for a long time, and it should be over. Haneda glanced at the hand ghost, and there was already flesh and blood churning at the broken arms he had cut off before, and it seemed that the burning power had slowly subsided, and the hand ghost had once again gained a powerful healing ability. Therefore, Haneda is not ready to delay any longer, although the more he delays, the better it will be for him. But now that he has the strength to kill the hand ghost, why delay the time? He can defeat Tomioka's righteous existence, and if he really wants to use all his strength, it's not impossible to kill in seconds. Ha ha ha, okay. If you don't hide, then I'll let you see my true strength. The hand ghost laughed, a little disdainful in his heart. Human beings are really easy to deceive. Just give up their advantages if they provoke casually. If they really don't hide, their strength can be exerted to the limit, and they will definitely be able to kill this hateful guy in front of them. Whew! The hand ghost howled angrily, his body swelled up fiercely again, and the 3 broken hands were reborn again, which seemed to be an overdrawn force, and he took out all his strength at this moment, vowing to completely kill Haneda under this blow. Flame Burning Sun, 3 types, Dragon Flame. Haneda Raiwichi looked indifferent, and the countless flame breath around him turned into a dragon-shaped sword, sneering at a knife. As he slashed out, the movement of the hand ghost froze, and then froze in place. The impact of Long Yan is extremely strong, and the power of this sword is not at all something that can be resisted by the level of hand ghosts. To be honest, even if an ordinary lower string wants to resist Haneda Raiwichi's knife, there is not much possibility. The current Haneda Raiwichi is much stronger than the average lower string. Boy, you knife, good, so strong. The hand ghost said intermittently, and then with a bang, the entire huge body split in half from the middle and collapsed to the ground. This knife. Haneda Raiwichi carried a large kitchen knife, walked to the corpse of the hand ghost with an expressionless face, looked at its slowly dissipating corpse, and said indifferently, "This knife is indeed very strong, it actually directly slashed his soul, and the broken incision cannot be healed at all, at least, with the level of the hand ghost, it can't heal such an injury." Ding! With a soft sound, a white box appeared next to the corpse of the hand ghost, which immediately made Haneda Ryu's eyes move. Silver treasure chest. The corners of Haneda's mouth finally showed a smile. It's not in vain. System, store the silver treasure chest first. Now is not the time to open the treasure chest, anyway, there are already more than a dozen treasure chests stored. And this silver treasure chest will also be opened together after the trial. Okay host, the system moved quickly, and the silver treasure chest disappeared in a flash. Bang! Lifting the beginning of the moon slashing and putting it into the scabbard, Haneda Raiwichi patted the dust on his body, and walked back leisurely with his hands on his back, not knowing what happened to the rabbit and the real mushroom now. Where the rabbit and the real mushroom were, there were many people gathered at the moment. I mean seriously, let's hurry up and escape to the foot of the mountain. The girl who had persuaded Raiwichi Haneda to run away was now persuading Rabbit and Makoto to leave. No, we won't leave, senior brother Haneda hasn't come back yet. Rabbit shook his head categorically and rejected the other party's proposal. Besides, there are still a few seriously injured people here, senior brother Haneda said. Someone will definitely come to the rescue later. Won't it? On the other side, a tattered young man said with some disbelief, "Now, our trial has only been a few days, and it has not yet reached the 7-day time limit, so there shouldn't be anyone to come to the rescue. But these seriously injured people can't wait for the trial to end." Genhu shook his head and said, "I don't think the Ghost Slayer will see these people die like this." "Whether they die or not, it's not our business," said a grim teenager, "but I want to say that that terrible giant ghost has appeared, we have fought with him before, and a large number of people have died at his hands, his strength is too strong." "Yes, what kind of Haneda senior brother you are talking about, how can it be the opponent of that terrible ghost, so, let's run." The girl remembered the horror of the hand ghost, and suddenly her eyes showed a look of fear. She now regretted in her heart, she should not have come to participate in the trial, she knew that it was so terrible, she would never come. "We believe in senior brother Haneda." Rabbit and Mako looked at each other and said confidently, "Senior brother Haneda will definitely be able to defeat that terrible ghost in your mouth." "Alas! Why don't you listen to persuasion? In that case, then let us go." The maiden looked at the others, and saw that most of them, like herself, were looking in one direction with fear, and proposed to flee together, with one more person, and in case they were overtaken, they could delay a little longer. "You guys run away, I won't run away either." A resolute young man suddenly stopped and said hatefully, "I must complete the trial, become a ghost killer, and avenge my parents in the future." Hearing the young man's words, the cold young man's footsteps that were about to leave also stopped, and there seemed to be a burst of teachers teaching in his ears, and his face twitched, and he also stopped. "I won't run away either." You. The girl was immediately angry. "If they don't run away, let's run away," someone else suggested. At this moment, Rabbit and Mayu suddenly turned around, looked in the direction where Haneda Raiwichi left, and suddenly their eyes lit up and shouted, "Senior Brother Haneda!" Chapter 31. Suddenly hearing the shouts of the two, everyone immediately turned their heads, and sure enough, they saw that the young man they met before was walking leisurely, and the appearance of a leisurely stroll was like wandering in the backyard of their own house. Are you okay?" The girl who had persuaded Haneda Raiwichi to run away asked stunned. "I'm fine, it's very good." Haneda Raiwichi said gently, "That ghost has been killed by me, you don't have to worry, then play with those little ghosts. After the last few days, it can be regarded as the completion of the trial." "What? You killed that giant ghost? You killed that ghost with all hands all over it?" Everyone present looked unbelieving. It was too unbelievable. How many people were there to deal with the hand ghost at that time? Dozens of people, a total of dozens of people. So many people shot together, and were killed by the other party, killing the vast majority of people in one fell swoop, and the remaining less than 10 people could only run away in despair, and on the way to escape, there were still many people who were chased to death by the hand ghost. Thinking about the previous scene, they still have chills in their hearts. And now, suddenly hearing Haneda Raiwichi say that the terrible hand ghost was actually killed by him, how could this not surprise them? I'll just say, Senior Brother Haneda is the most powerful. Mako looked at Haneda Raiwichi with a small starry face, and said proudly, "Senior Brother Haneda, what kind of giant ghost are you talking about? It is definitely not an opponent. Senior Brother Haneda is a genius swordsman." "Well, since Senior Brother Haneda has made a move, that ghost with hands all over his body must have been eliminated." The others all looked at Haneda Raiwichi in amazement, and anyway, it was still a little unbelievable. Thinking about the deaths of those dozens of trialists, if they had met Haneda Raiwichi earlier, wouldn't they have died so miserably? Maybe they could all pass the assessment. Haneda Raiwichi didn't show a proud look, just calmly glanced at the people around him. There were not many people, and the people who wanted to come to participate in the trial were almost dead, and with the seriously injured here, there were only a dozen or so people left. Excluding the seriously injured who are destined to be eliminated, there are only 8 or 9 people left here, and there may be hidden trainers in other places, but there will definitely not be too many. This is the home of ghosts, and it is unrealistic to keep hiding. Those ghosts have a strong ability to find people on this mountain, they have a long lifespan, and they are far more familiar with this mountain than the trialists, and it is very difficult to spend 7 days in hiding, and in that case, they will not achieve the purpose of the trial. "Senior Brother Haneda, what are we going to do next?" asked the rabbit. "Wait a while, I believe that the ghost-killing team has already had news from here," Haneda Raiwichi said, and walked to the side. Several teenagers and girls next to him were still talking, and from time to time they looked at Haneda Raiwichi's side, with a look of shock in their expressions. After a while, a team of men in black came running quickly. "Hello, trialists, we are members of the Ghost Slayer clan, Yin." A leader glanced around and said, "We will take these seriously injured people for treatment. You continue the trial, the 7 days have not yet arrived, and the task has not yet been completed." "That?" The girl hesitated and asked, "I want to know, are these seriously injured people failing the trial?" The leader nodded solemnly, "They have lost their qualification for the trial, and in the future, when their injuries are healed, they can choose to join our Yin, or other subordinate organizations of the Ghost Slayer team, but the qualification to become a member of the Ghost Slayer team has been lost." "Isn't there any more chance of continuing to participate in the trial?" asked the girl. "Look at the way they look, will they still have the courage to participate in the trial?" asked the leader with a blank face. Sure enough, a few people looked over, and those seriously injured people looked dull and confused, thinking that this trial had left an indelible shadow on them, and letting them participate in the trial would only be fatal. The seriously wounded were taken away, and the rest of the people continued the trial. Although most of the ghosts in the Vine Attack Mountain have been eliminated, but the mountain is so big, there must be fish that have slipped through the net. Hanedaraiwichi's side, followed by a large number of people. They have also learned to be smart, so it is better to follow Hanedaraiwichi to rub it off, and there is absolutely no problem if you want to survive the remaining few days. Sure enough, in the remaining few days, although they encountered a few ghosts, they were all stopped and killed by the Hanedaraiwichi brothers. A few days later, when the time for the trial came, several people went down the mountain together. In the square at the foot of the mountain, black-haired and white-haired girls were standing there, expressionless. One by one, everyone walked out and stood on the square. After waiting for a while, finally, a lone short-haired boy walked down in tatters, and the moment he came down, he was looked at by a group of people such as Raiwichi Haneda. "That's a lone wanderer, it's amazing, and you can go down the mountain," someone looked at the lonely boy and said. "Yes, this trial is really thrilling. It's good to survive," sighed the other man. "Congratulations." Above, the white-haired girl spoke, "You have completed the trial of the Vine Attack Mountain, and successfully survived on the mountain for 7 days, and there is one of them who killed the strongest ghost on the mountain. I think you also know the identity of the ghost swordsman of the ghost killing team, from high to low, grade A, grade B, grade C, all the way to the lowest Aoi level, and the rest of you, after just entering the Ghost Slayer team, can only have the identity of the Aoi level," the black-haired girl said indifferently. Hanedaraiwichi listened, his face did not fluctuate, but his eyes looked at the black-haired girl a little strangely. If he guessed correctly, the 2 girls with black hair and white hair are the children of Yayashiki, the leader of the ghost killing team, and in fact, he has 5 children, 4 daughters and a son, and the daughters are all white-haired, and the sons are black-haired. Well, that is to say the black-haired girl who is talking in front of her now actually, it's a little Shota, the boy of the maternity house raised as a girl until adulthood. After adulthood, she will return to male dress and become the heir to the leader of the ghost killing team. This black-haired Shota is named Shoya Shikiki Hawaiiya. It's also the person who took over as the leader of the ghost killing team after the death of the current leader of the ghost killing team. Now that the 9 of you have completed the trial, the next step is to choose Yugong, who forged the Nichiren sword, as well as your uniforms, and the letter Crow, the white-haired girl continued, and then moved out of the way, and a long table appeared behind her, on which were placed 9 pieces of ore that shone with the scent of daylight. Chapter 32. Yugong is an ore from the highest mountain, the ore on that mountain peak, perennial exposure to the sun, the ore contains a lot of the power of the sun. "Now, you guys choose Tamago," said Shota the black hair. Haneda-ryu glanced at the others and found that they were all looking at him, thinking that they didn't dare to strike first before they made their own choices. Hanedaraiwichi was just about to step forward to choose, but at this time, the tattered boy who went down the mountain alone took the lead. He walked directly to the long table, picked up a stone and walked aside, did not speak, was silent, and looked like a man of few words. "You." Beside Hanedaraiwichi, some people looked at the silent boy gloatingly, some people were a little angry, and the rabbit wanted to open his mouth to shout angrily, but was stopped by Hanedaraiwichi. The group of people around him made him, although he felt good, he would not fight with this young man who preempted him and chose Yugong. "Let's go, everyone, let's choose Yugong too." Hanedaraiwichi greeted everyone next to him, and together with Rabbit and Genhu, came to the long table and began to choose Yugong. For the choice of Yugong, Hanedaraiwichi doesn't care. In fact, these Yugong have nothing to choose. After Yugong was mined, those miners have already tested the texture, there are high quality, and they won't flow here to give their group of ordinary members who have successfully tried to choose. Those high-level ghost killers may have already gotten away those high-quality ores through means and relationships, where to get them. And Hanedaraiwichi doesn't have any idea about this. For him, the Nichiren knife is just a supplement. His main combat power still comes from the slashing knife. The Nichiren knife can only kill the ghost by cutting off the neck of the ghost, and the slashing knife is different, cutting off the ghost anywhere, it can cause damage to the ghost, and with the flame-burning sun, it can cause great damage to the ghost. However, although the Nichiren knife is flawed, it also has a huge advantage, that is, it can cut off the neck of the ghost, and it can cause a one-hit kill. The slashing knife is not good. If his current strength level is to deal with ordinary imps, he can kill them with a single sword, but against the 12 ghost moons, the slashing knife will not be able to kill with one blow even if he cuts off the neck of the ghost. Even if he has the effect of burning sun and slashing spirit, he still can't do it. But the Nichiren knife can. In the future, Haneda Raiwichi, the left hand of the Japanese wheel knife, the right hand of the sword, the double knife together, what the hell can stop it? Yu Gang has chosen, and someone will register it later, and then the professional swordsmith of the ghost killing team will cast the Japanese wheel knife for you, and after the knife is forged, it will be sent to the address you left. Now, come and get your team uniforms. The black-haired Shota waved his hand, and several hidden members walked over with their uniforms. Now these hidden members looked at the few people in the square, and they were full of respect. This is not those seriously injured, but it can be said that it is basically equivalent to the official ghost killing team members, whether it is strength, or the treatment in the ghost killing team in the future, it is not something they can compare. The uniforms have been distributed directly to you. And the rest is, choose your own letter crow. The white-haired girl looked up at the sky, and everyone followed suit. I saw that in the sky, a black crow was circling, and at this moment it seemed that all of them understood the words of the white-haired girl, and their eyes lit up, and they all flew down, and they all stopped on Haneda Raiwichi's shoulders. When Haneda Ryu saw this, he couldn't help but look ignorant. Why did they all come to me? Pick me, choose me, I'm the best. A letter crow flapped its wings and shouted at Haneda Raiwichi. Pick me, get out of here, you black guy. The other crow was immediately upset. You're the black guy, your whole family is a black guy. The first crow suddenly screamed, and the two crows actually stood on Haneda Raiwichi's shoulders and fought, pecking with their beaks, fanning their wings, and even grabbing with their feet. They really did everything. On the other side of Haneda's shoulder, a few crows whispered to Haneda Raiwichi, choose me, my flight speed is fast, and it is definitely the best to send you a letter. Choose me, I'm the most beautiful. The other one was also selling himself, and he raised his neck and stretched his beautiful body as he spoke. Choose me, master. At this time, there was a letter crow with bright eyes, and he pinched Haneda Raiwichi and said, I'm not pretty, and I don't send letters quickly, but I can say that among all the letter crows, I am the most obedient. Oh, the most obedient. Haneda Raiwichi narrowed his eyes. Yes, I will listen to whatever you say in the future, master, and I will never have my own thoughts, the crow reassured, patting its chest. Okay, then I'll choose you. Haneda Ryu nodded, making sure that his letter crow was this one. Seeing that Haneda Raiwichi had already chosen this letter crow, the other letter crows suddenly lost the mind to continue to fight, and could only go to the others. Chapter 33. Looking at the backs of the trialists who had completed the trials and gone away one by one, the white-haired girl said indifferently, that person really killed the hand ghost. Yes, worthy of the leader's attention. Tell the leader what's going on here, said the black-haired Shota. The white hair glanced at the other party, did not speak, and nodded. Under Haneda's questioning, the crow he chose had a name, called Anagiri. Yes, you heard it right, Anagiri. I think you might as well call it a rice bucket, right? Haneda Raiwichi looked at the rice ball with a gentle face. Anagiri blinked and looked at Haneda Raiwichi, although you say that the master is wise and martial, but my Anagiri is not a fool. That little look seemed to say, Master, do you think I'm stupid? You still want to call me a rice bucket, hey? Well, it seems that this guy is not so simple, not so much the most obedient crow, but the smartest crow. It seems that this letter crow really has something. Indeed. In fact, why would so many letter crows scramble to choose Raiwichi Haneda? The reason is simple. After the crow chooses its master, it will follow it for the rest of its life, and it will not be rechosen unless the master dies. In this case, choosing a powerful master is also what they want to do the most. You don't know, the 9 pillars crow is the highest status among their crows, and even when they fly, they hold their heads high. And this time, the letter crow, including it, was ordered by the black-haired and white-haired to go to Fuji Raid Mountain to monitor what was happening on the mountain, and by the way, choose their future master. In this observation, many letter crows discovered the existence of Haneda Raiwichi, and even saw his invincible strength of pushing the quartet along the way, killing, and finally, he actually saw Haneda Raiwichi actually kill the powerful hand ghost, which immediately made all the letter crows moved. Such a powerful master, you have to rob it. In the end, with his ingenuity, Fanjian finally grabbed the master. Now, at this moment, Fanjian is flying in mid-air with his 2 younger brothers. There are also 2 letter crows behind it, which are the letter crows of the rabbit and the real mushroom, and of course they recognize the rice ball as the big brother at this moment. These 2 little brothers, one is called radish, the other is called shiitake mushrooms, plus a rice ball, you can cook together. The crow is flying in the sky, Haneda Raiwichi and Rabbit Makoto are walking below. The final selection trial has passed, so they don't have to rush to hurry, but walk all the way. It won't take long, even if they are so slow, they can return to the narrow foggy mountains tomorrow evening. Senior brother Haneda, there is a relatively prosperous county town ahead, let's go there and spend the night, said the rabbit as he looked at some of the places in front of him where the lights gathered. Senior brother Haneda. Mako's eyes lit up a little. I heard that there is a festival in this county town at night, and there are a lot of people, and it is very lively. If you want to see it, you can say it. Looking at Mako's expectant eyes, Haneda Ryu nodded, then let's go to the county seat for a night, just fix it. I haven't been able to eat and drink a good meal on Fuji Attack Mountain these days. I hope there is something delicious in the county. Hehe, senior brother Haneda. Don't worry, there are a lot of delicious things here, I'll take you to eat later. Rabbit touched his nose and smiled, as if he had eaten here before. 2 hours later, the 3 of them walked into the county together, and it was indeed many times more lively than those small villages and towns. The streets were full of pedestrians, many people were playing with children, and there were couples walking on the side of the street together. What kind of sacrifice is this? Asked Haneda Raiwichi, looking at the dozen or so strange people walking back and forth in the center of the street. It seems to be a sacrifice to the river god. Rabbit eyes were attracted by the various food stalls on the street, and when he heard Haneda Raiwichi's question, he naturally replied, there is a river that runs through the county, and it has been raising the people of this county for thousands of years, and this sacrifice has lasted for more than 1,000 years, and it has become a local custom. Oh! Originally, Haneda Raiwichi had some thoughts in his heart, thinking that the sacrifice might be an evil ghost. If this kind of thing happened, he couldn't bear it, but it was impossible to think about it. Such a big county, if that kind of thing really happened, it was estimated that the ghost-killing team would have known about it for a long time, and now it seems that he was thinking too much. You want to eat these things? Looking at the 2 of them and their eyes were attracted by various small snacks, Haneda Raiwichi couldn't help but smile secretly. Sure enough, he was just a child, although he had already begun to fight to the death of ghosts, but he still couldn't ignore their age, only 45 years old. The rabbit who was seen through in his heart touched his forehead embarrassedly, and Genho lowered his head. It's nothing, just eat whatever you want. Haneda Raiwichi took out the money from his arms and began to buy on a large scale, but after a while, the 3 of them had a large amount of food in their hands. The 3 of them ate with a mouth full of oil, but they could spoil the children passing by. After a short time, the 3 of them had eaten and drunk enough and came to a hotel to rest. Haneda Raiwichi is not short of money, and directly opened 3 single rooms, planning to take a good rest, although he is strong, but this week's trial also made him a little tired, mainly because the food and drink on the mountain are not in place, and the place to sleep is either under the tree or on the tree, or find a grass to deal with, where there is a bed to sleep comfortably. The three of them fell asleep separately, but Hanetaraiwichi did not immediately close his eyes to rest, but opened the treasure chest system with his eyes clear. System, release all the stored treasure chests. I want to open a dozen treasure chests in a row today. You have to bless me to open some good things. System, what kind of thing is opened? It depends on the host's own luck. Ding. Released. A faint flash of light flashed, and a large treasure chest appeared in his room, and the eyes of Hanetaraiwi lit up. These are all treasure chests, and one of the bronze chests and silver chests is even more conspicuous. Let's start, Emperor Ou. No, Ou God-possessed, something good will definitely come out this time. Haneta muttered and began to act. Chestnuts wish everyone a happy Mid-Autumn festival. I don't know if you have eaten mooncakes with your family today? Chapter 34. Ding. Congratulations to the host, you got 10,000 yen. Ding. Congratulations to the host, get a pair of divine walking shoes, which, when worn, increase agility by 3. Ding. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained a blind-eyed necklace, which can increase the vision of the eyes when worn. Congratulations to the host, 3,000 yen. Ding. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained a pair of gauntlets of great strength, and when this glove is worn, it will increase your strength by 3 points. Ding. Congratulations to the host. The treasure chests that were opened in front of them were of course wooden chests. To be honest, the wooden chests were the lowest level treasure chests, and Hanetaraiwichi didn't expect them to be able to burst top-level treasures such as the slashing knife, and it was good to be able to explode some of these things in front of him. Most of the wooden treasure chests only exploded one thing, and some exploded 2 or 3 things, all of which were gadgets, small things. For Hanetaraiwichi now, it can only be said that it can be used, but it is not of great use. It's a pity to lose it, and it's a good choice to use it as a gift. Hanetaraiwichi continued to open the treasure chest, and he finally opened the most precious bronze treasure chest and silver treasure chest. More than a dozen wooden treasure chests, but a lot of money has been opened, as well as spiritual potions and stamina potions, a few more bottles of healing potions, and a lot of other miscellaneous things. Hanetaraiwichi looked at the last 2 treasure chests left in front of him, and his heart was fixed, and he began to move. Ding. Congratulations to the host, get a small storage bag. The storage bag has an internal space of 2 meters in length, width, and height, which can be opened by mental power to store items. The bronze treasure chest immediately gave Hanetaraiwichi a big surprise. Storage bag, the legendary thing was opened by me, ha ha ha, sure enough, Ou Shen possessed. Hanetaraiwichi couldn't help but show a smile. No loss, this wave is really not a loss. I finally don't have to carry things in large bags and small bags when I go out in the future. Storage bag, this thing, it's really not a low-level item, not to mention its technological content. This kind of problem involving space in terms of its convenience, it's really great. Hanetaraiwichi likes it very much. Picking up the small bag in the treasure chest, which was the size of a sachet, Hanetaraiwichi happily accepted it in his arms, and then set his eyes on the last silver treasure chest in front of him. Silver treasure chest, give me a big explosion. Reach out and touch. Ding. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the pure yang true body. This is to cherish the physique. After fusing it, you will permanently gain 50 points of fire attribute affinity and 10 points of permanent increase in physique. Hanetaraiwichi's eyes widened, looking at a golden red ball of light in the treasure chest. It turned out to be a kind of physique pure yang true body. Fire attribute affinity 50 points. This is not ordinary just from the name. What I am practicing now is the breathing method of fire attribute, and now I have increased 50 points of fire attribute affinity. Wouldn't it be faster to cultivate in the future? There are also these 10 points of physical blessing. The body is the capital of everything. Although logically speaking, the initial solution of the soul-slashing sword and moon-slashing has increased the four-dimensional attributes by 10 points each, which is far from being comparable to the pure yang true body in front of him, but this fire attribute affinity makes up for this, which is a full increase of 50 points of fire attribute affinity. Not bad, not bad. Haneda Raiwichi was very satisfied, mainly because this pure yang true body was suitable for him. If there was a water attribute real body, a wind attribute real body, it would make him speechless. Fortunately, it's a fire attribute, so it's easy to do. May I ask the host, do you want to fuse the pure yang true body immediately? The system prompted after Haneda Raiwichi touched the golden red ball of light. Of course, merge immediately. Raiwichi Haneda directly chose to fuse. Ding! The fusion begins. Haneda Raiwichi had an accident and lay on the tatami mat as if he was unconscious. Then, the golden red ball of light merged into his whole body along his arm, and his body began to emit a faint red light, with a faint golden light in the red light, which was slowly but firmly integrating into his body, internal organs, bones, bone marrow, and even the brain, every part of his body, completely fused. Eventually, the light disappeared, and Haneda's body changed dramatically. His face was already delicate and handsome, but in the end it was still not perfect, and now, after the pure yang true body was completely fused, it was still the same in general, but the details were greatly changed. His face is fairer and more delicate, like a knife, the bridge of his nose is straight, his eyelashes are slender, his hair is pure black and silky, not to mention his body, he is more robust and straight. Although his complexion is still fair, he is more robust and healthy, and even his height has become a few centimeters taller. The whole person is more mentally strong. The fire attribute affinity of the pure yang true body was also completely revealed at this moment, and although it was asleep, Haneda Raiwichi's flame-burning sun-breathing method actually started to run automatically. He hadn't been able to practice the all-weather concentrated breathing method before, and the reason was nothing else. It was because his cultivation time was too short to do what these pillar level could only do. And now, the pure yang true body had just fused, and without him deliberately adjusting it, he had automatically carried out a full concentration of cultivation. This kind of 24-hour uninterrupted cultivation is too helpful for the swordsman. It is many times better than the previous cultivation effect, it is worthy of the pure yang true body, and with the perfectly matched flame-burning sun-breathing method, it is simply a perfect match. Chapter 35. This ability to run the breathing method 24 hours a day is called the full concentration of Changzhong. It's a pillar-level cultivation method. The entire ghost-killing team, in addition to the pillar level, is only the stepson of the insect pillar. Chestnut Blossom Falling Chanel has reached. Chestnut Blossom Falling Chanel, also known as Chestnut Blossom Fallen Leaf Sakura, is called differently because of different translations. The protagonist Tanjiro in the back can also reach it, well, several geniuses in the same squad as Tanjiro, and finally reached it. That's the protagonist's hang it yourself naturally, you can do it, ordinary ghost killers can't do it. And now, Haneda Raiwichi has just fused a special physique, and he has reached it, and the cultivation speed after this can be imagined how terrifying it is. The next morning, Haneda Raiwichi opened his eyes, stretched his long lazy waist, and sighed. His whole body was comfortable. Hey, why did I fall asleep? Raiwichi Haneda touched his chin and thought about what had happened last night. Storage bag, pure yang real body. Am I fused with the pure yang true body now? When I checked my body a little, I immediately noticed the difference in my whole body. Now my body has really become so strong. Raiwichi Haneda clenched his fists, feeling the changes in his body. My physique has increased by 10 points, and I can clearly feel the strength of my body. Haneda Raiwichi felt it again, and immediately noticed the problem in his exercises. The breathing method is running automatically. Is this the whole concentration of the normal? This cultivation speed, it's really fast. Hanedariwichi took the storage bag and put all the things on the floor around him that had been opened last night into the storage bag, and then got up and went out. Fortunately, the storage bag was opened, otherwise I wouldn't know how to carry these good things that I opened before. Haneda-ryu looked at the small bag like a sachet in his hand, stuffed it into his arms, and walked out of the room leisurely. Senior brother Haneda is early. Makoto has already gotten up early, and is practicing knife techniques in the courtyard, slashing out one by one, with a lot of momentum and hard work. Senior sister Genho is early. Hanedariwichi was in a very good mood, and raised his hand with a smile to say hello. Where's the rabbit? It doesn't seem like he has gotten up yet. Mako said, continuing to cultivate. Her talent is not as good as that of the rabbit, and she can only make up for it through diligence. The talent of the rabbit is very good, even better than senior brother Tomioka, and the only one in the entire division who can crush the rabbit in terms of talent is estimated to be Hanedariwichi. Let's go get him up first, we'll have breakfast together, and then we'll have to hurry back. Haneda said. Okay, senior brother Haneda. Hanedariwichi still listened to what Hanedariwichi said, and basically he would not disobey it, and when he heard this, he immediately stopped his cultivation and went to tell the rabbit to get up. After a while, the rabbit came over with a sigh of anger, and said as he walked, Senior brother Haneda, senior sister Gen, why don't you sleep for a while? This bed is much more comfortable than the cave we slept in Fuji Attack Mountain. You're still sleeping? Genhu rolled his eyes. The sun is rising, we still have to hurry. The master is still waiting for us at home. Yes. Speaking of the master, the rabbit immediately came to the spirit, then let's pack up and rush back. Let's go have breakfast first. Hanedariwichi smiled and said, I'm in for a treat. Wow, long live senior brother Haneda, the two of them cheered with their eyes lit up. They have just become members of the ghost killing team, and they have not officially started accepting the task, so they are not like joining the ghost killing team, and there are huge rewards after completing the ghost killing task. Now they don't have much money, and this is still the travel fee given by the master before going out. Quack, and us. Yes, we're going to have breakfast too. A nigiri, I want a nigiri. 3 blackbirds fell from the sky, none other than rice balls, turnips, and shiitake mushrooms. The 3 crows immediately landed on the shoulders of the 3 of them, clamoring for food. Okay, let's eat together. Haneda-ryu waved his hand indifferently. He opened the treasure chest yesterday, and a lot of money broke out in those wooden boxes, which added up to tens of thousands of yen, and at the price at this time, he was definitely a rich man. Even if he went to Tokyo Prefecture, it was enough to buy a small mansion with a courtyard. After another hearty breakfast, the 3 of them continued on their way, and finally, in the evening, they returned to the narrow foggy mountains. Master, we're back, shouted happily. After all, after completing the trial, it can be regarded as living up to the teacher's teaching and expectations. Well, it's good to be back. At a table in front of the wooden house, of course, Scales Takazuo noticed the return of the 3 of them, and although his tone was still calm, Hanedariwichi still heard some excitement in his voice. Teacher, we've completed the trial. Mako smiled and came to the scales to report the good news, especially senior brother Haneda. This time in Fuji Attack Mountain, he showed his might, but he didn't lose the teacher's face. Well done, Haneda. Scales left the tone with a little joy, nodded and said, you are tired from a long journey, let's rest for a few days. Wait a few days, your Nichiren sword will be built, and there will be a task issued at that time, but you will be busy at that time. Haha, I've been looking forward to the mission of the ghost killing team for a long time. Rabbit wiped his nose. With our current strength, it must be trivial for ghosts. Don't take it lightly, the strength of ghosts is different. Of course you can deal with ordinary ghosts, but some ghosts have special abilities, and the strength of special ghosts is also different. After all, the power of blood ghost magic is also different, and, don't forget, there are 12 ghost moons on ordinary ghosts. Knowing the teacher, we will definitely pay attention. Of course I don't worry about you and Haneda. Scales glared at the rabbit recently, it's you who I'm not worried about. Teacher, what are you worried about me? I'm very obedient, said Rabbit with an innocent face. You're still obedient. You snorted recently, your talent is second only to Haneda, and even better than Tomioka, but unfortunately your cultivation is not as hard as others. When don't you need me to urge you to cultivate? I am really at ease. As soon as he heard this, the corners of his mouth twitched, and he pursed his lips and said, Teacher, don't worry, I will definitely work harder to cultivate in the future. I will definitely not be left too far behind by senior brother Haneda and senior brother Tomioka. Hopefully. Scales shook his head as he knew the nature of the rabbit, so he stopped talking about him, but looked at Haneda. I already know what you encountered in Fuji Raid Mountain. As a former water column, they naturally have their own way to pay attention to these things, even if they are retired. The ghost hunters of their level are also the precious wealth of the ghost killing team, and even when the ghost killing team encounters an insurmountable disaster, they will still do their best to help with this old body. Scales and Tsukashi himself also have a connection with the current leader of the Demon Slayer team, YAIBA Sanyashiki, otherwise the participation of Haneda Raiwichi and others in the trial would not have attracted Yayashiki's attention. Teacher, we have encountered a ghost riot in this trial. But these things have been settled by senior brother Haneda. Senior brother Haneda is so powerful, no ghost can last a few knives in front of him. Mako nodded repeatedly, and his eyes were full of adoration when he looked at Raiwichi Haneda. Chapter 36. Time flies, and a week later, the narrow foggy mountains. Drink ha. In the open space behind the wooden house, Rabbit and Maohu were practicing swordsmanship, while Haneda Raiwichi was standing quietly aside, his expression indifferent, as if he had not cultivated. However, in reality, his cultivation is going on all the time. It's been a week, since the fusion of the pure yang true body, his cultivation speed has been increasing, and his strength is getting stronger and stronger, and even Haneda Raiwichi himself doesn't know how strong his current strength is. Looks like we need to find an opponent to test. Haneda thought as he touched his chin. Senior brother Haneda. At this time, Mako walked over. The little girl was tired enough, sweating profusely, and walked to look at Haneda Raiwichi. Her face was a little red. Senior brother, you look better and better. Yes, if Haneda Raiwichi, who just fused with the pure yang real body a week ago, doesn't seem to have changed much, then after a week, because of the effect of the real body fusion, Haneda Raiwichi has changed more and more. Well, the main change is not in the appearance, although the appearance has become more delicate and refined, but the temperament and body shape are more perfect. This is the main change. Hearing this, Haneda Raiwichi smiled and said, this is because the breathing method I have cultivated has improved again. Senior brother Haneda is really a genius, and he has made progress again. Makoto looked at Haneda Raiwichi with envy and admiration. My strength is still so low, and I will definitely drag senior brother Haneda back when I do tasks in the future. As soon as Haneda Ryu heard this, he glanced at the somewhat lost real mushroom, and then looked at the rabbit who gritted his teeth and exercised not far away, which can make the somewhat lazy rabbit grit his teeth and exercise. It seems that he has given them a lot of pressure this time. After thinking about it, Haneda Raiwichi looked at the rabbit and shouted, Rabbit, come over and rest first, I have a gift for you and Mako. Hey. Makoto tilted his head and looked at Raiwichi. Haneda, gift? Senior brother Haneda, today is not our birthday, what are you giving us a gift for? Can't you give a gift if it's not your birthday? Haneda Raiwichi said indifferently, then take it as my birthday gift to you in advance. Okay. Mako nodded, and then said solemnly, thank you senior brother Haneda for the gift, and I will prepare a gift for you on your birthday in the future. You haven't seen what I'm going to give, so thank you. Haneda Raiwichi smiled dumbly. The gift from senior brother Haneda must be the best, said Makoto with an innocent smile. It's coming, it's coming. Rabbit ran over and asked with some curiosity, Senior brother Haneda, do you want to give us a gift? Come with me. Haneda turned and walked towards the cabin. The wooden house is very quiet today. The scale of the left is not there. It seems to be going down the mountain to pick up someone. When I left in the morning, I said that it was an old friend who was coming. Haneda Raiwichi and others asked. He didn't say. Haneda Raiwichi guessed in his heart that the so-called old friend was definitely the steel mound that forged the Hinawa sword, or the iron cave forest. Crunch! The door of Haneda Raiwichi's house was opened, and by the wall inside the door, there were 2 small boxes. And in the boxes were the things that Haneda Raiwichi had prepared in advance. These things are all small things that he opened from the wooden treasure chest, and they are really of little use to him. In this box, there are a few things in each, one for each of you. Haneda Raiwichi picked up the small box, put one by one in the hands of the 2 of them, and then said solemnly, these things are not ordinary things, they are similar to the Nichiren knife, things with special powers. Hey! The 2 of them originally just solemnly accepted the gift, but they didn't expect that the gift given by Haneda Raiwichi was still similar to the Nichiren knife, which had special powers, and the 2 hurriedly nodded their heads, indicating that they must use it well. Let's take a look first, said Haneda with a smile. Well, good. Rabbit didn't wait for a while, and immediately opened the small box. Inside the small box, 3 small glass bottles appeared, containing red, blue, and gold liquids. Senior brother Haneda, what is this? What is this? The rabbit was stunned. He couldn't understand what this was at all, and the same was true for Mako, who also had 3 bottles of liquid, and the 2 looked at Haneda in confusion. In these 3 small bottles, the liquid contained is a medicine, the red one can restore strength, the blue one can restore the spirit, and the golden one. You can treat your injuries, even if the injuries are serious, you can heal them. Haneda Raiwichi said solemnly, these things are reserved for you to save your lives, and in the future, when you do tasks to kill ghosts, the 3 of us may be separated from each other to carry out the mission. Don't worry, don't use these 3 bottles of potion, you know. Got it, senior brother Haneda. The 2 looked at each other, although they felt that the potion that senior brother Haneda said was too magical, but they did not suspect that Haneda Raiwichi was lying. They believed that senior brother Haneda would not deceive them. And if this potion is really as effective as Haneda Raiwichi said, it is really an absolutely cherished treasure. If nothing else, just that golden healing potion, at a critical moment, is equivalent to a life. There's more below, take a look. Haneda Raiwichi gestured. This is, shoes. The 2 of them paused, and each saw a pair of shoes. These are the divine walking boots and the flying feather shoes. Rabbit, these shoes of yours have the ability to increase your movement speed, and this pair of shoes of yours, although the increase in movement speed is not as much as that of the rabbit, but it has the function of reducing weight. You are already petite, and after losing weight, you will naturally increase your movement speed even more. Flying feather shoes, after wearing, can increase 2 points of agility, can reduce 5 kilograms of weight. This is because the 2 feathers on the flying feather shoes are made of a magical bird feather. Haneda Raiwichi doesn't know what world this kind of shoes come from, anyway, it's useless for him, but for the 2 of them, it can increase a lot of strength. Wow, does a pair of shoes have such a function? The eyes of the 2 suddenly lit up. Why don't you try it out? Said Haneda with a smile. Okay, let's change now. The size system of the shoes can be changed, and before preparation, Haneda Raiwichi made the system change according to the feet of the 2 people, and it fits perfectly. After putting on their shoes, the 2 of them ran around casually for a while, and then they were pleasantly surprised to find that they were really moving faster, as Haneda said. You know it's such a speed increase, it's very important in the battle with ghosts. Take a slow step, maybe you'll be killed by a ghost. One step faster, you can kill a ghost. It's really a powerful pair of shoes. Thank you, senior brother Haneda. The two returned to Haneda Raiwichi and bowed gratefully. No, there's one more thing down there, it's the same in the end. What he prepared for the two of them, in addition to 3 bottles of potion and a pair of shoes, was a pair of gloves. Clothes or something. There is a Ghost Slayer uniform. The Ghost Slayer team uniform is also made of a special fiber, with strong toughness. Although it is not as powerful as the equipment that Haneda Raiwichi opened, can increase the 4-dimensional attribute, but it is also a defensive equipment. And, the two looked at the small box in surprise, and sure enough, there was a pair of gloves lying in it at the end. Is this a glove? The two picked up the glove. This glove is also different, the one in the rabbit's hand is black, and the one in the hand of the real mushroom is white. The black glove in your hand is called the Julie glove. After wearing it, it can increase your strength. Haneda Raiwichi said, Mako, you have a dexterity glove in your hand. After wearing it, you can increase the dexterity of your hands, and your skill in swinging the knife will be even more superb. This is really amazing. The two of them didn't say a word, they immediately put on their gloves, and then drew their knives and began to swing them, and sure enough, they felt a huge change on their hands and feet, and the two of them looked at the 3 bottles of potions, and there was no trace of doubt in their hearts. Senior brother Haneda, these gifts you gave us are really amazing, the two said excitedly. Chapters of nearly 3,000 words will not be uploaded separately. Chapter 37. At the foot of the narrow Sagil Mountains, 2 masked men walked towards the narrow Sagil Mountains step by step. Scales, you have a good place, said the man next to Scales, elegant and clean. I will find a place like this to retire in the future. How old are you, and you're thinking about retirement? Shouldn't this be thought about in advance? This man was carrying 3 long knives behind him, and it was none other than the steel mountain that had brought knives to the 3 Haneda people. You guy, you have to come over in person to send a knife, won't you ask the hidden person to send it? How is that possible? Steel Mountain looked at the expressionless appearance of the Scales in the left ear, and suddenly his eyes flashed. Even if it's rubbing rice, it's just by the way. In fact, I'm very curious about a few of your disciples. This time I'm also going to see what the Nichiren sword I built with my own hands will look like in their hands. The Nichiren sword is very important, and after the forger finishes it, he usually sends it to the door in person, and by the way, they also want to see what color the Hinawa sword they have created will appear in the hands of their respective swordsmen. Okay, then hurry up, they're just waiting for the Nichiren knife to get their hands these days, and then go on a ghost-killing mission, said Scales Zojinji, taking the lead in front and quickly starting to climb the mountain. Hey, I'm carrying 3 Hinawa knives, this thing is not light, you can't slow down. Iron Mound shouted, but he didn't see Scales Zo slow down recently, and hurriedly ran over. After a while, the two finally arrived at the hut. Haneda, Rabbit, True Mushroom. The last time he saw that there was no one in front of the wooden house, he shouted towards the back mountain. He knew that the 3 of them were not in the wooden house, so they must be cultivating in the back mountain. Teacher. Sure enough, the voices of 3 people came from the back mountain. Subsequently, Haneda Raiwichi and the 3 of them walked out of the back door, and the 3 of them also saw the steel mound next to the left of the Scales, especially the 3 long knives behind him, and the eyes of the rabbit and the real mushroom suddenly lit up. This is the steel mound of the Nichiren sword forger. Scales Zo recently introduced, this time I brought a knife to you, By the way, I also came to eat. Ahem. Steel Mound coughed twice in embarrassment, glanced at Scales Zo with resentment, then ignored him, and turned his head to look at Haneda Raiwichi and the others. Hello. Hello, Master Iron Mound, the 3 of them saluted politely. This is the Nichiwa knife I made for you myself, you can try it first. Steel Mound untied the strip of cloth tied to the Hinawa knife behind him, and handed the 3 Nichiren knives to the 3 of them. Bang! The long knife was unsheathed, and the blade suddenly began to change color. The neon knife of the rabbit and the wild mushroom turned pale blue. Well, because the 2 of you are practicing the water-breathing method, it's normal for the Nichiren knife to turn blue, explained Scales left Nirji beside him. Yes, this is a normal color. Iron Mound nodded, and then, his eyes almost fell out, because he saw the Hinawa knife in Haneda Ryu's hand, Chiang. As soon as Haneda Ryu pulled out the Hinawa knife, the power of the flame-burning sun-breathing method poured into the Hinawa knife, and suddenly, the color of the Hinawa knife in his hand turned into a blazing fiery red. No, it was still changing. This is red. Steel Mound's eyes widened, and then he asked Xiang Scales Zuoji, this disciple of yours, isn't he cultivating the breath of water? No. Scales shook his head recently. Haneda is a master with art. This is a breathing method inherited by his family from ancient times. It may belong to the branch of the flame-breathing method, and it is more suitable for his physique, so I didn't let him change it to my water-breathing method. The physique of the fire attribute is really very suitable for the physique of the flame-breathing method. The Steel Mound nodded. Actually, it is also suitable for forgers. Why don't you let this disciple learn to forge a knife with me? Get out! Scales spat out a word with an expressionless face. The corners of Iron Mocha's mouth twitched, and he no longer spoke, but stared at the Nichiwa knife in Haneda's hand. The Hinawa knife in Haneda Ryu's hand was still changing, and as he continued to integrate the power of the breathing method into the knife, the fiery red color on the blade became more and more shining, and at the end, it was as if he was holding a small sun instead of a knife in his hand. This. Not only were the rabbit and the monkey shocked, but the Scales left and the Steel Mound were also shocked at the moment, and their hearts were shaken. This movement is not a branch of the flame-breathing method. No, even the flame-breathing method can't stimulate the Nickeloon knife to this extent. This is completely stimulating the power of the sun contained in the Nickeloon knife. The Steel Mound breathed rapidly, and looked nervously at the left of the Scales. Is it the legendary sun? No. It's still very different, although I haven't seen the sun-breathing method with my own eyes, but the form of the sun-breathing method is also recorded in some classics. This should be a branch of the sun-breathing method, and the same breathing method as the flame-breathing method. Even so, it's a terrible breathing method, sighed Steel Tsukas. Haneda Ryu calmly stopped the surging power. This was enough. He didn't use his strength with all his strength. He didn't think how strong the flame-burning sun-breathing method was before. At most it was the level of the flame-breathing method, and now, hearing the words of Scales left Jinji and Steel Mound, he felt that his breathing method should be the same level as the ancestor breathing method of this world, the sun-breathing method. Just now, he just used 50% of the breathing power to stimulate such power, and if it was really fully activated, it might even attract the attention of the leader of the Ghost Slayer team. Haneda Ryuichi didn't want to be troublesome, although he wasn't afraid, but there was no need. Chapter 38. A few more days passed, and on this day, Shinkro returned. Quack. Ghost Slayer Headquarters mission: go to Akame Town, Osaka, and kill the demons who are doing evil there. The rice ball stopped on Haneda's shoulder and said, "Hey." Not far away, Rabbit and Mayu looked at the rice balls curiously. What about us? Isn't our mission with senior brother Haneda? I don't know your mission. Onigiri shook his head to indicate that he didn't know. Quack. At that moment, the crow of the letter crow sounded again in the sky. It's a radish, cried out the rabbit happily. Shiitake mushrooms are back, too. Mako smiled as he saw shiitake mushrooms flying. Quack, the headquarters mission is released. Shiitake mushroom shouted, go to the next county, there is a small town, there are ghosts killing and devouring people in the night, we will lead the way, you and the rabbit will carry out the mission together. Hey, are the two of us on the same mission? Said the rabbit, looking at Haneda Ryuichi. Sure enough, the headquarters knows that senior brother Haneda is powerful, and the first mission can be carried out independently. Senior brother Haneda's trial process in Fuji Attack Mountain, the high level of the ghost-killing team must have seen it. Mako also nodded, senior brother Haneda is so powerful, even for the lower string ghosts, it's no problem, right? Probably, I haven't faced it, and I don't know very well. Haneda Raiwichi didn't say much, but instead told the two of them, this is your first mission, you must be careful to deal with it, you can't take it lightly, you know. We understand, thank you brother for your concern. Mako looked at Haneda Raiwichi gratefully. Let's go report to the teacher first. Haneda Raiwichi led the two of them to the wooden house. After reporting to the scales, the three of them started to prepare for the task, and each changed into the ghost-killing team uniform, and the rabbit and the real mushroom also changed into the gloves and shoes that Haneda Raiwichi gave them, and also brought the 3 bottles of medicine, just as Haneda Raiwichi said, although the first mission of the ghost-killing team will not give them a choice of ghosts that are too difficult, but they must not be taken lightly, they have really made all preparations. Haneda Raiwichi didn't have to make too much preparation, some of his important things were put in the storage bag, and the moon slashing and the sun wheel knife, he pinned it to his waist, and it was not in the storage bag, and it was better not to expose the storage bag. The 3 of them said goodbye to the scale and set out on the mission. The mission of Rabbit and Mako was carried out by 2 people, and the mission location was relatively close, while the mission location of Haneda Raiwichi was relatively far, and he had to go to the Osaka area. This time, you can't just run on your legs. The current era is the Taisho period, some high-tech things have appeared, and the atmosphere of the industrial age is getting stronger and stronger. Haneda traveled to the nearest prefecture, took what he thought was a very old-fashioned train to an inland port, and then took a boat to Osaka. After arriving in Osaka, I took the train to Akame town, where the mission was located, and the total distance took several days. Is this Akame town? Haneda Raiwichi looked at the town in front of him, a little surprised, he thought it was a big city in Osaka. But he didn't expect it to be just a small town. Also, ordinary ghosts don't dare to act in big cities, and the ghosts who can have the courage to attack manpower in big cities either have powerful blood ghost skills, or they are the 12 ghost moon levels under Ghost Dance Tsuji, and the ghosts of that level are almost all blood ghosts, and they are extremely good at hiding themselves, and many of them are ghosts that devour a lot of people and have lived for a long time, and they are all ghosts and goblins. Otherwise, many of those big cities are places of great concern to the ghost-killing team, where do the little ghosts dare to act in those places? That's the battlefield of the Pillar and the Ghost Moon. Only these small villages and towns, places where the ghost-killing team pays little attention, are the places where the little ghosts like to stay. Many ghosts change places with one shot, and although they are arrogant, they don't dare to face the ghost slayer head-on. The habits of ghosts: many ghosts act alone, and rarely will unite to act together. Once there are many ghosts together, the blood in their bodies will be stimulated, and there is a possibility of cannibalism, which is the backhand left by Oni Dance Tsuji. This guy is very shameless, and he is very afraid that the ghosts will unite and overthrow his absolute rule over the ghosts. He can sense the location of the ghost according to his own bloodline in the ghost's body, and he can also remotely control the blood in the opponent's body within a certain distance, causing it to explode and kill the opponent. However, in this world, there are still some ghosts who can get out of his control. For example, the protagonist of the plot, Tanjiro, met Miss Zushi, and Tanjiro's sister Yuduzi. No one knows if there are any other beings that can get out of control among the ghosts created by this guy for more than 1,000 years. Chapter 39. Onigiri. Haneda Raikai looked at the crow standing on his shoulder. When did that ghost move? In the second half of the night, every time I climb over the wall and enter the human house to commit murder. Although the strength of this ghost is only a little stronger than that of ordinary ghosts, the headquarters suspects that there are other ghosts behind him, so this task is entrusted to you to perform, otherwise, the headquarters may send the pillar level to come, and if you are an ordinary ghost killer, it will take more than a dozen people to complete this task. You've already told me about this halfway. Hanedoraiwichi said calmly, hasn't the headquarters already found out? There is only one ghost behind this ghost, and the two ghosts are united. Every time one ghost acts, the other ghost is on guard outside, but it is smart. It's a pity that they are unlucky. This time they actually met the master. You will definitely be done, said Fangari flatteringly. Didn't the headquarters find out what the ghost behind him had? The ghost who shot was just an ordinary ghost. Even if it was stronger than the ghost he had encountered before, it wasn't much stronger. Hanedoraiwichi was a little uninterested, and he just hoped that the ghost behind him could bring him some surprises. His current strength is not comparable to ordinary ghosts, and those little ghosts can only explode some wooden chests when they kill them, and he still thinks it is better to open some bronze chests or silver chests. If it's a ghost with blood ghost magic, the bronze chest has a good chance to burst, and if it's a powerful ghost like a hand ghost, maybe it can continue to burst out of the silver treasure chest. Let's go town. Hanedoraiwichi entered the town with rice balls, and it was already evening at this moment, and the streets of the town began to be sparsely populated, which may be the reason for the ghost infestation in recent times. Pedestrians are in a hurry, their steps are quickened, and they go home to hide, and it is estimated that no one will come out at night. Hanedoraiwichi found a restaurant to eat, and then wandered the streets alone, looking for possible ghosts while observing the terrain of the town. In a short time, the sky was completely dark, and the streets were completely empty and silent. Hanedoraiwichi walked leisurely by, and the shadow behind him pulled the elder. He has some regrets. He doesn't have the ability to search for ghosts. If he can smell the smell of ghosts through his sense of smell like Tanjiro, the protagonist of the plot, then he doesn't have to wait for the ghosts to appear, and it would be good to find the ghost's lair directly along the smell, but unfortunately, so far, he hasn't exploded a skill in this regard. There's no way to find it like this, in the middle of the night, then wait. After getting acquainted with the town, Hanedoraiwichi stopped running around and waited in one place. The time finally came in the second half of the night, and although the whole town was extremely quiet, many people still had oil lamps in their homes, and no one was sleeping, as if they were guarding against something. Hanedoraiwichi saw a house not far away. The lights were on, and a family of 4, parents and 2 children huddled together, afraid to sleep. "My lord, I'm moving," a short-haired ghost bowed respectfully to the tree outside the town, under a large tree. "Well, go ahead, bring me some delicious food this time," a low voice came from the tree. "Yes, my lord," the short ghost bowed again, then turned and ran quickly towards the town, its figure faintly transparent, as if it had the ability to become invisible in the night. After the short ghost left, the ghost in the tree slowly raised his head and looked at the moonlight in the sky. His face was extremely cold, and there seemed to be a few words engraved in his left eye, but it was blocked by the branches and could not be seen clearly. In the town, the short ghost has already entered here. His steps are light, and his body is hidden in the darkness. Even if someone is in front of him, he can't see his appearance clearly, not even his figure. This must be a kind of blood magic. Yes. A ghost with blood ghost arts. If Hanedoryu saw it, he would definitely smile with satisfaction. "Well, this is a good place. There is a cute little girl." The short ghost kept wandering, and finally stopped at the door of a house, and through the window, he saw that there were 3 people in this family, a young couple, holding a cute little girl and shrunk on the tatami mat and did not dare to sleep, but the little girl was already lying in her mother's arms and sleeping very sweetly. The little girl was not very old. She looked like she was only 5 or 6 years old, and she didn't seem to know that what her parents feared was about to happen in her house, and she still slept soundly. "What a sweet smell!" The short ghost looked at the little girl greedily, looking at her fair neck and skin, and sucked back the saliva that was about to flow, and the short ghost did not hesitate, and immediately started to act. He has been to this town many times, so many times the action is perfectly done, there is no one in this town who can deal with him at all, even if he was ambushed and besieged by a few sturdy people once, but he was still all killed by him. That time he killed several people, so many people were down, and his strength was greatly improved, and he also comprehended the blood ghost technique that can be invisible. "Hey, I'm here for the food." The short man smirked and rushed to the house. Of course he had to leave the little girl to the adults, but the parents could be food for his mouth. If you want to have such a delicious meal, you will definitely be satisfied with that adult. Chapter 40. At this moment, Hanedoraiwichi didn't know the situation here, and he was in an alley in the distance. This place is relatively dark and uninhabited, and I can figure out with a few streets around it, and there is a main road in front of it, so I can go in and out of the town directly. If I were that ghost, I would definitely choose to pass through here. Hanedoraiwichi thought to himself as he looked at his surroundings. By the way, system, bring up my data panel. I've been busy with cultivation for the past few days, and I haven't seen how my four-dimensional attributes are after fusing the pure yang true body, so I just take advantage of the waiting time to check it out, so that I can have a number in my heart. Ding! Host, Raiwichi Haneda race, human age, 16 class, swordsman constitution, 51 strength, 37 dexterity, 53 spirit, 45 skills, flame burning sun breathing method, LV3. This breathing method has a total of 9 levels. After cultivation, it can greatly increase the attack power, as well as additional damage to ghosts. Practicing under the scorching sun can accelerate the progress of cultivation. You can attach weapons to attack, and you can also attach fists and other body parts to attack. Domineering, LV3. Domineering permeates the body, perceives all the surrounding scenes, and predicts the enemy's movements. Pure Yang True Body, Fusion, increases 50 points of fire attribute affinity, and increases 10 points of constitution. Slashing the moon with the soul sword, the first solution. The slashing moon after the first solution can cause huge soul damage to the 12 ghost moon level ghosts. The blade is extremely sharp. After the first solution, it increases 10 points of strength, 10 points of constitution, 10 points of agility, and 10 points of spirit. Shadow Dagger, when used at night, it increases the user's agility by 5 and strength by 3. Storage Bag, a space storage bag with a length of 2 meters and a height of 2 meters, which can be opened by mental power. 4 bottles of healing elixirs, 6 vials of psychotropic elixirs, and 5 vials of stamina elixirs. My physique and agility have all reached 50 points, and now if I compete with Tomioka Yoshio again, I will probably be able to defeat him in an instant, and my current strength, even in the column level, can be ranked first or second, right? Hanedoraiwichi looked at his attribute panel with satisfaction, and then thought, such a luxurious attribute, let alone the pillar, even if it encounters the winding, I will not have the slightest fear. The pure Yang True Body is really terrifying. I saw that the flame burning sun breathing method had reached the 3rd level, a total of 9 levels of breathing methods, and it was only LV3 at the moment, which would not have made him so strong, but it was different when the pure Yang True Body was superimposed. Seeing and hearing the domineering spirit has also reached LV3, the slashing moon has not changed. If you want to solve it, it is estimated that it will take a while. The spiritual space of the slashing moon has not been opened, and I can't go to it to fight with the spirit of the slashing moon. It's here. Haneda's figure had already disappeared from the spot, and when it reappeared, it was already dozens of meters away. His current agility is the highest in the 4-dimensional attribute, reaching as many as 53 points. Even among the pillars, it is estimated that the wind pillar, which is extremely good at speed, can be faster than Hanedoraiwichi, and all the other pillars, in terms of speed, are estimated to be Hanedoraiwichi's opponents. In just a few seconds, Hanedoraiwichi had already arrived at the place where the screams came from. Sure enough, it's here. Haneda Ryu's face was like frost, and the person had already rushed into the house, and the scene inside the house made his face even colder. This should have been a warm little home, but now it is filled with blood. The wooden floor was covered with blood, a short figure was crouching on a corpse and tearing at money, and not far from him, there was a tragic death of a woman, who was holding a little girl who had fallen into a coma tightly in her hands. Hey! As if hearing movement behind him, the short ghost quickly turned his head and looked at Haneda Ryuichi with a mouth full of flesh and blood. His eyes were full of murderous intent. He, who are you? Do you know that anyone who disturbs my meal will die a miserable death? Haneda Ryu looked at him expressionlessly, a little unwilling to talk to him. This kind of little minion really couldn't arouse his interest, but he was still a little interested in the ghost behind him, so he had to talk to him. Although you speak calmly and your expression is very hideous, your twinkling eyes show that your heart is in a panic. Haneda Ryuichi slowly stretched out his hand and pulled out the Hinakura knife on his waist. He wanted to try his Nickeloon knife to kill ghosts. He was going to use the slashing knife for now, and it was too overkill to deal with this little ghost and use the moon slashing words. What? You say I'm panicking, how is it possible? The short ghost panicked in his heart, but he didn't care on the surface. You are just an ordinary ghost hunter, you think you will be sent here to deal with me, you must not be a high-level ghost hunter, you are not afraid that I will kill you. It's up to you, it's not okay. Haneda Ryuichi shook his head, and then asked directly, give you a choice, tell me where the ghost behind you is, and I'll give you a happy way to die, otherwise, I will cut off your limbs with a Nikiran knife. I know that ghosts have a strong recovery ability, I want to see, keep cutting off limbs, keep recovering. How strong is your ghost's recovery ability? Anyway, it's not dawn yet, we have a whole night to play slowly. The Haneda Ryu one-day wheel knife has been completely unsheathed, and with the influx of the power of the breathing method, the golden red color on the Japanese wheel knife begins to appear, and a breathing hot breath rises and falls in the air. As a short man of ghosts, his complexion suddenly changed, this breath of the sun, but the power that their ghosts fear the most. And the person in front of him actually has this kind of power, how can this not make him frightened? Now, he only hopes that the strength of the person in front of him can be weaker, and the power of this sun breath is not strong, so that he can escape. Well, try his strength first, if it is not as good as me, kill him directly. The short ghost showed a hint of ruthlessness in his eyes, and he rushed forward, and his figure disappeared abruptly. Hey? It's actually a stealth ability, this is really a good blood ghost technique. Haneda Ryu nodded in admiration, and then gently waved the Hinawa knife. It's a pity, you met me, if it were other ghost killers. Even veterans who had performed many missions would probably be hated in your hands, but unfortunately, it's still that sentence, you met me. Sneer. The neon knife swept through the air, and two crisp sounds came out, followed by a terrible scream. Ah! The short ghost suddenly appeared, but at this moment he was very miserable, his arms were cut off, and the broken part of his arm was attached to a terrifying fiery aura, preventing his severed limb from recovering quickly, and the scorching power surrounded his arms, and even extended to his whole body, making him feel like he had fallen into hot magma. Chapter 41. Since you don't want to say it, then let's continue. Haneda Ryuichi looked at the short ghost screaming in pain with a calm gaze. There are still two legs. As he spoke, he had already raised the neon knife. He deliberately did not cut the other party's neck, just to deter the other party. He was not afraid of his stealth, and his strength was far above it, and he had enough ability to play with him between applause, to see if he still chose to conceal it. No, don't anymore. Before the short ghost could finish speaking, he saw two golden red knife lights flash, and his two legs flew out, and the short ghost screamed again, and the sharp pain from his arms and legs made him feel like he couldn't live in pain. Do you see the gap between you and me now? Haneda Ryuichi said indifferently. I said, there are still a few hours before dawn, we have time, you see, isn't your arm about to recover? I have to say that the ghost's recovery ability is indeed strong, even with the flame-burning sun-breathing method and the scorching of the sun-wheel knife, it only slows down his recovery speed, and now looking at the arm of this short ghost, there is already a bone that has recovered a few centimeters, and it will not take a few minutes for the entire arm to recover as before. Of course, even if his limbs are restored, he can't escape the palm of Haneda Raiwichi. With a surging flame aura, the Hinawa knife approached and pointed at the short man's brow, and Haneda Raiwichi threatened him, "Just tell me the location of the ghost behind you, and I will give you a good time immediately, otherwise." Damn! The short ghost gritted his teeth, but he couldn't bear the pain in his body, bared his teeth, and his face was hideous, but he couldn't do anything about it. I thought I had comprehended the blood ghost technique. How can I say that ordinary ghost hunters are not their opponents? How do you know that a ghost hunter swordsman who pops up casually now will crush himself? What can I do about this? The short man thought bitterly, and then thought of the adult. He turned his head to look at the unconscious little girl not far away. The adult has always been timid and afraid of death, and he let himself go out to hunt, but he sat in the back and enjoyed it. I was afraid of him before, and now I am going to die. How can I still keep it secret for him? And that adult is a ghost of the lower strings. This person in front of him should not be a pillar. As a ghost, he is very familiar with the strongest among the ghost hunters, and he is not familiar with it, and he can't even escape when he encounters the pillar. And after getting acquainted with it, you can run away at the first time you recognize it. Since the person in front of him is not a pillar, then he goes to find the lower string lord. Maybe this guy will die in the hands of that lord, and then that lord will even be able to rely on this merit to obtain the blood of the ghost ancestor again. Thinking of this, he was a little envious and jealous. Because an ordinary ghost like him is just a random one made by an Imesuji to make trouble for the ghost killing team, and he doesn't value it at all, and the only ones who can make him value are those 12 adults. Don't you say it yet? Then let's move on. No, I say. As soon as he heard this, the short ghost immediately cried out, "I said, that lord is just outside the town. On a big tree 130 meters from the northern exit, that place is very conspicuous, you can see it when you go." Really? Haneda Ryu raised his eyebrows, saying so simply, "It can't be a lie to himself, right?" Seeing Haneda Raiwichi's suspicious eyes, the short ghost nodded hurriedly, "What I said is true, it really is. If you don't believe it, you can go there first. I'm waiting for you here, you can tie me up." Haneda Raiwichi looked at him calmly and did not speak. "This lord," the short ghost pleaded with pitiful eyes, "what I said is the truth. After you confirm it, can you spare my life? I also had to become a ghost. I used to be just an ordinary person. I don't want to become a ghost. I don't want to eat people, but I can't help it." In that case, the corners of Haneda Raiwichi's mouth suddenly showed a hint of a smile. "You get up now and lead the way, take me to the place you said. As for sparing your life, don't think about it, at most give you a good time." "This. Okay." The short ghost nodded helplessly. In fact, he was looking forward to the battle between Haneda Raiwichi and the ghost of the lower string. If the ghost of the lower string could kill Raiwichi Haneda, he would naturally not have to die. Since you don't kill me immediately, then you're finished. If you want to kill the ghost of the lower string, it is impossible for other swordsmen to do it except for Zhu himself. The short man thought proudly in his heart, "When the time comes, I will eat a good meal of your flesh and blood to avenge the killing of my hands and feet just now." After a few minutes, the short ghost recovered his hands and feet, and stood up and moved. And Haneda Raiwichi looked at the unconscious little girl on the side. The little girl's parents are dead. Haneda Raiwichi frowned a little. He is a step too late. Who called this ghost has the ability to be invisible. If it weren't for the screams of the little girl's mother before she died to attract her attention, it is estimated that she would not be able to catch this ghost. Haneda Raiwichi thought about it, walked over, picked up the unconscious little girl, and looked at the little girl with a headache. What will this girl do in the future? Of course, there is no need to think about this now, and I will talk about it later. Hanedoraiwichi looked up at the short ghost, and found that he was pacing out lightly, and suddenly said coldly, "Do you want to run?" "No, no, no. Why do I want to run? I'm leading the way for the adults." The short man shuddered and quickly waved his hand in denial. "Well, then lead the way." The short ghost was in front. Hanedoraiwichi walked behind with the little girl in his arms, and walked along the street in the direction of the north, and after a while, he came to the exit of the town. Hanedoraiwichi looked up and saw a big tree, and on the branch of the big tree, there was indeed a figure sitting. At the same time as Hanedoraiwichi looked at it, the figure also suddenly opened his eyes and looked towards Hanedoraiwichi. Chapter 42. Your Excellency. As soon as he saw the ghost in the tree, the short ghost screamed, and at the same time quickly ran towards the tree, shouting, "This is a ghost hunter of the ghost killing team, please take action and kill him." "Fool," the ghost in the tree scolded coldly, "how dare you bring someone from the Ghost Slayer to me?" "My lord, I..." The short ghost was just about to speak, but at this moment, a flash of light flashed, and his head was already flying, with an indescribable stunnedness. "Your usefulness is done." Behind, Hanedoraiwichi held the little girl in one hand and the hinawa knife in the other, and said calmly. Seeing the short ghost die in front of him, the ghost sitting on the tree was still unmoved, looking at Hanedoraiwichi with a gloomy and calm expression. "Damn, the ghost-killing team actually chased here. That's good." Hanedoryu nodded. His eyes looked closely at the ghost on the tree, especially when he saw the handwriting in the other party's eyes. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but show a smile. "It's really lucky. I never expected that this mission would encounter a 12-ghost moon. You are the 6th of the second string." Hey, lucky. The ghost in the tree is indeed the 6th of the second quarter of one of the 12 ghost months, and at this moment, he sneered, "Whether it's lucky or unlucky, you'll know later." "Of course it's lucky, a ghost of the strings, it's a rare treasure for me." Hanedoraiwichi smiled, and there was indeed some surprise in his heart. He thought that the short ghost was just a powerful ghost like a one-handed ghost, but he really didn't expect it to be the 6th of the next string. Speaking of the ghost of the lower string, in fact, in the original plot, there are more scenes of one of the lower strings and 5 of the lower strings. As for the other 4, they were killed by Ghost Dance Suji himself in less than a few minutes after they appeared. As for the reason, it is even more simple and strange. Ghost Dance Suji dislikes them because their strength is too weak, so he kills them. Now, while they haven't been killed yet, Hanedoraiwichi has to hurry up and kill one first. This is a ghost who can burst out of high-level treasure chests. As for whether it is a silver treasure chest or a gold treasure chest, it is possible. Why is it possible and not certainly? Hanedoraiwichi felt that the strength of the ghost of the upper string would definitely burst out of the golden treasure chest, and as for the weak lower string, there was a high probability that it would be a silver treasure chest, and the strength of one of the lower strings should be able to burst out of the golden treasure chest. Of course, this kind of probability is indescribable. No matter how weak the ghost of the lower string is, the strength will be much stronger than the hand ghost. The hand ghost exploded the silver treasure chest, and the 6th of the lower string in front of him has at least a 50% chance of bursting out of the golden treasure chest, and the details will not be known until he is killed. Hanedoraiwichi stepped aside, put the girl in his hand on the ground, and then walked under the tree with the hinawa knife, and said as he walked, "What, do you want me to personally invite you down the tree?" "Humph." The 6th of the lower string snorted coldly, and gently patted the trunk of the tree beside him. The person had already fallen, and his true appearance was revealed. This is a ghost who looks like a teenager. His face is still painted with a gong-shaped vein, his face is a little gloomy, and his eyes reveal a fierce killing intent. I didn't expect a ghost to hide in such a small place. Hanedoraiwichi shook his head. It really disappointed me. I thought the 12 ghost moons were strong, but I didn't expect it to be so unbearable. Do you think I'm hiding from garbage like you? First of all, I'm not afraid of ordinary ghost killers like you, but the pillar, and finally, even the pillar can't kill me at will. If you want to run, I still have no problem. I actually want to hide, but it's not you. Oh, who? Hanetaraiwichi said with a smile on his lips. I guess it's Anime Suji. You. The eyes of the sixth string suddenly appeared, and he looked at Hanetaraiwichi in disbelief, surprised that the other party was able to guess the truth. I'm really not worth it for you guys. All of them are so famous, known as the strongest existence among ghosts, but they were managed so badly by Oni Dance Suji, and if you are not careful, you will be in danger of being killed. Hanetaraiwichi said, such a ghost, is it still worth your follow? You don't understand, humph, once you receive his blood, everything will be involuntarily, said the sixth of the next string indifferently, who doesn't want to escape his control. I've heard that one of the upper strings is not under his control. Hanetaraiwichi said lightly, why can't you get rid of the lower strings? I told you that you don't understand. Hearing this, a trace of jealousy and awe flashed in the eyes of the sixth string, but then he was reluctant to say more, but looked at Hanetaraiwichi murderously. After saying so much, I should also send you to death. You're right, I'm supposed to send you to death. Hanetaraiwichi began to glow with the Japanese wheel knife in his hand, which was obviously extremely dazzling in this dark night. Let's see the real chapter under my hands, Blood Ghost Technique, Shadow Claw. The next string number 6 looked at the Hinawa knife in Hanetarai's hand, and suddenly a trace of fear appeared in the depths of his eyes, and he didn't want to delay any longer, and even used all his strength as soon as he made a move, and directly began to use the Blood Demon technique. A huge claw-like white bones appeared, grabbing at Hanetaraiwichi's head, and its might looked very impressive. My Blood Ghost technique is very powerful among all the lower strings. You are a new ghost killer. If you want to block it, it's impossible. Seeing this, the sixth of the lower strings immediately showed a satisfied smile, as if he had seen Hanetaraiwichi die under this claw. And yet, Flame Burning Sun, 3 types, Dragon Flame. Hanetaraiwichi also won't take the enemy lightly, and as soon as he makes a move, it's the strongest move he's comprehended so far. The flames rising from the Rylun sword instantly turned into a galloping fire dragon, and it rushed towards the sixth of the lower string with great ferocity. After a loud bang, the location of the sixth of the lower string was empty, and then on the ground, a broken, almost invisible, headless corpse was lying quietly on the ground. Golem. Not far away, a head fell to the ground, rolled several times, with a frightened look on his face. His mouth could still move, and he was not completely dead, no. Impossible, how could it be? I am, but the second string of the 12 ghost moons, how could it be killed by a ghost hunter in one sword? This, even a pillar can't do it, right? However, there was no one to answer his question, and with a dead regret, the head and body of the sixth of the lower strings all turned into dust and dissipated. Bang! A golden box appeared in front of Raiwichi Haneta. A chapter written in the middle of the night. Send it first, write it during the rest of the day. Thank you for your support. Give me a little free flowers and evaluation votes, thank you. Finally, friends who are short of books can read my 2 previous books, Pirates Beginning Trillion Skill Points and Dragon Ball in the Marvel World. Chapter 43. It's a golden treasure chest, unexpected. Hanetaraiwichi's eyes widened. Sure enough, no matter how much he guessed before, it was more accurate than what actually happened, and he still thought that the strength of this lower string 6 was not much stronger than that of the hand ghost, but it really exploded the golden treasure chest. It seems that no matter how weak the ghost of the lower string is, it is still in existence at the level of the 12 ghost moons, A and D. Hanetaraiwichi pondered. The hand ghost looks very strong, but in fact, his blood ghost technique is not strong, and even his blood ghost technique only belongs to the aspect of body strengthening, making the body size huge. And the 12 ghost moons, basically all know blood ghost magic, and some blood ghost magic abilities are very powerful and weird, and judging from the explosion rate of the previous bronze treasure chest, only ordinary people who can blood ghost magic can explode the bronze treasure chest. Haneda Ryu looked at the treasure chest on the ground with a twinkle in his eyes. I seem to know the explosion rate problem of the treasure chest system. Regarding this issue, it is still the same sentence. There was some speculation before, but now it is more certain. After all, the treasure chest system will not tell him about what ghost will explode what treasure chest. Let's not mention those. The most important thing in front of you are the two treasure chests in front of you. Yes, two chests. In addition to the gold chest from the sixth of the lower string, there is also the silver chest from the short ghost. Such a guy can even burst out a silver treasure chest. It seems that the kind of blood ghost magic that can be stealthy is indeed a good ability. The two treasure chests were placed in front of him, rubbing his hands, and Haneda Raiwichi's face was full of anticipation and began to prepare to open the treasure chest. Start with the silver treasure chest. Of course, the cherished gold treasure chest is left behind. This is the first gold treasure chest. Haneda Raiwichi guessed that even if it was the original newcomer gift package, it was estimated to be at the silver and gold level. After all, the gold is the supreme treasure chest, and no matter what you say, it can't be the supreme treasure chest level. And now, he is about to open the golden chest. You can think that this golden treasure chest will definitely contain a treasure that shocks him, or an item, a weapon, or a skill, and so on. Raiwichi Haneda stretched out his hand and opened the silver treasure chest first. The treasure chest was opened, and a book was lying quietly in the treasure chest. Looking at the handwriting on the book, Haneda Raiwichi's eyes lit up. This is... Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the skill Wind Step. Wind Step consumes 10 points of spirit to open Wind Step, increases agility by 10 points, increases strength by 5 points, and obtains stealth ability, which lasts for 30 seconds and has a cooldown of 3 hours. Haneda Raiwichi was very satisfied. It was obvious that this Wind Step was an active skill, which could be activated by consuming mental power on its own, not only with a duration of up to 30 seconds, but also with 10 points of agility and 5 points of strength during this time, although the cooldown time was as long as 3 hours. But its ability was absolutely powerful. With Haneda's current strength, he has increased his agility and strength so much after his invisibility, and 30 seconds is enough time for him to do a lot of things. Ding! May I ask the host, if you want to learn the wind walk immediately? The treasure chest system asked. Yes, study now. Raiwichi Haneda, who was holding the book in his hand, immediately nodded in confirmation. With a brush, the book in his hand disappeared, turning into a ray of light and merging into Haneda's mind, and in an instant, he seemed to have learned this skill a long time ago, and knew this skill well. Click on the attribute panel to check it a little. Haneda Raiwichi found there's no upgrade mark for this skill, it's just a level in total. You can't rely on upgrades to extend the duration of stealth in the future. That's right, 30 seconds of stealth is already very exaggerated. Extend it again, isn't it too perverted? Haneda Raiwichi immediately consumed 10 points of spiritual power, started the wind step and moved quickly, running around for a while, and after 30 seconds, his figure was revealed. Not bad, not bad. Haneda Ryu nodded and said with satisfaction, although this is just a kind of optical invisibility, it may not be enough to deceive their olfactory senses for people like Tanjiro and Scaliaki Seijinji-sensei, who rely on their noses to smell smells. But for other people and ghosts who rely on their eyes to distinguish objects, it can still be very useful. Swift wind step belongs to a kind of optical stealth, that is, the ability to shield the reflection of light outside the body by consuming mental power, and after shielding the reflection of light, through an unknown mysterious force, the gravitational pull of the ground on his body is reduced, and the strength of some body muscles is enhanced, so there is an increase in agility and strength. The silver treasure chest has a wind step skill, then, this is the highest level treasure chest that has been broken out so far, the golden treasure chest. I hope to give me a big surprise. Haneda Raiwichi finally set his eyes on the only treasure chest in front of him, the golden treasure chest. Reach out, click, and open the golden chest. Suddenly, a golden halo flashed, and something appeared in front of Haneda-Raiwichi's eyes, making his eyes widen. Chapter 44. It turned out to be a fruit like a flame? Fruit? Haneda-Raiwichi tilted his head in thought, and then suddenly set his eyes on the golden treasure chest. Isn't this the fruit of burning? Isn't this the burning fruit of Ace in the One Piece world? Just when Haneda-Raiwichi was stunned, the prompt of the treasure chest system also sounded at the right time. Ding! Congratulations to the host, get a devil fruit from the One Piece world, burning fruit, after eating, you get the permission to use flames, you can make fire out of thin air, you can control all the flames in the world, the affinity of the fire attribute will increase by 50 points, and the constitution will increase by 5 points. Sure enough, it's a burning fruit. Haneda-Raiwichi suddenly showed joy, picked up the burning fruit, and took a bite without saying a word. Gross! The delighted Haneda-Raiwichi forgot that the smell of the devil fruit was devastating. So, while pinching my nose and pinching my neck, I finally didn't spit out the fruit I had eaten, and ate the whole fruit. After a while, a warm feeling rose from my stomach, and my whole body was filled with a warm breath. Ding! At this time, the hint of the treasure chest system comes again. Congratulations to the host, the fire attribute affinity has reached 100%, and the Sun Holy Body has been opened. The pure Yang True Body is upgraded to the Sun Holy Body, the Sun Holy Body, the origin Holy Body of the fire system, with an extraordinary affinity for the fire attribute. You are the spirit of fire, you are the belonging of fire, you are the source of fire. Sun Holy Body, 100% affinity of fire attributes, 50 points increase in physique, 20 points in strength, 20 points in agility, and 20 points in spirit. Attribute adjustment completed, please check the properties panel for details. The hint of the treasure chest system fell, and Haneda-Raiwichi called up his attribute panel while feeling the changes in his body. Host, Raiwichi Haneda race, human age, 16 class, swordsman constitution, 106 strength, 57 dexterity, 73 spirit, 65 skills, flame burning sun breathing method, LV3. This breathing method has a total of 9 levels. After cultivation, it can greatly increase the attack power, as well as additional damage to ghosts. Practicing under the scorching sun can accelerate the progress of cultivation. You can attach weapons to attack, and you can also attach fists and other body parts to attack. Domineering, LV3. Domineering permeates the body, perceives all the surrounding scenes, and predicts the enemy's movements. Burning fruit, initial fusion, controlling the power of all the world's fires. Sun body, 100% affinity of fire attributes, 50 points increase in constitution, 20 points increase in strength, 20 points increase in agility, and 20 points increase in spirit. Slashing the moon with the soul sword, the first solution. The slashing moon after the first solution can cause huge soul damage to the 12 ghost moon level ghosts. The blade is extremely sharp. After the first solution, it increases 10 points of strength, 10 points of constitution, 10 points of agility, and 10 points of spirit. Shadow dagger, when used at night, it increases the user's agility by 5 and strength by 3. Storage bag, a space storage bag with a length of 2 meters and a height of 2 meters, which can be opened by mental power. 4 bottles of healing elixirs, 6 vials of psychotropic elixirs, and 5 vials of stamina elixirs. After taking a closer look, the attributes have really increased a lot, especially in terms of physique. The strengthening of physique has made his physical strength very terrifying, simply terrifying. It is conceivable that in the future, whether it is the cultivation of breathing methods, or various moves, or knife techniques, etc., it will seem very simple as drinking water. It's just a hanging. He was originally open, and the treasure chest system is really perverted. This is the first golden treasure chest, it has made me improve so much, so terrifying. Haneda Raiwichi felt the terrifying power contained in his body, and sighed a little. Now not to mention compared to anime Suji, even if it is one of the top strings, Black Death Mao, can I fight, right? As for the pillar level, I can't be regarded as an opponent, my current 4-dimensional attributes. Hey! Haneda Raiwichi smiled indifferently and stopped thinking about these things. It's time to deal with the post-war endgame. The so-called endgame is nothing to deal with, the two ghosts have already turned into smoke and dust and dissipated. Haneda Ryu took a look at the surrounding battlefield for a moment, and left with the little girl on the ground on the side. The little girl's parents were killed by the short ghost, and he couldn't bear to keep the little girl in the dark, so he took the little girl back to his house. After arriving at her home, she thought about it and did not move, but after a while, the little girl woke up from her coma and opened her eyes with a blank face. Chapter 45. I am. The little girl was a little confused, but then she saw the situation at home, and was stunned. She remembered the situation of the unconscious money, her father was killed by a monster, and her mother desperately protected herself, and herself, when the monster rushed towards her mother, fainted in fright. Is she already dead? Are you awake? At this moment, a gentle voice came from the side, and the little girl turned her head to see that it was a handsome young man with a soft face, who was looking at herself with gentle eyes at the moment. Your parents were killed by ghosts in order to protect you. I'm sorry, I came a step too late, I can only save you, but I can't save your parents. Mom and Dad. Whining. The little girl suddenly understood, looked at the corpses of her parents next to her, and wept bitterly. After the sky was slightly bright, the surrounding neighbors also knew the situation here, and everyone immediately showed joy after learning the identity of Haneda Raiwichi, especially after learning that Haneda Raiwichi had solved the ghost that attacked the town at night. They couldn't help but be overjoyed, and they all began to help the little girl bury her parents. Of course, Haneda Raiwichi also stayed here to help. He completed the mission this time quickly, and he didn't need to be in a hurry to go back. In fact, he still had a special idea in his heart. One of the 12 ghost moons was killed by himself, and the other party wouldn't have nothing to say, right? Perhaps, those guys have already reacted, and it is possible. A day later, everything in the town had settled down, and Haneda Raiwichi was about to leave officially, but just as he was about to leave, Hanada Keiko came to him. Hanada Keiko is the little girl, who is looking at Haneda Raiwichi tightly at the moment. Brother Haneda, I want to go with you. Why? Haneda Raiwichi frowned and said, the neighbors around you are very good to you, it is the best choice for you to stay here. What am I? I also told you before, I am a ghost hunter, and I will continue to fight ghosts in the future, and it will be dangerous for you to follow me. It's because you're a ghost hunter that I want to follow you. Hanada Keiko said, my parents were killed by ghosts to protect me, and I also want to become a swordsman like Haneda's elder brother, and fight against ghosts in the future, and fight to protect humans from being killed by ghosts. Haneda Raiwichi stopped talking for a while, but looked up at Keiko Hanada. This look. Hanada Keiko's eyes were pure, there was no hatred, no anger, there was a trace of sadness, and she looked at Haneda Raiwichi with a slight nervousness. It's hard to become a ghost hunter swordsman, can you withstand that kind of training? Haneda Raiwichi said indifferently, this path is very dangerous, it's better for you to stay in the town and live a life as an ordinary person. I'm not afraid of hardship, I want to be a swordsman, said Hanada Keiko, clenching her fists and firmly. The last time I participated in the trial, there were nearly 100 swordsmen who participated in the trial together, and only a dozen or so survived in the end, and this is just the selection of the swordsmen of the ghost-killing team. In the later battle with the ghosts, many swordsmen die every year, and every year there are new swordsmen joining in, round by round, stubble by stubble. Are you really not afraid? Haneda Ruki asked again. Hanada Keiko is different from Fujii. Fujiai was too old at the beginning, and he was no longer suitable to be a swordsman, so Hanedoraiwichi didn't take him, and that guy still didn't get up on his knees to force Hanedoraiwichi. It was even more impossible for him to come by his temperament, and Hanada Keiko is still young, so she can start from a young age to lay a foundation, and the possibility of becoming a qualified ghost hunter in the future is very great. Besides, with Raiwichi Haneda, anything is possible. I'm not afraid, said Keiko Hanada firmly again. Okay, Haneda Raiwichi smiled slightly, looked at Hanada Keiko and nodded. Then, you get ready, and you can leave with me later. Okay, thank you, brother Haneda. Keiko Hanada was relieved when she saw that Haneda Raiwichi agreed, and then grinned, revealing 2 small tiger teeth, and after laughing, she turned around and went home to pack her things. An hour later, 2 figures, one large and one small, left the town. Kyushu, in a luxurious villa, several figures hidden in the darkness gather here. The 6th of the 2nd string was killed. A figure said in a low voice, Your Excellency is very angry. Well, I've heard about it too. Another figure said, it was done by a ghost hunter who had just become a member of the ghost killing team, and the next string 6 was really a piece of waste, and it was actually killed by a novice. It was really a shame for our 12 ghost months. He deserved to die, but... Another figure raised his head, his eyes were full of bloodshots, and he said coldly with a striking red light, We are not favored by the lower string, and now not only the adults are not optimistic about us, but even the adults who are on the string are ready to propose to the adults to abolish the position of the lower string. What? As soon as these words came out, several other people were immediately shocked, and their faces trembled one by one. Abolish the lower string, then what should we do? What else can I do? Ghost dance? Ahem, you don't know what the Lord did. One of the ghosts almost said the name of the Lord. This was no joke. With the temper of that being, he dared to say the name of that person, and immediately died a tragic death. Yes, it's because you know me that I'm afraid, said the lower string with red eyes in his eyes. So, we have to take revenge. Only after killing that guy and avenging the lower string 6, we are worthy. Otherwise, not only will the upper string look down on us, but the adults will definitely not keep us. After all, the gap between our strength and the upper string is too big. Well, that's what I mean, so let's get ready to act. While that guy has just left Osaka, I've already inquired about the route of this way. We can intercept here. Well, we've only had 3 of us at this lower string party, and we haven't come to the 2nd string 1 and bottom string 5. Can we 3 ghosts beat the ghost hunter who killed the lower string 6? One of the ghosts asked hesitantly. What are you afraid of? With the 3 of us working together, you can't deal with a new demon slayer swordsman. Another ghost suddenly said angrily, if we really can't deal with it, then we really don't need to exist. Yes, this is just a new ordinary demon slayer swordsman, not a pillar. If we shoot together, we can't even deal with him. What is the point of our existence? Chapter 46. Quack, mission accomplished, go home. On a big river, there was a boat floating, and there were many people on the boat, and at this moment, I saw the crow on Haneda Raiwichi's shoulder talking, and they looked at it with some surprise. Brother Haneda, is this crow your pet? Asked Keiko Hanada, her eyes widening in a curious expression. Pet? Haneda Raiwichi turned his head to look at the rice ball, paused and said, sort of, but this guy is different from ordinary pets. Different? Keiko Hanada was a little puzzled. Onigiri is not an ordinary pet. Haneda Raiwichi said with a smile, when you become a ghost hunter swordsman in the future, you will know, every member of the Ghost Slayer team will have a letter crow like this, which can help you pass on the message, and can also help the Ghost Slayer team convey the mission to you. Wow, is it so convenient? Keiko Hanada held her chin in her hands and looked at the rice ball with her eyes glowing. Sensing Hanada Keiko's gaze, Onigiri suddenly raised his head and looked arrogant. Mr. Onigiri, why do you call it onigiri? Keiko Hanada suddenly asked, "Are you particularly good at eating?" Hearing this, the rice ball, which was still arrogant and holding his head high, immediately froze, turned his head stiffly, stared at Hanada Keiko and shouted, "Who told you that I can eat very well? I can't eat at all, my rice is very small, and the rice ball is just my name." Hey. In that case, can you not be so angry? You look completely annoyed and angry. Haneda Raiwichi rubbed his forehead and was speechless at this guy. The speed of the boat is much faster than the speed of the land rush, and it would be nice if I could take the boat all the way back to the narrow fog mountains. Of course, this is just a fantasy of Raiwichi Haneda. But I'm really looking forward to other golden treasure chests. It would be great if I could open some skills like teleportation, not only a great skill to save my life and escape, but also a top skill to hurry. Haneda Raiwichi thought that 90% of his time on this mission was spent on the road, and the time to really do the task was just one night. Even if it was added to deal with the aftermath for Hanada Keiko's parents, it would not be more than one day. The time to rush back and forth, it adds up to nearly 10 days. It's really not cost effective. It's really not cost effective like the kind of Fuji Raid Mountain the ghosts get together to let themselves kill too few and too little. Moreover, the level of the ghosts in the Fuji Raid Mountain is too low. It can be regarded as a good result before, but now Haneda Raiwichi really doesn't look down on those ordinary ghosts. What he wants is the ghost of the lower string. It doesn't matter if it's even the upper wind. If you can meet it, he really wants to weigh it. The so-called ghost of the upper wind, how strong is it? And just as Haneda's boat was about to dock, on a hill on the shore, 3 demons had already gathered. "This is the place, this is the way he must go," said indifferently, "we are here, kill this guy completely, in the name of waiting for the next string." Not bad. The third of the second string also smiled coldly, "We must not take it lightly this time. We must not have the slightest psychology of underestimating the enemy. This is a battle of honor." The sixth guy of the second string. "I guess he just looks down on a new ghost killing team to underestimate the enemy, and finally dies at the hands of the enemy. We must not make this kind of mistake again." 3 absolutes were used in a row, so it can be seen that the third string attaches more importance to this battle, because it is not only for the so-called righteousness, but also for self-preservation. According to the exact news they have received from one of the adults on the string in the past few days, if they can't kill Haneda Raiwichi, it is really possible for Anime Suji to revoke the lower string configuration, and the final result of their current lower string can be imagined. This mountain should be regarded as the cemetery of Haneda Raiwichi. The fourth of the lower strings said viciously, "When the 3 of us shoot together, I don't believe that I can't kill him. No matter what, as long as he is not a pillar, the 3 of us will definitely be able to kill him with all our strength, and without a light enemy. Yes. Kill him. Kill." At the same time, Haneda Raiwichi and Hanada Keiko had also officially disembarked from the ship and were walking slowly towards this side, as if they hadn't noticed the death set by the 3 lower strings here. Chapter 47. Brother Haneda, how long will it take for us to get to the narrow foggy mountains? Haneda Raiwichi was on his side, and the little girl followed Haneda Raiwichi step by step. Fortunately, Haneda Raiwichi knew that she was still young and not walking fast, and this return trip was obviously slower than when she came. But it's nothing, after all, the task has been completed, so slow down. This is also Haneda Raiwichi's intention, to exercise her physique now. It's just walking later. When you go to the narrow fog mountain, the sin has to be borne by her. I hope she won't complain when the time comes. It's coming soon," Haneda said. When the little girl heard this, her little face suddenly wrinkled. "Brother Haneda, you have said this sentence several times before. We have changed boats several times, and we have taken the tram several times. Why haven't we been here yet? God is pitiful. The little girl's feet have been blistered, and she has never suffered like this for so many years. I know your feet hurt and you're tired, but if you can't even endure this little suffering, then I'll send you back now." Haneda Raiwichi glanced at her calmly. That indifferent look made Hanada Keiko a little scared, but she still didn't let go of the little hand that grabbed Haneda Raiwichi's sleeve. Hanada Keiko pursed her lips and said resolutely, "I can hold on, let's move on." Haneda nodded and continued to walk forward. Through the observation of the little girl along the way, he also knew that she was just complaining. Such a young girl, she can persist until this time, and she is still persisting until her feet are worn out, not to mention anything else. This will alone is enough to become a ghost hunter. She's only 6 or 7 years old. However, Haneda Long still noticed that the little girl's footsteps were a little unsteady, too. The socks on her feet faintly revealed a hint of red. Obviously, the worn bubbles had blood oozing out. If her feet are worn out, she can still insist on walking. Many adults can't do it, but the little girl is gritting her teeth and walking. Haneda Raiwichi suddenly looked up at a hill in front of him, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. His domineering appearance is no longer the first-level state he used to be, and now he can already sense some dangerous aura a little. On the hill ahead, there was a dangerous aura. With his strength, ordinary beasts obviously can't bring him a dangerous aura, even if there is only a trace of this aura, but it does exist, and what can bring him such a dangerous aura? Needless to say, there is absolutely only one possibility. On this mountain, ghosts lurk. And it's definitely not your average ghost. It's finally here. I'm walking so slowly, it's not just for the sake of exercising the little girl. A cold smile appeared on the corner of Haneda's mouth. All right, you're tired too, let's go to that mountain and rest for the night, and set off tomorrow morning. Haneda Ryu looked at the sky. It's late, it's getting dark, it's just when these ghosts go out. The other party is really witty. It's a good time. I'll pass by here tonight, so I'm waiting here. Oh yes, brother Haneda. The little girl also breathed a sigh of relief. Her feet really hurt so much. She hadn't suffered this kind of sin before. Her parents loved her very much. Where would she suffer? But now that her parents were killed by ghosts, she had to become a ghost hunter no matter what. Not only to avenge her parents, but also to avenge those who were killed by ghosts, and to let those tragic things not happen before those ghosts killed innocent people. Haneda Raiwichi took Hanada Keiko up the mountain. The sky at this moment finally completely darkened, and there are many tall trees on the surrounding mountains, and the two people walking in the mountain forest, their figures are shrouded in darkness. This situation makes Hanada Keiko feel so terrible. But it doesn't matter, with brother Haneda, I'm not afraid. The little girl grabbed Haneda Raiwichi's sleeve. Even if it was terrible darkness outside, she didn't feel terrible. Haneda Raiwichi walked leisurely, his face extremely calm, as if he didn't know that danger was slowly approaching. In the darkness, a pair of scarlet eyes looked at this side with a murderous intent. Hey, I didn't expect this guy to throw himself into the net and walk into the mountain forest where we ambushed. That's right, I thought before, when he passed by here, we would go down the mountain to attack him together, but I didn't expect him to run in by himself. The fourth of the next string said fiercely, but this is good, it also saves us the effort of going down the mountain, and we have also figured out this place before, it belongs to our home field. He came in this time, but don't think about going out, too. Are you ready? It's been ready for a long time. I'll say it again, this guy can kill lower string 6, no matter what. It's definitely not the so-called new ghost hunter. We have to do our best to kill with one blow. Understood? That's how it should be. Okay. String 2 took a deep breath and then suddenly whispered, then let's shoot. Kill. In the silent and uninhabited mountains and forests, all of a sudden, it became a solemn place, as if the fallen leaves had turned into blades. No, it's not as if, it's real. Blood Demon Technique, Fallen Leaf Weapon Slash. It turned out to be a blood ghost technique, turning fallen leaves into sharp blades, and directly attacking Haneda Raiwichi, and even Hanada Keiko was included in the attack range. Blood Ghost Technique, Ultimate Assassination Technique. A black shadow suddenly appeared behind Haneda Raiwichi. His body was like a flash movie, and he rushed towards Haneda-Raiwichi with great speed, his claws flashing with a terrifying cold light, as if he could scratch his body with one claw. Blood Demon Technique. The last cold voice appeared, blood imprisonment. A blood-coagulated chain rose from the ground, and it was directly locked on Haneda-Raiwichi's feet, firmly fixing him in place, and when he couldn't move, Haneda-Raiwichi would face the attack of two major blood ghost arts, so it seems that Haneda-Raiwichi will definitely die. Well, at least in the eyes of the three ghosts, that's true. Ah! Age! It was Keiko's scream. The little girl was walking in this dark mountain forest with Haneda-Raiwichi, and she was a little worried in her heart, and most of her fear was covered by Haneda-Raiwichi, but when she suddenly saw this scene, she couldn't help but scream. And at this moment, Haneda-Raiwi, who had been quiet and silent, spoke. His expression was indifferent, one hand was placed at his side, the other was behind his back, and a calm voice came out of his mouth. What kind of thing dare to ambush me here? It turned out to be 3 waist strings, Just with you 3 chickens and dogs, you dare to commit murder in front of me. I can't help myself. Recommend a friend's book, also written by Ghost Slayer, just put on the shelves. I hope you can go over to give some support, give a first order. Thank you. The title of the book is Ghost Slayer, A Knife at the Beginning. Chapter 48. Buzz. After a buzz, I saw that Haneda-Raiwichi's body seemed to have turned into a sun, and it became hot and bright in an instant. Steaming flames rose into the sky, illuminating the dark mountains and forests all night, as if it were daytime. This is a real flame, not just a breath of fire that manifests itself in the breathing method, but a real fire. This is a true flame from the burning fruit, inspired by the sun holy body with 100% fire attribute affinity, and the current Haneda-Raiwichi is simply a fire god who stepped on the flame and ascended to the world. Bang! The flames from the sun relic body of Raiwichi Haneda shattered the chains that bound his steps. It was at this time that the blood ghost technique, known as the ultimate assassination technique, came from behind him. Ding! There was a crisp sound, and the ghost behind him was dumbfounded. This is his ultimate assassination technique, extremely powerful. How can it be that even the other party's body can't be pierced? Hell, this is unreasonable. Haneda-Raiwi turned around and glanced at the ghost behind him, with 2 horns on his forehead, and at this moment his arms also turned into spikes. Just now a pair of arms were pierced on his body. However, how strong is his physique now? A physique of more than 100 points, this is the basic physique, and after the sun sacred body itself stimulates the flame of the burning fruit, the flame close to the body naturally turns into a layer, looking at the thin, in fact, extremely strong protective layer. Although this protective layer is not an independent skill, it only belongs to the ability attached to the sun sacred body, but it is not something that the lower string ghost in front of him can pierce. The assassination was blocked, and this guy immediately rolled his eyes and wanted to escape, but Haneda-Raiwichi would let him go? The answer is obviously impossible. As soon as Haneda-Ryu turned around, he slashed with a knife. Laugh it! This lower string ghost was immediately split in half, but it wasn't dead yet. The vitality of ordinary ghosts was so strong, not to mention the lower string ghosts, but Haneda-Raiwichi then made up another knife, but this knife was cut on its neck. Bang! The body is separated, and the lower string ghost dies tragically, which also brings a golden treasure chest to Haneda-Raiwichi. How is it possible? Down, on the 4th, just die. The other 2 lower string ghosts were shocked at the moment. They were not ordinary ghosts, but lower string ghosts of one of the 12 ghost moons, but in front of Haneda-Raiwichi, they were killed in a few seconds. It's no wonder they weren't surprised. When we were so easily killed. The second string muttered a little stunned. The third of the second string, his face was hideous, and the times-shaped scar on his face had been wrinkled by him. Damn, hateful, fallen leaves kill, weapon chop, give me death. The fallen leaves in the sky turned into blades and cut towards Haneda Raiwichi, but it's a pity. What a pity! Haneda didn't even look up before the fallen leaves burned and turned into dust. Impossible, how can there be such a strong newcomer? Xiaoxian-san shouted in disbelief. Just because you don't believe it doesn't mean you don't. Haneda whispered, die. A sword light flashed, and the three heads of the lower strings were different. With a bang, a golden treasure chest burst out again. You're the only one left. Haneda Raiwichi turned his head and looked at a large tree in front of him, and on the tree, there stood a man with a bruised forehead, his face also horrified. You, how can you be so strong? This is unreasonable, said the second string with some difficulty. If you knew earlier, we will. You're not coming, are you? Said Haneda Raiwichi indifferently. Yes, I knew we could still come to die, said lower string number 2 unwillingly, and at the same time, his eyes began to flicker, as if thinking of some other attention. Brother Haneda, are these people ghosts? At this moment, a crisp little girl's voice sounded next to Haneda Ryu. It was Keiko Hanada. Xiangzi also calmed down at the moment. She saw that although these ghosts were very powerful, they were so impressive as soon as they made a move, but such powerful ghosts, in front of her brother Haneda, were just a face, and they all stopped cooking. What does this mean? This shows that his brother Haneda is the strongest. What the hell is this and that hell, in front of his own Haneda brother? It's nothing. Sure enough, his brother Haneda is the best. The little girl looked at Haneda Raiwichi with a look of adoration. Hey! At this moment, the second of the lower strings standing on the tree suddenly sneered. Come to think of it, that little girl is very important to you, right? As for me, I definitely can't beat you, but, as the second of the lower strings, do you think my ability is just as simple as imprisoning it? The second of the second strings was cold with a hint of despair, and there was a hint of resentment in the despair. I know, you can kill the second string 3 and the fourth string so easily. I am definitely not an opponent, then, I will let you regret it for the rest of your life. Blood Ghost Technique, Blood Curse. Xiaoxian suddenly vomited blood, his face turned pale, and he laughed miserably. Die with me, little girl. The second one of the second strings pointed out, and a little blood light hit Xiangzi with a transcendent speed, and then he laughed. Ha ha ha, this little girl is dead, she has been hit by my death spell, and she will definitely die. Haneda Raiwichi turned his head to look at Keiko Hanada, and when he saw that his face was pale, as if he was about to die, he suddenly became angry. Chapter 49. Blood Curse, Corroding Chains. Under my move, no human can survive, so you are ready to watch this little human girl die in front of you? Haha, even if I die, I will pull a cushion, ha ha ha. The second string laughed proudly, as if he had defeated Haneda Raiwichi. In fact, in his mind, it was true, he was hit by his corrosive chains. No one can untie it. In this world, there is only one existence that can be unlocked, that is the ancestor of 10,000 ghosts. Ghost Dance Suji is not miserable. However, not to mention that Anime Suji is not here. Even if it is here, will it detoxify a human being? So, the second string laughed, thinking that even if he died, he could be regarded as pulling a cushion. Haneda Ryu was expressionless, and his eyes looked coldly at the second string in the distance. Ignorance. The golden red flame above the blade turned into a golden red bird shape and flew out with the anger of Haneda Raiwichi. The flame of light shone brightly, and a noble and sacred phoenix roared through the sky. Burning Sun, Wanton Type, Immortal Bird. This is a powerful move that Haneda Raiwichi has been comprehending recently, and it is an attack move that is more powerful than Long Yan. Its attack distance is much farther than Long Yan, the power is more concentrated, the explosive power is stronger, and the only weakness is that the durability ability is weaker than Long Yan. The golden red flame immortal bird flew out of the air, and at an extremely fast speed, it swooped down on the second string, and in its frightened and desperate eyes, it crashed headfirst into him. There were no other accidents, and the attack power of the immortal bird was too strong, and it directly burned the second of the lower strings to ashes without cutting off its neck. The second of the second string is dead, and the golden treasure chest is out. Brother Haneda. Beside her, although the corrosive chains on Hanada Keiko's body disappeared due to the death of the second string, the legs that had been corroded by the blood curse before were already visible at this moment, and the flesh and blood on the legs were even rotten. Hanada Keiko looked at her legs and feet, scared in her heart, but she didn't feel pain. She looked at her legs and feet with some fear, and then looked up at Haneda Raiwichi. It's okay. Haneda Raiwichi really didn't worry too much. This kind of blood curse is indeed difficult to cure for others. Even Butterfly House estimates that there is not much to do, and it can only be treated through amputation. If it is really amputated, then Hanada Keiko's life will be over, and she will never be able to become a ghost hunter again. But Haneda Raiwichi has a way to treat her. Yes, it's a healing potion. Haneda Raiwichi came to Hanada and squatted down, and with a flip of his hand, a small bottle appeared in his hand, and the bottle contained a golden liquid, which was the healing potion. Come on, open your mouth and drink. Haneda Raiwichi opened the bottle and put it in front of Hanada Keiko's mouth. Oh! Although Hanada Keiko was curious about what it was, she had no other doubts. She knew that Haneda Raiwichi would never harm her, so she opened her mouth and drank the potion. Under the medicine, Hanada Xiangzi suddenly felt warm all over her body, and then looked at her legs and feet. She was recovering at a terrifying speed, and it didn't take long to completely heal. Not only that, but some of the dark injuries and small injuries she had suffered when she was a child before have all become better. Hanada Keiko raised her head and looked at the handsome young man in front of her with a golden red glow. Her heart was full of warmth, and she had an innocent smile on her face. Thank you, Brother Haneda. Keiko is already fine. Haneda Ryu nodded, reached out and stroked her hair, and then got up. Clean up, we're going to change places to rest. Well, good. After a while, Haneda Raiwichi left the mountain forest with Keiko Hanada and walked to a small village on the other side of the mountain forest, where he rested for the night. Although it was late, the villagers were still willing to help the two of them under the money offensive. And killing the 3 lower string ghosts, he also exploded 3 golden treasure chests for Haneda Raiwichi, which made him rich all of a sudden. 3 golden treasure chests, plus the previous one, the lower string ghost has been killed by him for. These 3 golden treasure chests, I'm going to open them tomorrow. I hope to burst out of some good things. Haneda Raiwichi muttered, and then rested. Chapter 50. Early the next morning, Haneda Ryu got up early in the morning, took advantage of the rising sun in the east, bathed in incense, and opened the treasure chest. The first. Haneda Raiwichi stood alone in the morning light and opened the first golden treasure chest. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Gain skill. Flicker. Flicker, teleportation within eye reach. Using it once consumes 10 points of mental power. Seeing such a skill, even if he is as calm as Haneda Raiwichi, he can't help but gasp. This skill has appeared. It is worthy of a golden treasure chest. Teleportation, this is it. But the range of this movement is only within sight, and it is not as perverted as the teleportation of the whole universe like Sun Wukong. Haneda Raiwichi has some regrets in his heart. If it is Sun Wukong's kind of teleportation, it would be good. When the time comes, he may be able to directly travel through time and space, teleport back to real time. Of course, that kind of teleportation skill is definitely not something that can be opened by the golden chest, and it is not certain whether the supreme treasure chest can be opened. Moreover, the martial arts level of the Dragon Ball world is not at the same level as Demon Slayer directly, and it is difficult to obtain the skills of the Dragon Ball world, even the weakest and weakest skills. If you get the Sun Fist of Klin and Tianjin Rice, then it shouldn't be too easy to deal with ghosts. I don't want to think about this, let's learn the skills first. As soon as Haneda Ryu stretched out his hand, the skill light ball in the treasure chest merged into his body. "Excuse me, host, do you learn skill, flicker?" the chest system asked. "Yes, learn now." Haneda nodded in confirmation. Ding! "The flickering skill has been learned," the system said. Haneda Raiwichi felt it for a while, and found that he had really learned to flicker. He looked up not far away, his mind moved, and he appeared in the open space dozens of meters away, and then looked behind him, dozens of meters away. Isn't it where he stood just now? Brush, brush, brush. It flashed 3 more times, and after that, Haneda Raiwichi felt dizzy in his head and felt a little sluggish. This is the mental power overused? That's right, although I have a lot of mental power now, but it takes 10 points of mental power to use a flash. There are some other skills that also need to use mental power, such as wind walking, etc. It seems that you will need to use blink and wind walk with caution in the future. Haneda Raiwichi hurriedly stopped using the flash. Although this skill is extremely powerful, even used in battle, it will be used as a very powerful whole card, but there is also a limit to the number of times it can be used, and this limit is the strength of mental power. Second treasure chest. Raiwichi Haneda stretched out his hand and opened the second treasure chest. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Grandmaster level sword casting technique. What? Haneda Raiwichi looked blankly at a book in the treasure chest. Not a skill, not a treasure, but a swordsmith perhaps. This swordsmithing technique is also a skill. Grandmaster level swordsmithing. What do I want this thing to do? Haneda Raiwichi scratched his head a little. Did you learn this thing to strike iron? He felt that this treasure chest was a bit of a loss. He didn't want to be a forger. It was good to be a ghost hunter swordsman, a swordsmith, and a forger or something. Whoever likes to go goes. Alas! It's a loss. Haneda Raiwichi shook his head and clicked on the skill book casually. The system prompted, "May I ask the host, do you want to learn the Grandmaster level swordsmithing technique?" "Let's learn." Haneda Raiwichi sighed and nodded, although he felt that it was useless to learn this thing, but how to say it was also opened by himself. Even if it was a loss, he had to learn, otherwise, wouldn't it be even more of a loss? Now, there's only one last golden chest left. Haneda Raiwichi looked at the last golden treasure chest. The 2 treasure chests in front, one gave him a surprise, obtained the skill flicker at the bottom of the box, and the other gave him an accident, obtained the chicken rib skill sword casting technique that he felt, and this third treasure chest. Ahem. Haneda Raiwichi looked solemn, his face was solemn. He stared at the golden treasure chest in front of him for a while, and then pointed out suddenly, click, the treasure chest opens. Ding! A small ball appeared in the chest, only the size of a thumb, and the ball rose and fell like a water ball, and the sound of water vapor and waves came out. Congratulations to the host, you can get the heart of the water element, the core crystal nucleus from the water element lord, a one-time consumable item, which can improve and enhance the physique after swallowing and using it, can increase the affinity of the water attribute by 80 points, and obtain the exclusive water skill, Water Curtain Waltz. Water Curtain Waltz, water defense skill, a range defense skill with itself as the core area. The size of the range is determined by the mental power consumed. Waltz of the Water Curtain. This defensive skill is good. Haneda Ryu smashed his mouth, and he could see at a glance that this so-called Water Curtain Waltz is a group defensive skill, of course, not only in groups, but also on oneself alone, only defending against small places, and can also expand the range of defense by consuming mental power. It is indeed a skill with a high degree of freedom. It's a pity. I am a fire attribute physique, how good it would be if you gave me a fire element heart. Haneda Raiwichi shook his head. He felt that these 3 treasure chests were really losing money today. The first treasure chest was earned, and the next 2 were lost. What am I going to do with this water elemental heart? Haneda Raiwichi touched his chin. However, under the door of Mr. Scale, all I learn is the water system breathing method. Or is it not good to give it to the rabbit or the real mushroom? Or Tomioka Yoshitoi? It's not good, this thing can't be explained. Brother Haneda. At this moment, the shout of Keiko Hanada was heard not far away. Haneda Raiwichi's eyes lit up suddenly. Yes, Keiko is also a water attribute physique, which is suitable for learning the breathing method of the water system, so I had the idea of taking him back to the narrow Sagil Mountains before. Then, the heart of the water elemental, let's use it for her.